Star Wars Republic Commando 000. Written by Karen Travis. Prologue. Republic Commando, covert insertion on Vess, Atropos Sector, Outer Rim, 10 months after Geonosis. Private Journal of RC 8015. 5. You have to see the funny side of things in the Army. I think they have a real sense of humor in defense procurement too.
So,
I asked,
how long ago did you put in a request for Black Stealth armor? 7 standard months,
says Darman, staring out the gunship's crew bay onto an unbroken plain of snow. White snow. A freezing wind is whipping flurries of it into the open bay.
When we got back from Willura, and now they issue it to us. To do a raid on Vess, the whole planet's covered in snow from pole to pole.
I can hear the gunship pilot laughing over the comlink circuit. He can't resist.
Want to borrow my armor? It's nice and white.
Yes, they've deployed us in black Katarn armor. It'll take a direct hit from laser cannon to put a dent in us, but it would be nice to have the comfort of camouflage when we hit the ground. Even Atton's laughing. But Niner, who tries to take the place of Sergeant Cal and reassure us it's all going to be okay, is not. He's worried that we've run out of luck for this mission. And so am I. Republic Commando losses in the first year of the war are running at 50%. Today we have to infiltrate a separatist factory developing some new super metal called Frick, whatever that is, and carry out a little asset denial, known in the trade as blowing stuff up. It's not a complicated mission. Avoid droids, get in, lay charges in the processing plant, and the foundry. Avoid droids, get out, and then press the detonator. One of Captain Ordo's Nulark trooper brothers found this place. Clone intelligence units, they call them. I must write to thank the Daikut sometime. So I try to keep the squad laughing, because it takes our minds off calculating the odds.
Okay,
I say.
What do we all want most right now? Roba, steak,
Says the pilot.
white-clad camo,
Says Niner.
really thick slice of ooch cake.
Says Atton. Darman pauses for a moment.
To see an old friend again.
Me? I'd like to go back to Arca Company barracks on Coruscant. I want to see Coruscant before I die. And so far, I've seen next to nothing of the place. Someone promised to buy me a beer there once. The pilot is skimming a couple of meters above the snow, taking us through a narrow pass to avoid detection. It's all mountains and ravines now, and snow.
I've got visual on the factory,
The pilot says.
and you're not going to like it. Why?
Niner asks.
Because there are an awful lot of battle droids out there. Are they made of Frick? I don't think so. No problem then.
Says Niner.
Let's spoil their entire day.
The gunship slows enough for us to jump clear, and we scrambled through the knee-deep snow to take up a position in the lee of the outcrop. There's nothing like a quick hello from a Plex rocket launcher to show droids who's boss. No, they're definitely not made from Frick. I reload the Plex and keep turning the droids into shrapnel, while Darman and Atton make their way to higher ground to reach the factory. Yeah, a nice beer on Coruscant, on 000. Dreams like that keep you going. Chapter 1.
Find Scarada. He's the only one who can talk these men down. And no, I'm not going to obliterate a whole barracks block just to neutralize 6 arcs. So get me Scarada. He can't have traveled very far. General Iri Kamas, Director of Special Forces, to Coruscant Security Force, from Siege Incident Control, Special Operations Brigade, HQ Barracks, Coruscant, 5 days after the Battle of Geonosis. Toka City, Kamino, 8 years before Geonosis. Cal Scarada had committed the biggest mistake of his life, and he'd made some pretty big ones in his time. Kamino was damp, and damp didn't help his shattered ankle one little bit. No, it was more than damp. It was nothing but storm-whipped sea from pole to pole, and he wished that he'd worked that out before he responded to Jango Fett's offer of a lucrative long-term deployment in a location that his old comrade hadn't exactly specified. That was the least of his worries now. The air smelled more like a hospital than a military base. The place didn't look like barracks, either. Scarada leaned on the polished rail that was all that separated him from a 40-meter fall into a chamber large enough to swallow a battle cruiser and lose it. Above him, the vaulted illuminated ceiling stretched as far as the abyss did below. The prospect of the fall didn't worry him half as much as not understanding what he was now seeing. The cavern, surgically clean, polished durasteel and permaglass, was filled with structures that seemed almost like fractals. At first glance, they looked like giant toroids stacked on pillars. Then, as he stared, the toroids resolved in smaller rings in permaglass containers with containers within them, and inside those, no, this wasn't happening. Inside the transparent tubes, there was fluid, and within it, there was movement. It took him several minutes of staring and refocusing on one of the tubes to realize there was a body in there, and it was alive. In fact, there was a body in every tube, row upon row of tiny bodies. Children's bodies. Babies. Firefek, he said aloud. He thought he'd come to this forest-forsaken hole to train commandos. Now he knew he stepped into a nightmare. He heard boots behind him on the walkway of the gantry and turned sharply to see Jango coming slowly toward him, chin lowered, as if in reproach. If you think you're leaving, Cal, you knew the deal,
said Jango, and leaned on the rail beside him.
I said you'd be training Special Forces troops, and you will be. They just happen to be growing them.
What?
Clones. How the firefeck did you ever get involved with that? A straight 5 million, and a few extras for donating my genes. And don't look shocked, you would have done the same.
The pieces fell into place for Scarada, and he let himself be shocked anyway. War was one thing, weird science was another issue entirely.
Well, I'm keeping my end of the deal.
Scarada adjusted the 15-centimeter, 3-sided blade that he always kept sheathed in his jacket sleeve. 2 Kaminoan technicians walked serenely across the floor of this facility beneath him. Nobody had searched him, and he felt better for having a few weapons located for easy use, including the small holdout blaster tucked in the cuff of his boot. And all those little kids and tanks. Kaminoans disappeared from sight.
What do those things want with an army anyway? They don't. And you don't need to know all this right now.
Jango beckoned him to follow.
Besides, you're already dead, remember?
Feels like it, said Scarada. He was the Su Voldar, literally. Those who no longer exist. 100 expert soldiers with a dozen specialities who'd answer Jango's secret summons in exchange for a lot of credits, as long as they were prepared to disappear from the galaxy completely. He trailed Jango down corridors of unbroken, white duroplast, passing the occasional Kaminoan with his long gray neck and snake-like head. He'd been here for 4 standard days now, staring out the window of his quarters onto the endless ocean and catching an occasional glimpse
of the AWA soaring up out of the waves and flapping into the air. The thunder was totally silenced by the soundproofing, but the lightning had become an annoyingly irregular pulse in the corner of his eyes. Scarada knew from day one that he wouldn't like Kaminoans. Their cold yellow eyes troubled him, and he didn't care for their arrogance either. They stared at his limping gait and asked if he minded being defective. The window-lined corridor seemed to run the length of the city. Outside, it was hard to see where the horizon ended and the rain clouds began. Django looked back to see if he was keeping up.
Don't worry, Cal. I'm told it's clear weather in the summer for a few days.
Right. The dreariest planet in the galaxy, and he was stuck on it. And his ankle was playing up. He really should have invested in getting it fixed surgically. If he got out of here, he'd have the assets to get the best surgeon that Krez could buy. Django slowed down tactfully.
So, the Lippy threw you out?
Yeah. His wife was a Mandalorian. He'd hoped she would embrace the culture, but she didn't. She always hated seeing her old man go off to someone else's war. The fights began when he wanted to take their 2 sons into battle with him. They were 8 years old enough to start learning their trade, but she refused. And soon, the Lippy and the boys, and his daughter, were no longer waiting when he returned from the latest war. The Lippy divorced him the Mando way, same as they married, on a brief solemn private vow. The contract was a contract, written or not.
Just as well, I've got another assignment to occupy me. You should have married a Mando girl. Erotis don't understand a mercenary's life.
Django paused, as if waiting for arguments, but Cal wasn't giving him one.
Don't your sons talk to you any longer?
Not often. So I failed as a father. Don't rub it in.
Obviously, they don't share their Mando outlook on life any more than their mother does. Well, they won't be speaking to you at all now. Not here, ever.
Nobody seemed to care if he had disappeared anyway. Yes, he was as good as dead. Django said nothing more, and they walked in silence until they reached a large circular lobby, with rooms leading off it like the spokes of a wheel.
Kosai said something wasn't quite right with the first batch of clones,
said Django, ushering Scarada ahead of them into another room.
They've tested them and they don't think these are going to make the grade. I told Orumanwa that we give them the benefit of our military experience and take a look.
Scarada was used to evaluating fighting men and women. Come to that. He knew what it took to make a soldier. He was good at it. Soldiering was his life, as it was for all Mando Aid, all sons and daughters of Mandalore. At least there would be some familiarity to cling to in this ocean wilderness. It was just a matter of staying as far from the Kaminoans as he could. Gentlemen, said Orenwall in his soothing monotone. He welcomed them into his office with a graceful tilt of the head, and Scarada noted that he had a prominent bony fin running across the top of his skull from front to back. Maybe that meant Orenwall was older or dominant or something. He didn't look like the other examples of AWA bait that Scarada had seen so far. I always believe in being honest about setbacks in a program. We value the Jedi Council as a custom.
I have nothing to do with the Jedi,
said Django.
I'm only a consultant on military matters.
Oh, Scarada thought. Jedi. Great.
I would still be happier if you confirmed that the first batch of units is below the acceptable standard.
Bring them in then.
Scarada shoved his hands in his jacket pockets and wondered what he was going to see. Or marksmanship, or endurance, lack of aggression? Not if these were Django's clones. He was curious to see how the Kaminoans could have fouled up producing fighting men based on that template. The storm rage against the transparent steel window, rain pounding in surges, and then easing again. Oren Wah stood back with a graceful sweep of his arms, like a dancer, and the doors opened. 6 identical little boys, 4, maybe 5 years old, walked into the room. Scarrata was not a man who easily fell prey to sentimentality, but this did the job just fine. They were children, not soldiers, not droids, and not units, just little kids. They had curly black hair and were all dressed in identical dark blue tunics and pants. He was expecting grown men, and that would have been bad enough. He heard Jango inhale sharply. The boys huddled together, and it ripped at Scarrata's heart in a way he wasn't expecting. 2 of the kids clutched each other, looking up at him with huge, dark, unblinking eyes. Another moved slowly to the front of the tight pack, as if barring Oren Wah's path and shielding the others. Oh, he was. He was defending his brothers. Scarrata was devastated.
These units are defective, and I admit that we perhaps made an error in attempting to enhance the genetic template,
Oren Wah said, utterly unmoved by their vulnerability. Scarrata had worked out fast that Kaminoans despised everything that didn't fit their intolerant, arrogant society's ideal of perfection. So, they thought Jango's genome wasn't the perfect model. For a soldier without a little adjustment then, maybe it was his solitary nature. He'd make a raw infantry soldier. Jango wasn't a team player. And maybe they didn't know that it was often imperfection that gave humans an edge. The kid's gaze darted between Scarrata and Jango and the doorway, and all around the room as if they were checking for an escape or appealing for help.
Chief Scientist Kosei apologizes as I do,
said Oren Wah.
6 units do not survive incubation, but these develop normally and appear to meet specifications, so they have undergone some flash instruction and trials. Unfortunately, psychological testing indicates that they are simply too unreliable and fail to meet the personal profile required.
Which is,
said Jango.
That they can carry out orders.
Oren Wah blinked rapidly. He seemed embarrassed by error.
I can assure you that we will address these problems in the current Alpha production run. These units will be reconditioned, of course. Is there anything you wish to ask?
Yeah, said Scarrata. What do you mean by recondition?
In this case, terminated.
There was a long silence in the bland, peaceful, white-walled room. Evil was supposed to be black, jet black, and it wasn't supposed to be soft-spoken. Then Scarrata registered terminated, and his instinct reacted before his brain. His clenched fist was pressed against Oren Wah's chest. In a second, and the vile, unfeeling thing jerked his head backward.
you touch one of those kids, you great freak, and I'll skin you alive and feed you to the Awas. Steady,
said Jango. He grabbed Scarrata's arm. Oren Wah stood blinking at Scarrata with those awful reptilian yellow eyes.
This is uncalled for. We care only about our customers' satisfaction.
Scarrata could hear his pulse pounding in his head, and all he could care about was ripping Oren Wah apart. Killing someone in combat was one thing, but there was no honor in destroying unarmed kids. He yanked his arm out of Jango's grip and stepped back in front of the children. They were utterly silent. He dared not to look at them. He fixed on Oren Wah. Jango gripped his shoulder and squeezed hard enough to hurt. Don't leave this to me. It was his warning gesture. But Scarrata was too angry and disgusted to fear Jango's wrath.
we could do with a few wild cards,
Jango said carefully, moving between Scarrata and the Kaminoan.
It's good to have some surprises up your sleeve for the enemy. What are these kids really like, and how old are they?
Nearly 2 standard years growth. Highly intelligent, deviant, disturbed, and uncommandable.
Could be ideal for telework.
It was pure bluff. Scarada could see the little twitch of muscle in Django's jaw. He was shocked, too. The bounty hunter couldn't hide that from his old associate.
I say, we keep him.
2? The boys looked older. Scarada half turned to check on them, and their gazes were locked on him. It was almost an accusation. He glanced away, but took a step backward and put his hand discreetly behind him to place his palm on the head of the boy defending his brothers, just as a helpless gesture of comfort. But his small hand closed tightly around his fingers instead. Scarada swallowed hard. 2 years old.
I can train them, he said. What are their names?
These units are numbered, and I must emphasize that they're unresponsive to command.
Orenwa persisted as if talking to a particularly stupid Weequay.
Our quality control designated them null class and wishes to start.
Null? As in no Daikutla use?
Django took a discreet but audible breath.
Leave this to me, Cal. No, they're not units.
The little hand was grasping for his dear life. He reached back with his other hand, and another boy pressed up against his leg, clinging to him. It was pitiful.
And I can train them.
Unwise,
said Orenwa. The Kaminoan took a gliding step forward. They were such graceful creatures, but they were loathsome at a level that Scarada could simply not comprehend. And then the little lad, grasping his leg, suddenly snatched the holdout blaster from Scarada's boot. Before he could react, the kid had tossed it to the one who had been clinging to his hand, in apparent terror. The boy caught it cleanly, and aimed it two-handed at Orenwa's chest.
Fire effect,
Django sighed.
Put it down, kid.
But the lad wasn't about to stand down. He stood right in front of Scarada, utterly calm, blaster raised at the perfect angle, fingers placed just so with the left arm, hand steadying the right, totally focused and deadly serious. Scarada felt his jaw drop, a good centimeter. Django froze, then chuckled.
I reckon that proves my point, he said,
but he still had his eyes fixed on the tiny assassin. The kid clicked the safety latch. He seemed to be checking it was off.
It's okay, son,
Scarada said, as gently as he could. He didn't much care if the boy fried the Kaminoan, but he cared about the consequences for the kid, and he was instantly and totally proud of him. All of them.
You don't need to shoot. I'm not going to let him touch any of you. Just give me back the blaster.
The child didn't budge. The blaster didn't waver. He should have been more concerned about cuddly toys than a clean shot at this stage in his young life. Scarada squatted down slowly behind him, trying not to spook him into firing. But if the boy had his back to him, then he trusted him, didn't he?
Come on, just put it down. There's a good lad. Now give me the blaster.
He kept his voice as soft and level as he could, when he was actually torn between cheering and doing the job himself.
You're safe. I promise you.
The boy paused, eyes and aim still both fixed on Orenwa.
Yes, sir.
Then he lowered the weapon to his side. Scarada put his hand on the boy's shoulder and pulled him back carefully.
Good lad.
Scarada took the blaster from his little fingers and scooped him up in his arms. He dropped his voice to a whisper.
Nicely done, too.
The Kaminoan showed no anger whatsoever, simply blinking, yellow, detached disappointment.
If that does not demonstrate their instability, then
they're coming with me.
This is not your decision.
No, it's mine,
Django interrupted.
And they've got the right stuff. Cal, get them out of here, and I'll settle this with Orenwa.
Scarada limped toward the door, still making sure he was between the Kaminoan and the kids. He was halfway down the corridor, with his bizarre escort of tiny deviants, before the boy he was carrying wriggled uncomfortably in his arms. "I can walk, sir," he said. He was perfectly articulate, fluent, a little soldier, way beyond his years.
Okay, son.
Scarada lowered him to the floor, and the kids fell in behind him, oddly quiet and disciplined. They didn't strike him as dangerous or deviant, unless you counted stealing a weapon, pulling a feint, and almost shooting Camino in as deviant. Scarada didn't. The kids were just trying to survive, like any soldier had a duty to, and they looked 4 or 5 years old. But Orin Wall definitely said they were 2. Scarada suddenly wanted to ask them how long they'd spent in those awful, suffocating, transparent steel vats. Cold, hard tanks that were nothing like the dark comfort of a womb. It must have been like drowning. Could they see each other as they floated? Had they understood what was happening to them? Scarada reached the doors of his stark quarters and ushered them in, trying not to dwell on those thoughts. The boys lined up against the wall automatically, hands clasped behind their backs, and waited without being told to. I brought up 2 sons. How hard can it be to mind 6 kids for a few days? Scarada waited for them to react, but they simply stared back at him, as if expecting orders. He had none. Rain lashed the window that ran the whole width of the wall. Lightning flared. They all flinched. But they still stood in silence.
Tell you what,
Scarada said, bewildered. He pointed to the couch.
you sit down over there, and I'll get you something to eat, okay?
They paused, and then scrambled onto the couch, huddling together again. He found them so utterly disarming that he had to make a rapid exit to the kitchen area to gather his thoughts, while he slapped ooch cake onto a plate and sliced it, roughly into 6 pieces. If this was how it was going to be for years, you're stuck, chum. You took the credits. And this is your whole world for the foreseeable future, maybe forever. It never stopped raining, and he was holed up with the species he loathed on sight, and who thought it was okay to dispose of units who happened to be living, talking, walking children. He raked his fingers through his hair and despaired, eyes closed until he was suddenly aware of someone staring up at him. "Sir?" the boy said. It was the courageous little marksman. He might have been identical to his brothers, but his mannerisms were distinctive. He had a habit of balling one fist at his side, while the other hand was relaxed. "May we use the freshers?" Scarada squatted down, face level with the kids.
Of course you can.
It was quite pathetic. They were nothing like his own lively, boisterous sons had once been.
And I'm not sir. I'm not an officer. I'm a sergeant. You can call me sergeant, if you like. Or you can call me Cal. Everyone else does.
"Yes, Cal."
It's over there. Can you manage on your own?
"Yes, Cal."
I know you don't have a name. But I really think you should have one.
"I'm Null 11, N11.
How do you like to be called? Ordo. He was a Mandalorian warrior.
Are we Mandalorian warriors?"
You bet.
The kid was a natural fighter.
In every sense of the word.
"I like that name." Little Ordo considered the white tiled floor for a moment, as if assessing it for risk. "What's Mandalorian?" For some reason, that hurt most of all. If these kids didn't know their culture and what made someone a Mando, then they had no purpose, no pride, and nothing to hold them and their clan together when home wasn't a piece of land. If you were a nomad, your nation traveled in your heart, and without the Mando heart, you had nothing, not even your soul, and whatever new conquest followed death. Scarada knew at that moment what he had to do. He had to stop these boys from being Darmanda, eternal dead men without a Mando soul.
I can see I need to teach you a lot.
Yes, this was his duty.
I'm Mandalorian too. We're soldiers, nomads. You know what those words mean?
Yes.
Clever, lad. Okay, you go and sort yourselves out at the freshers, and I want you all sitting back on the couch in 10 minutes. Then we'll sort out names for everyone. Got it?
Yes, Cal. So Cal Scarada, mercenary, assassin, and failed father, spent a stormy evening on Camino, sharing ooch cake with 6 dangerously clever small boys who could already handle firearms and talk like adults, teaching them that they came from a warrior tradition and that they had a language and culture and much to be proud of. and he explained that there was no Mandalorian word for hero. It was only not being one that had its own word, Hatun. There were an awful lot of Hatun in the galaxy, and Scarada certainly counted the Kaminoans among them. The kids, now trying to get used to being Ordo, Aiden, Comerc, Prudy, Maril, and Jang, sat up devouring both their newfound heritage and the sticky sweet cake, eyes fixed on Scarada, as he recited lists of Mandalorian words, and they repeated them back to him. He worked through the most common words, struggling. He had no idea how to teach a language to kids who could already speak fluent basic, so he simply listed everything he could recall that seemed useful. And the little Null Arcs listened, grim-faced, flinching in unison at every blaze of lighting. After an hour, Scarada felt that he was simply confusing some very frightened, very lonely children. They just stared at him. "Okay, time to recap," he said, exhausted by a bad day, and the realization that there was an unknowable number of days like this stretching ahead. He pinched the bridge of his nose in an effort to focus. "Can you count from 1 to 10 for me?" Prudy, in 5, parted his lips to take a quick breath, and suddenly all 6 spoke at once.
Solus, Tad, In, Cure, Raicia, Russell, Itad, Shin, Sheku, Tarash.
Scarada's gut fled briefly, and he sat stunned. These kids absorbed information like a sponge. I only counted out the numbers for them once. Just once. The recall was perfect and absolute. He decided to be careful what he said to them in the future. "Now that's clever," he said. "You're very special lads, aren't you?"
Orenwa said we couldn't be measured,
Muriel said, totally without pride, and perched on the edge of the couch, swinging his legs almost like a normal 4-year-old. They might have all looked identical, but their individual characters seemed distinct and obvious. Scarada wasn't sure how he managed it, but he could now look at them and see that they were different, distinguished by small variations of facial expressions, gestures, frowns, and even tone of voice. Appearance wasn't everything. "You mean you scored too high for him to count?" Maril nodded gravely. Thunder slapped the platform city. Scarada felt it without hearing it. Maril drew up his legs again and huddled tight up against his brothers in an instant. No, Scarada didn't need a Hut Tunla Kaminoan to tell him that these were extraordinary children. They could already handle a blaster, learn everything he threw at them, and understand the Kaminoans' intentions all too well. No wonder the Awa Bait was scared of them. And they would be truly phenomenal soldiers if only they could follow a few orders. He'd work on that. "Want some more ooge?" he said. They all nodded enthusiastically in unison. It was a relief. At least that gave him a few minutes' respite from their unrelenting sideline attention. They ate it, still miniature adults. There was no chattering or high spirits, and they flinched at every bolt of lightning. "Are you scared?" asked Scarada.
Yes, Cal, said Ordo. Is that wrong?
"No, son. Not at all. It was a good time to teach them as any. No lesson would ever be wasted on them. Being afraid is okay. It's your body's way of getting you ready to defend yourself. And all you have to do is use it, and not let it use you. Do you understand that?"
No,
Ordo said. "Okay, think about being scared. What's it like?" Ordo defocused slightly, as if he were looking at something on a HUD he didn't have.
cold.
"Cold?" Aiden and Comerc chimed in.
And spiky.
Okay. Scarada tried to imagine what they meant. They were describing the feeling of adrenaline flooding their bodies. "That's fine. You just have to remember that it's your alarm system, and you need to take notice of it." They were the same age as city kids on Coruscant, who struggled to scrawl crude letters on flimsy. And here he was, teaching them battle psychology. His mouth felt oddly dry. "So you tell yourself, okay, I can handle this.
My body's now ready to run faster and fight harder. And I'll be seeing and hearing only the most important things I need to know to stay alive.
Ordo went from his wide-eyed dark stare to slight defocus again, for a moment, and nodded. Scarada glanced at the others. They had that same disturbing concentration. They had also stacked their plates neatly on the low side of the table. He hadn't even noticed them doing it.
Try thinking about your fear next time there's a lightning, Cal said. Use it.
He went back to the kitchen area and rummaged through the cupboards for some other snack to keep them going, because they seemed ravenous. As he stepped back into the main room, with a white tray of sliced food board that looked even less appetizing than the tray itself, someone buzzed at the door. The Knolls immediately went into a defensive pattern. Ordo and Jang flanked the door, backs hard against the wall, and the other four took cover behind the sparse furniture. Scarada wondered for a second what Flash learning program had taught them that, or at least he hoped it was Flash taught. He waved them away from the door. They hesitated for a moment until he took out his Verpine shatter gun. Then they appeared satisfied that he had the situation under some sort of control. "You scare me," Scarada said softly. "Now stand back. If anyone's after you, they've got to come through me first, and I'm not about to let that happen." Even so, the reaction prompted him to stand to one side as he hit the panel to open the doors. Jango Fett was standing in the corridor outside, a small sleepy child in his arms. The boy's curly head rested on his shoulder. He looked younger than the Knolls, but it was the same face, the same hair, the same little hand clutching the fabric of Jango's tunic. "Another one?" Scarada said. Jango glanced at the bird. "You're getting edgy, aren't you?" "Kaminoans don't improve my mood. Want me to take him?" He shoved the shatter gun in his belt and held his arms out to take the boy. Jango frowned slightly. "This is my son, Boba," he said. He pulled his head back to glaze fondly at the dozing child's face. This wasn't the Jango that Scarada knew of old. He was pure paternal indulgence now. "Just trying to settle him down. Are you sorted now? I've told Orenwa to stay away from you." "We're fine," Scarada said. He wondered how he was going to ask the question, and decided blurting it out was probably as good as a way as any. "Boba looks just like them." "He would. He's been cloned from me too." "Oh?" "Oh. He was my price. Worth more to me than the credits." Boba stirred, and Jango carefully adjusted his hold on the kid. "I'll be back in a month. Orenwa says he'll have some commando candidates ready for us to take a look at, as well as the rest of the Alpha Batch. But he says he's made them a bit more reliable." Scarada had more questions than seemed prudent under the circumstances. It was natural for a Mando ad to want an heir above all else, and adoption was common, so cloning was not that much different, but he had to ask one thing. "Why do these kids look older?" Jango compressed his lips into a thin line of disapproval. "They accelerate the aging process." "Oh, Firefang. You'll have a company of 100 and 4 commandos eventually, and they should be less troubled than the Knolls." "Fine." Did he get help? Were the Kaminoan minders to tackle the routine jobs, like feeding them? And how would the non-Mandalorian training sergeants deal with them? His stomach churned. He put on a brave face. "I can handle that." "Yeah, and I'll be doing my bit too. I have to train 100. Jango glanced at the Knolls, now watching warily from the couch, and began walking away. "I just hope they aren't like I was at that age." Scarada pushed the controls and the door slid shut. "Okay, lads, bedtime," he said. He dragged the cushions off the couch and laid them out on the floor, covering them with an assortment of blankets. The boys gave him a hand, with a grim sense of adult purpose that he knew would haunt him for the rest of his days. "We'll get you sorted out with decent quarters tomorrow, okay? Real beds." He had the feeling they would have slept outside on the range/landing pad if he had asked them to. They didn't seem at all unmanageable. He sat down in the chair and put his feet up on a stool. The Kaminoans had done their best to provide human-suitable furniture.
something that struck him as a rare concession, given their general xenophobic arrogance. He left the lights on, dimmed, to soothe the Knowles' fears. They settled down, pulling the blankets over their heads completely. Scarrata watched until they appeared to be asleep, laid his Verpine on the shelf beside the chair, and then closed his eyes to let the dreams overwhelm him. He woke with an explosive jerk of muscles a couple of times, a sure sign that he was past the point of tiredness and into exhaustion, and then he fell into an unending black well. He slept, or so he thought. A warm weight pressed against him. His eyes jerked open, and he remembered he was stranded on a perpetually overcast planet that didn't even seem to be on the star charts, where the local species thought killing human kids was merely quality control. Ordo's stricken little face looked up into his. Cal? You scared, son? Yes. Come on, then. Scarrata shifted position, and Ordo scrambled up into his lap, burying his face in his tunic, as if he had never been held or comforted before. He hadn't, of course. The storm was getting worse. The lightning can't hurt you here. I know, Cal. Ordo's face was muffled. He wouldn't look up. But it's just like the bombs going off. Scarrata was going to ask him what he meant, but he knew in an instant that it would make him angry enough to do something stupid if he heard the answer. He hugged Ordo to him and felt the boy's heart pounding in terror. Ordo was doing pretty well for a 4-year-old soldier. They could learn to be heroes tomorrow. Tonight they needed to be children, reassured that the storm was not a battlefield, and so was nothing to fear. The lightning illuminated the room in brief, fierce white light. Ordo flinched again. Scarrata laid his hand on the boy's head and ruffled his hair. It's okay, Borica, he said softly. I'm here, son. I'm here. "8 years later, Special Forces SO Brigade, HQ Bearings, Coruscant, 5 days after the Battle of Geonosis. Scarrata had been detained by Coruscant Security Force officers, and for once in his life, he hadn't put up a fight. Technically, he'd been arrested, and now he was the most relieved man in the galaxy, as well as the happiest. He jumped out of the police patrol speeder and winced at the sharp pain in his ankle as he hit the ground. He'd get that sorted out, sooner or later, but now wasn't the time. Wow, take a look at that, the pilot said. They're holding off special ops squads there. You sure there are only 6 of them? Yeah, 6 is overkill, Scarrata said, discreetly patting his pockets and sleeves to make sure the assorted tools of his trade were in place and ready for use. It was just habit. But they're probably scared. They're scared, the pilot snorted. Hey, you know Fed's dead? Windu topped him. I know, Scarrata said, fighting the urge to ask if he also knew what happened to little Boba. If the kid was still alive, he needed a dad. Let's hope the Jedi don't have a problem with all of us Mando'ed. The pilot closed the latch, and Scarrata limped across the barracks landing pad. Jedi General Yuri Kamas, hands on hips with his brown robes flapping in the breeze, watched in a way that Scarrata could only describe as suspicious. 2 clone troopers waited with him. Scarrata thought the Jedi should get his long white hair cut. It wasn't practical or becoming for a soldier to wear his hair to his shoulders.
Thank you for responding, Sergeant,
Kamas said, and I apologize for the manner of your return. I realize your contract is completed now, so you owe us nothing. Any time, Scarrata said. He noted the blasted-proof assault shields erected across the main entrance. 4 squads of Republic commandos stood behind them, DC-17 rifles ready. He glanced up at the roof, and there were 2 commando sniper teams spread out along the parapet as well. Yes, if a bunch of Null-class advanced recon commandos didn't want to cooperate, then it would take a lot of equally hard men to persuade them otherwise. And he knew that none of the commandos would be happy about being ordered and to do the persuading. They were brothers, even if the arcs were rather different men at heart. Scarrata shoved his hands in his jacket pockets and focused on the doors. So what started all this then? Kamas shook his head. They're scheduled to be chilled down now that they're back from Geonosis, because nobody can command them. I can. I know. Please get them to stand down. They're even more of a handful than regular Alpha Batch ARCs, aren't they? I know that, Sergeant. So you wanted the hardest troops you could buy to take on the enemy, and then you get cold feet when they turned out to be too hard? Sergeant, I'm a civilian at the moment, actually. Kamas took a silent breath. Can you get them to surrender? They've shut down the whole barracks. I can. Scarada wondered if the clone troopers were looking sideways at him, or in the direction they appeared to be facing. You can never tell with their helmets on, but I won't. I really don't want any casualties. Are you holding out for an increased fee? Scarada was a mercenary, but his suggestion insulted him. Kamas couldn't be expected to know how he felt about his men, though. He made an effort not to be annoyed. Enlist me in the Grand Army of the Republic and give me back my lads. Then we'll see. What? They're terrified of Chilldown, that's all. You have to understand what happened to them as kids. Kamas gave him an odd look. And don't even think about mind influence, General. Scarada didn't give a Mott's backside about pay. 8 years spent on Kamino training special forces for the Republic clone army had made him wealthy. And if they wanted to press more credits on him, that was fine. He'd have a good use for them. But what he wanted most right then, and what made him happy to return with the CSF officers instead of showing them just how handy he was with a fighting knife, was not being safe in a soft civilian life when his men were fighting a desperate, bloody war. And he needed to be back with them. He hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye when they suddenly shipped out to Geonosis. He'd lasted 5 miserable days without them. Days without purpose. Days without family. Very well, Kamas said. Special advisor status. I can authorize that, I suppose. Scarada couldn't see the commandos' faces behind their visors, but he knew they'd be watching him carefully. He recognized some from the paint schemes on their Katarn armor. Jez from Awa's 3 squad, and Stoker from Gamma, and Ram from Bravo up on the roof. Incomplete squads. High casualties on Geonosis then. His heart sank. He began walking forward. He got to the blaster shields, and Jez touched his glove to his helmet. Nice to see you back so soon, Sarge. Couldn't stay away, Scarada said. You okay? It's a laugh a minute, this job. Kamas called out, Sergeant, Sergeant! What if they open fire? Then they opened fire. Scarada reached the doors and turned his back on them for a few moments, unafraid. Do we have a deal? Or you want me holed up in there with them? Because I won't be coming out unless you guarantee them no disciplinary action. It struck Scarada that Kamas might be the one to fire on him right then. He wondered if his commandos would obey that order if it were given. He wouldn't have minded if they had. He taught them to do their job, regardless of their own feelings. You have my word, Kamas said. Consider yourself in the Grand Army. We'll discuss how we're going to deploy you and your men later. But first, let's get everyone back to normal, shall we? Please? I'll hold you to every last word, General. He waited at the doors for a few moments. The 2 sheets of reinforced Duracell parted slowly. He walked in, relieved, and home again at last. No, Kamas really needed to understand what had happened to these men as young boys. He had to, if he was going to cope with the war that had now been unleashed. It wouldn't just be fought on someone else's planet. It would be fought in every corner of the galaxy, in every city, in every home. It was a war not just of territories, but of ideologies. And it was wholly outside Scarada's Mandalorian philosophy. But it was his war regardless, because his men were his instrument whether they liked it or not. One day, he would give them back something the Kaminoans and the Republic had stolen from them. He swore it. Ordica, he called. Ordo, you've been a naughty boy again, haven't you? Come here. Chapter 2.
Yes, I know I should be directing the battle from the ship. Yes, I know we could reduce the surface of Dinlo to molten slag from orbit, but we can extract more than 1,000 men, and that's worth doing. I asked for volunteers, and I got the whole ship's crew, and every man in Impraco company, and not from blind obedience. Let me try.
General Termukin, in a signal to General Uri Kamas, Battle Group Command, Coruscant. Copied to General Voss Ga, Commanding Officer, Sarlacc Battalions. 41st Elite Infantry, Dinlo. Republic Assault Ship Fearless, approaching Dinlo. Expansion Bothan Border, 367 days, after Geonosis. General Etain Termukin watched the HNA newsfeed with mixed feelings. On one hand, the events at home saddened her. On the other, they reminded her what the war was about.
15 soldiers and 12 civilian support staff are reported dead after today's second bomb blast. This time, at a GAR logistics base. No group has yet claimed responsibility for the attack, but a security forces spokesman said today that the proximity to tomorrow's first anniversary of the Battle of Geonosis was significant. It brings the total number of deaths and apparent separatist terror attacks this year to 3,040. The Senate has pledged to smash their networks.
Clone Commander Get stood at her side, hands clasped behind his back, as they waited on the repulsor platform that shunted ammo boxes from the magazine to the hangar deck.
No way to die,
he said. Etain turned to look at the troops around them.
Neither is this.
They were set to go. Fearless was half an hour out from Dinlo, and the gunship pilots were making their way down the passages from the flight briefing to carry out their pre-sortie checks. Yellow-trimmed helmets tucked under one arm. They all held the helmets exactly the same way, no doubt the results of thorough drill. General Etain Termukin noted that. She stood back from the hatch to let them through, and got a salute from each as he passed. One glanced at the somewhat unconventional weapon slung across her shoulder and grinned. He indicated the huge LJ-50 concussion rifle that almost dwarfed her.
Does that thing light up blue, General?
Only if you're on the receiving end, Trooper,
she said, and gave him her most reassuring smile. She knew they were afraid, because a commando called Darman had taught her that only idiots didn't fear combat. Fear was an asset, an incentive, a tool. She knew how to use it, even if she didn't embrace it. Today, she needed to tell Impraco Company that. They knew it already, but this was her first mission with them, and she had learned that a little openness with the troops went a long way. And she wanted them to know that she saw them for the human beings they were. Meeting Republic commandos on Quilura for the first time had been a painful revelation for her.
Are you okay with that, General?
Guests seemed to be able to guess what she was thinking almost all the time, and she wondered briefly if telepathy was in their genetic mix. Then she reminded herself that men who all looked the same learned to be very, very sensitive to tiny behavioral cues.
We've got a DC-15, if you prefer. Nice piece of kit.
The LJ-50 was exhaustingly heavy. She developed her arm muscles in the last year, but it still took some handling.
Some very competent gentlemen taught me to use a Kant rifle,
she said.
They persuaded me to keep my lightsaber for close combat. Besides, the LJ's got a 4-meter spread at a 30-meter range. I'm a great believer in efficiency over style.
Get smiled. He knew the stories about the Quilura mission. They all did, it seemed. Gossip traveled at light speed in a close community, and it had months to make the rounds.
I understand Omega are okay on TOPS in the Outer Rim right now.
It's kind of you to check for me, Commander. What's TOPS?
Captain Ordo makes a point of giving your signals priority.
He lowered his voice.
Traffic interdiction operations. Boarding the bad guys' vessels.
Thank you. I've never met Ordo, but he does seem to take care of me very well.
One of Cal Scarada's Null Arcs.
Oh, Cal again?
You've never met him, have you?
No, but I hope I do. I feel as if he's been walking behind me for a long time.
She looked around the hangar and noted there was one platoon still missing. She'd wait. She needed them all to hear this.
I envy his ability to inspire people.
Get said nothing. Tact, perhaps, or merely nothing to add. Attain feared that she still projected her own doubts onto others. She was a Jedi Knight now. She had passed her trials on Quilura with Master Arlegin Zay, working under deep cover with him to mobilize the colonists against the remnants of the Neomodian and Trandoshan occupation. It was silent, grim, secret work, and even though a Republic garrison had now been established on the planet, she still felt that the dwindling population of native Gurlanans and the human farmers were set on a collision course. The Republic had promised the Gurlanans that they would remove the human colony from the world. So far, they hadn't. It would have been a simple case of broken promises, like many others in the galaxy's history. Had the Gurlanans not been a race of shape-shifting predators working as spies for the Republic, this was their bargain. They would provide their unique espionage skills if the farmers stopped driving away the prey on which Gurlanans depended. As far as the Gurlanans were concerned, that meant the removal of human settlements on Quilura. Attain knew Gurlanans made bad enemies. They were more than capable of killing farmers, as they proved when they exacted revenge on informers on Quilura. But the war came first, and diplomacy had to take a back seat. "All present and correct now, General," Getz said. He flicked the controls of the repulsor platform, and it lifted them about a meter above the deck, so that the assembled company of 144 clone troopers could see and hear her clearly. There was no noise apart from the occasional clack of armor plates, as one soldier brushed too close to another, or the quiet clearing of throats. They didn't chat. Getz still defaulted to drill.
"Company, attention!"
The chunk of armor and rifles being slapped hard against chest plates was one synchronous noise. Attain waited a few moments and concentrated on projecting her voice across the cavern of the hangar. She hadn't been trained as an officer. It didn't come naturally. They needed her to be one, just as Darman had when he had expected all Jedi to be competent commanders. She inhaled slowly and felt her voice lift from her stomach through her chest.
Stand easy,
She said.
and buckets off.
The clack and hiss of helmets being removed was a little more ragged than the snap to attention. They weren't expecting that. She stared down into identical faces, reaching out into the force to get some sense of who they might be and their state of mind, much as she had with Omega. It was a complex tapestry, and yes, there was fear. There was an intense sense of belonging and focus too. And there was not a trace of the hopeful child that had once so confused her when she felt Darman, long before she saw him for the first time. Clones grew fast and learned even faster. A year at war, real war, not just fatally realistic training, had made them a lot more worldly, wise, and less idealistic.
We have 2 battalions pinned down on Thinlo.
She said.
You've seen the Alp Order. We open up that exit route for them by cutting through droid lines so they can reach the extraction point. You'll have air support, but we'll be relying predominantly on your infantry skills.
She paused. They listened politely. Whatever focus they had appeared to come not from her, but from something inside them.
I'm not going to shoot you any line about glory, because this is about survival. That's my first rule as a Jedi. You know that. Survive, and so should it be yours. I don't want any wild sacrifices. I want to come out of this with as many of you in the 41st alive as possible. Not because you're assets we need to use again, but because I don't want you to die.
She felt the silence change, not in quality, but in the realization that shivered almost imperceptibly through the force. This wasn't how they were used to seeing themselves.
"We weren't exactly queuing up for it ourselves, ma'am,"
said a pilot, one boot on the step of his cockpit. There was a ripple of laughter, and Attain laughed too.
I will try to keep my arc of fire under control, Bib.
Said Attain, and patted the stoker. She glanced at Ged's forearm. He tilted it so that she could see his chrono readout.
Ramps down in 24 minutes. Dismissed.
The men broke up, replacing their helmets and falling into platoons and squads to make an orderly path to their assigned craft. The squadron of LAAT-C gunships had been stripped out to create troop space on their cargo decks. Ged inspected the interior of his helmet, holding it in both gloved hands.
Aren't you supposed to wish that the Force be with them, General?
Attain liked Ged. He didn't treat her as an omniscient military genius, but as just another being stuck in a hard place without a lot of choices. She could hear a faint sound coming from his helmet's audio feed. When she concentrated, she could hear singing, and so held out her hand for the helmet. She tried on Atton's once, and had been stunned by the welter of data it flung at the wearer. Helmet held close to her head, she could make out strong male voices, a choir of them, singing an anthem she had heard snatches of but rarely had the chance to listen to. Vodan. They were singing in the privacy of their own helmet comlinks, retreating into their world, like Omega Squad did from time to time. She could hear nothing outside the helmets, of course, and she felt oddly excluded. But they were not her brothers all, however much she wished to be a part of something greater than herself, even more than the Jedi Order. They were gearing up for battle.
Balkote, Darasum Kote, Josoran Kondo Atom.
It sounded less martial, and more of a lament to her ears right then. She'd have to ask General Jussic for a translation. He was very much the Mandoa speaker these days. She handed Ged his helmet back and gave him a nod of thanks.
It's not just the Force we need with us today, Commander.
She said,
It's reliable kit and accurate intel.
Always is, General,
he said.
Always is.
He slipped his helmet back on and sealed the collar. She knew without asking that he had started singing, completely silent to her, but one voice with his brothers. Special Operations Brigade, HQ, Coruscant, 20 minutes after the explosion at Depot Bravo 5, 367 days after Geonosis. Captain Ordo needed General Barton Jussic, and he needed him fast. He wasn't answering his comlink. That irked Ordo, because an officer was supposed to be contactable at all times, and this was precisely the kind of emergency that proved the point. Ordo settled the two-seater Aerotech speeder bike outside the main doors far enough to one side not to obstruct them, as safety precautions dictated, and strode down the main passage that led to the briefing and ops room.
Location for General Jussic, please,
he said to the admin droid that was operating the comlink relays in the lobby area.
Meeting with General Arligan Zay and ARC Trooper Captain Mays in the CO's office, sir. Discussing the incontent ordnance situation.
Thank you,
said Ordo.
Just say bomb, will you? That's why I'm here too.
You can't.
But he could, and he did.
Noted.
The red light above the office doors told Ordo that the general didn't want to be interrupted. He expected the Jedi's force sensitivity to detect him coming and open those doors, but they remained closed. So Ordo simply made use of the list of 5,000 security codes that he had memorized for an eventuality like this. He would never trust them to a datapad alone. Scarada had taught him that sometimes you could only take your own brain and body into battle. Ordo took off his helmet first, a courtesy Scarada had also taught him, and tapped in the code on the side panel. The doors parted, and he walked up to the meeting table, a pool of dark blue, polished stone, where Zay, Jussic, and Zay's frankly surprised ARC captain sat staring at him.
Morning, sir, said Ordo. My apologies for interrupting, but I need General Jussic now.
Jussic's thin pale face, with its straggly blonde beard, was a picture of horrified embarrassment. Ordo thought all Jedi could sense him coming, but that never seemed to buffer their surprise when he arrived on urgent business. Jussic didn't move fast enough. Ordo made a gesture toward the door.
Captain, it's not customary to interrupt emergency meetings,
Zay said carefully.
General Jussic is our ordnance specialist, and...
That's why I need him now, sir. Sergeant Scarada sends his compliments, but he would like the general to join him at the incident scene.
seeing as he's the explosive expert, and his skills would be best spent on practical matters rather than discussion. I think your sergeant should be leaving all that to Coruscant security, said Captain Mays, who clearly didn't understand the situation well enough. Typical ordinary ARC. Typical stubborn ARC. No, Ordo said. Not possible. If I could hurry you a little, General Jessic, I have a speeder right outside. And please remember to leave your comlink active in the future. You must be contactable at all times. Mays looked at Zay, and Zay shook his head discreetly. Ordo caught Jessic by his elbow and hurried him down the passage. Sorry about reprimanding you in front of Zay, sir, Ordo said, scattering the droids an occasional clone trooper as they hurried back up the passageway. But Sergeant Scarata is livid. I know, I should have left it on. Like to pilot, sir? I know you enjoy it. Yes, please. It was the rapid thud of boots behind him that made Ordo stop and turn just as Captain Mays put his hand out to tap him on the shoulder. He deflected the ARC's arm and brushed it aside. Mays squared up. Look, Noel, I don't know who your sergeant thinks he is, but you obey a general when he... I don't have time for this. Ordo brought his fist up hard and without warning right under Mays' chin, knocking him against the wall. The man swore and didn't go down. So Ordo hit him again, this time in the nose. Always demoralizing enough to stop someone dead, but nothing seriously damaging. Nothing to cause lasting pain. He would never harm a brother if he could help it. And I only take orders from Cal Scarata. Jessic and Ordo sprinted the rest of the way to the speeder to make up for lost time. Ordo? Yes. Ordo, you just flattened an ARC trooper. He was delaying us. But you hit him twice. No permanent harm done, Ordo said, lifting his comma to slide over the pillion seat behind Jessic. He sealed his helmet.
You can't convince Alpha ARCs of anything by rational argument. They're every bit as obtuse and impulsive as Fett, believe me.
Jessic looked perplexed as he started up the drive. He took the speeder bike into a straight vertical lift and spun it around at the top of the climb. His hair, tied back in a bunch, whipped across Ordo's visor on the slipstream, and the ARC brushed it aside in irritated silence. It was high time the boy braided it, or got it cut short. Where to, Ordo?
Minari.
Brief me, Jessic said.
CSF is struggling with this. If you can get in right now and use the force while the incident scene is fresh, we might get a break.
Jessic banked right to avoid a slim spire and chewed his lower lip. He seemed to be able to fly without thinking. I've been over the data 6 or 7 times, and I can't see any consistent pattern in any of the devices. Not the materials, not the method of construction, nothing. Just that they're all very complex devices, and hard to set. Ordo blinked to switch his helmet audio to filter out the wind noise. Next time, he'd commandeer an airspeeder with a canopy.
Always explosives.
Say again? Ordo adjusted his volume.
I said, always explosives.
Chemical and biological ordnance has limited use on the planet with more than 1,000 different species. Things that go bang, though, are guaranteed to hurt every race.
I'd buy that if these devices were being used randomly. They're not. It's all Grand Army targets. Humans.
Are you sure it's me you need for this? Jessic asked. I'm not as adept with the living force as others.
You want to go back and have a nice meeting?
No. Jessic looked back over his shoulder with a big grin. Ordo had learned not to tell him to keep his eyes straight ahead, but it was still unnerving to watch a Jedi navigate a craft by his force senses alone. I've never seen anyone walk over Zay like that.
I simply had to get the job done, sir. No offense.
Do you mind my asking you something, Ordo?
Go ahead.
Why do you tolerate me? You don't take the slightest notice of Zay or Kamas, or anyone else, for that matter.
Scarata respects you. I trust his judgment.
Oh. Jessic didn't seem to be expecting that answer. I have very great regard for our sergeant, too. Ordo noted the word R, and that was what made Jessic different. As far as Calbur, Papa Cal, was concerned. He had thrown in his lot with his men, but as Kalbur said privately, you could stick a Weequay officer in front of the clone army, and they would still fight well. An army of 3 million men with very few Jedi officers had to be self-directing. Ordo was well used to directing himself. Jessic never asked if Ordo thought of him as his commanding officer, though. He probably knew, and didn't need to be reminded that Ordo answered only to one man, who had stepped physically between him and death once, twice, more times than was decent to count, Kal Skirata. And while Ordo knew intellectually that a detached, unsentimental officer was the kind who won wars and saved the most lives, his heart said that a sergeant who was ready to die to protect his men got the very last drop of sweat and blood from them, and given gladly. I think you might really be in trouble with Zay this time, Ordo.
And what do you think he's going to do about it?
Aren't you afraid?
Not since Camino.
If Jessic understood that, it didn't show. Is it true that your brother Maril hijacked a transport to Camino?
It's known as hardening targets, General. Challenging security to improve it. We do that.
It was a lie, but not entirely. The Knolls tried not to remove Gar assets from the battlefield, unless it was absolutely necessary. But in this case, Kalbur had said it was. The Jedi Command turned a blind eye to the irregularities, if they detected them, because the Null Squad produced unparalleled results. No, Zay wouldn't touch him. If he was foolish enough to try, he would learn a hard lesson.
General, do you remember being taken from your parents?
Jessic glanced to his left, and a few moments later, a CSF patrol appeared on their flank, dipped a wing in acknowledgement, and dropped away below them again. They're just pinging us to be sure we are who they think we are, the Jedi said. Evading the question, can't trust anything to be what it seems these days.
Indeed.
I hope CSF aren't offended by our intervention. Ordo tightened his grip.
It's not their fault. They can't handle this.
They're very confident.
They're competent at defense. They're not used to attack. We can think like an enemy better than they can.
You can. I fear I never will.
I was trained to kill and destroy by any means possible. I suspect you were trained to obey some rules.
I do, actually.
What? Obey rules?
No. I remember being taken from my family. Just being taken, not my family.
And what makes you so attached to us?
Ordo chose his words precisely, knowing what attachment meant to a Jedi. He knew the answer anyway.
And doesn't that worry you?
Jessic paused for a moment, and then turned with an anxious smile. Jedi weren't supposed to feel powerful emotions, like vengeance, or love, or hate. Ordo could now see that conflict on the boy's face daily. And Jessic was a boy. Ordo was the same physical age as the General, 22, but he felt a generation older, despite being born only 11 years ago. And the Jedi drew strength from the things that tore up his heart, just as Kal Skirata had. He and Jessic were opposites in so many ways, and yet so very similar in others. You have such a passionate sense of belonging, Jessic said at last, and you never complain about the way you're used.
Save your sympathy for the troopers,
Ordo said.
Nobody uses us, and a clear sense of purpose is a strength.
The southern side of the logistics depot was a wasteland of shattered metal and rubble. From the air, it looked like an abandoned construction site with a brightly colored perimeter fence. As Jessic dropped lower, the perimeter resolved into crowds, held back by a CSF cordon. The GAR supplies base was right on the boundary of the civilian area, separated only by a strip of landing platforms with levels of warehousing operated by droids below it. It had obviously been a big device. Had the same bomb exploded in the civilian heart of Coruscant, the casualties would have run to thousands. Whatever do they find to look at? Jessic asked. He had trouble finding a space to sit down and had to land outside the security cordon. He was clearly offended by the sightseers and didn't wait for Ordo to clear a path through the crowd for him. For a quietly spoken man, Jessic could certainly make himself heard. Citizens, unless you have contributions to make here, can I suggest you clear the area in case there's a second device still set to detonate? Ordo was impressed at the speed with which most of the crowd melted away. The resistantly curious hung around in small groups. "You don't want to see this," Jessic said. They paused and then walked away. A CSF incident support vessel skimmed across the strip and hovered for a moment beside Jessic. The pilot leaned a little out of the hatch. "Never seen mind influence in action before, sir. Thank you." "I wasn't using the Force," Jessic said. Ordo found a new reason to like this Jedi every day, who took the war as personally as Cal Burr did. A thick-set man in a gray tunic waved to them from the inner cordon, where a large group of civilians and hovercamps waited. Captain Jailer O'Brim wasn't wearing his Senate Guard finery any longer. Ordo knew him well, since they'd worked together with Omega Squad on the Spaceport siege. O'Brim's time had been increasingly taken up with counterterrorism duties. He was seconded to CSF now, but they still didn't seem able to persuade him to wear the blue uniform.
Can you influence the media to go away, General?
Ordo said.
Or shall I do it manually?
The CSF forensic investigation team was still picking a slow and careful path through the debris of the entrance to the Bravo 8 when Ordo and Jessic reached the cordon. Set back 10 meters from the inner cordon was a screen of white plastoid sheet with the CSF badge repeated across its surface. The worst debris had been screened from the cams and prying eyes. It was grim work for the civilian police. Ordo knew that they had neither the expertise nor the numbers to handle what was happening lately. And how did they cope with the things they saw if they hadn't been trained to deal with them from childhood, as he had? For a moment, he felt pity. But there was work to do. Ordo flicked on the voice projection of his helmet with a quick eye movement.
Mind your backs, please.
An H&E crew and a dozen other media representatives, some wets, as Scarada called organic lifeforms, some tinnies, or droids, formed a cautious audience for the grisly aftermath of the explosion. They parted instantly, even before they looked around and saw Ordo striding toward them. Then they gave him an even wider berth. An ARC trooper cut an imposing figure, and a captain marked in a brilliant scarlet that subconsciously said danger to many humanoid species cleared a big path. O'Brim deactivated a section of the cordon to let Jessic and Ordo pass.
This is General Barton Jessic,
Ordo said.
He's one of us. Can he wander around and assess the site?
O'Brim looked Jessic up and down with the air of a man who believed more in hard data than the Force.
Of course you can. Mind the evidence markers, sir.
I'll be cautious, Jessic said, meshing his fingers in front of him to do that little Jedi bow that Ordo found fascinating. Sometimes Jessic was one of the boys, and sometimes he was ancient, wisely sober, another creature entirely. I won't contaminate evidence. O'Brim waited for him to walk away, and turned to Ordo.
Not that it mattered. The forensic is getting us nowhere. Maybe we need the Mystic Mob to give us a break. How are you anyway?
Focused. Very focused.
Yes, your boss is pretty focused too. He can curse the slime of a Hutt, that man.
He takes all casualties personally, I'm afraid.
I know what you mean. I'm sorry about your boys, by the way. They catch it coming and going, don't they?
Scarada was bent deep in conversation with the CSF officer, their heads almost touching, talking in low, agitated voices. He swung around as Ordo approached. His face was gray with suppressed anger. 15 dead. Scarada clearly didn't care about civilian casualties, traffic disruption, or structural damage. He gestured toward a large fragment of white leg armor and the rubble of what had been a security post. I'm going to rip some Chukkar's guts out for this.
When we find them, I'll make sure you're first in line,
O'Brim said. There wasn't a lot any of them could do at that moment, except to allow the largely Celestin Scenes of Crime team do their work. Scarada, chewing vigorously on that bittersweet Ruick root that he had recently taken a liking to, stood with his fists in his jacket pockets, watching Jessic stepping delicately between chunks of debris. The Jedi occasionally stopped to close his eyes and stand completely motionless. Scarada's expression was one of cold appraisal.
He's a good kid.
Ordo nodded.
Do you want me to look after him?
Yes, but not at the expense of your own safety.
After a few minutes, Jusic made his way back to the court, arms folded.
You didn't pick up anything?
Scarada said, as if he expected Jusic to bay like a hunting shrill latching onto a scent. A great deal. Jusic shut his eyes for a second. I can still feel the disturbance in the force. I can sense the destruction and pain and fear. Like a battlefield, in fact.
So?
It's what I can't sense that bothers me.
Which is?
Malevolence. The enemy is absent. The enemy was never here, in fact. Republic Fleet Protection Group, Traffic Interdiction Vessel, TIV, Z590/1. Standing off Carillion Perlimian, Hyperspace Intersection. 367 days after Geonosis. Phi really didn't like zero-G ops. He took off his helmet with slow care and put one hand on the webbing restraints that stopped him from drifting away from the bulkhead of the anonymous utility vessel that had been customized for armed boarding parties. If he moved a little too quickly, he drifted. Drifting made him queasy. Darman, Niner, and Aden didn't seem bothered by it at all. Neither did the pilot, who, for reasons Phi hadn't worked out yet, was called Sicko. Sicko has shut down the drives. The unmilitary, unmarked, apparently unimpressive little Tiv-A plain wrapper, as the pilots tagged it, hung with drives idling near an exit point of the hyperspace route. Cockpit panels flickering with a dozen weapon displays. Externally, it looked like a battered utility shuttle. Under the rust, though, it was a compact assault platform that could muscle its way onto any vessel. Phi thought that traffic interdiction operations was a lovely euphemism for heavy-duty military hijack.
I do like a non-compliant boarding to start the day,
Sicko said.
You okay, Phi?
I'm sorted.
Phi lied.
You're not going to throw up, are you? I just cleaned this crate.
If I can keep failed rations down, I can handle anything.
Tell you what, chum. Put your bucket back on and keep it to yourself.
I can aim straight.
Phi had learned the skills of maneuvering in zero-G late in life, just before he turned 8 and 16, not all that long before Geonosis, and it didn't come as naturally to him as those troopers trained specifically for deep space duties. He wondered why the others had come through the same training with more tolerance of it. Niner, apparently impervious to every hardship, except seeing his squad improperly dressed, stared at the palm of his glove, as if willing the wrist-mounted HoloLink from HQ to activate. The squad now wore the matte black stealth version of the Katarn armor that made them even more visibly different from the rest of the Republic Commando squads. Niner said it was sensible, even if it made them pretty conspicuous targets on snow-covered vests. Phi suspected he liked it better because it also made them look seriously menacing. George didn't care, but it certainly put the winds up, wets, organic targets, when they saw it. If they saw it, of course, they usually didn't get the chance. An occasional click of his teeth indicated Niner was annoyed. It was Scarada's habit, too.
Ordo's always on time,
Phi said, trying to take his mind off his churning stomach.
Don't fret, Sarge. Your buddy,
Darman teased.
Rather have him for a friend than an enemy. Oh, he likes you, hobnobbing with ARC officers from the Bonker Squad, eh? We have an understanding,
Phi said.
I don't laugh at his skirt, and he doesn't rip my head off.
Yes, Ordo had taken a shine to him. Phi hadn't fully understood it, until Scarada had taken him to one side and explained just what had happened to Ordo and his batch on Camino as kids. So when Phi had thrown himself on a grenade during an anti-terrorist op to smother the detonation, Ordo had marked him out as someone who'd take an awfully big risk to save comrades. Nolarchs were psychotic bonkers, as Scarada put it, but they were unshakably loyal, when the mood struck them. And when the mood failed to strike them, they were instant death on legs. Phi suspected that Ordo was bored out of his brain, stuck in HQ on Coruscant for most of the last year with nothing to do. So Phi stared at Niner's glove, too, willing his stomach to stay put. At precisely 0900 hours, 000 time, right on cue, Niner's palm burst into blue light. RC-1309. Receiving, sir, Niner said. The encrypted link was crystal clear. Ordo shimmered in a blue hollow image, apparently sitting in the cockpit of a police vessel. Helmet beside him on the adjoining seat, but he didn't look bored. He was clenching and unclenching one fist.
Sukui, Omega, how's it going?
Ready to roll, sir.
Sergeant, latest intel we have is that the suspect vessel left Kalaran bound for Danan, and it is headed for your position. The bad news is that it appears to be traveling with a couple of legit vessels as a smokescreen. Commercial freight is getting very edgy about piracy, so they're forming up into convoys now.
We can weed out the target, said Niner.
It would be very awkward if you decompress a civilian freighter. At the moment, it'll be the Geyser L6.
Understood.
And we need the die cut alive. No slotting, no disintegration, no accidents.
Not even a good slap? Asked Phi.
Use the PEP laser and keep it non-lethal if you can. Somebody's very keen to have a frank chat with them.
Ordo paused, head tilted down for a second.
Val's back.
Phi couldn't stop himself from glancing at Atten, and noted that Darman had done the same. Atten had his chin tucked into the padded rim of his chest plate, and was idly scratching the scar that ran from just under his right eye and across his mouth to the left side of his jaw. It was a thin white line now, a faint memory of the raw red welt it had been when Phi first saw him, and Phi suddenly realized something he hadn't worked out before. I think I know how he got that. Atten was from Sergeant Wallen Val's training company, not Scarada's, and over the months as casualties mounted and more partial squads were regrouped with men from other companies, they all swapped stories. The Val stories didn't get a laugh at all. You okay, Nervad? Fine, Atten said. He looked up, jaw set. So how many bandits are we going to not slot? Disintegrate, or speak harshly to them, Captain?
5, best intel says.
Said Ordo. We'll assume 10 then, said Niner. Ordo paused for a moment, as if he thought Niner might be resorting to sarcasm. Phi could see it in the way his shoulders braced. He was a knife-edge kind of man. Ordo. But Niner was simply in literal mode, as he tended to be when things were getting intense. He always wanted to err on the side of caution. Ordo obviously knew that. He didn't bite.
By the way, General Tamerkin is operating around the Bothan sector and appears to be coping, according to the Commander Get.
He said.
And she's still packing the conch rifle, so your lesson wasn't wasted.
Be swinging the shiny stick, Phi said, winking at Darman. It'd be fun to see her again, eh, Dar? Darman smiled, enigmatically. Atten was staring in slight defocus at the bulkhead, jaw clenched. Phi thought it was high time the bad guys dropped out of hyperspace and took their minds off the individual things that were troubling them, which included his stomach.
Ordo, out.
The blue hollow said, and Niner's glove held nothing but air again. Darman prepped his helmet, resetting the HUD with a prod of his finger. Poor Adika. He called him by the affectionate nickname Scarada used in private, a kid's name, Little Ordo. In public, it was strictly Captain and Sergeant, and you could call your brother Vodika in the Mandalorian way, but nobody else could, and never in front of strangers. Who'd want to be doing the filing when the rest of your batch are off saving the galaxy? I hear Comerc is out at Utapau, and Jenks canned up and gone hiking with extreme prejudice in the Bakura sector, said Phi. Firefek. Knowing him, he's doing it for the fun of it. And as for Muriel, well, why has Cal not sent him out to Camino? Niner clicked irritably again. Anyone else you want to discuss classified intel with, Phi? Sorry, Sarge. The cabin was silent once more. Phi slid his helmet back on, sealed the collar, and concentrated on the artificial horizon of his HUD to convince his stomach which way was up. The Mark III Katarn armor now had more enhancements and was rated blaster resistant up to light cannon rounds. Every op was full of new surprises from GAR procurement, like a birthday, according to Scarada, although Phi, like all his brothers, never had celebrated one. Now they even had a non-lethal pulse energy projectile, or PEP, for the DC-17 that didn't exactly kill the targets, but certainly made their eyes water. It was Police Riot Control Kit, a deuterium fluoride laser. It would probably just annoy a Wookiee, but it sorted out humanoids in short order. Phi focused on the icons in the frame of his HUD, and blinked one into action, sending chilled air across his face. That soothed his nausea. Then he isolated his audio channel, and accessed a articulately thumping piece of glimmick music. Niner cut in on the comm channel override.
Now what are you listening to? Mon Cal opera,
Phi said.
I'm improving my mind. Liar. I can see you nodding to the beat.
Relax, Sarge. Please.
Want to listen in? I'm psyched up enough, thanks.
Niner said. Darman shook his head. Adam looked up.
Later, Phi.
Sicko glanced over his shoulder, excluded from the squad's conversation by the secure helmet-to-helmet comlink. But he could obviously see the body language that indicated they were chatting. Phi flicked to his frequency with a couple of blinks directed at the sensor inside his visor.
How about you, Nervad? Want some music? No thanks.
Sicko had much the same neutral accent as most of the infantry trooper clones. They'd learned basic from flash instruction, and had really been exposed to outsiders with interesting accents.
But it's decent of you to offer.
Commandos owed their lives to the guts of these pilots. Omega had extracted under heavy fire by their astonishing skill a number of times, and the TIV pilots were the most daring of the lot. Any gulfs among clone troopers, specialists, and the elite commando units had now been swept away by shared hardship, and they were en vogue now, all brothers. Phi was happy to indulge them. He killed the music feed and switched over to the open squad comlink again. The waiting was eating at him now.
Got trade,
said Sicko.
They should be jumping out of hyperspace any time now. 3 contacts.
He flicked the tracking display from his console into a hollow projection so they could see the pulses of color that represented the ships. No outlines or shapes, just a flickering array of numbers and codes to one side, awaiting a ship to tag.
Intercept 2 minutes. It should all be less than a minute apart. Bringing us in, starboard side 2, please,
said Niner.
There you go. The L6 is coming out first.
Sicko pressed his pad on the console, and Phi heard the grapple arms extend and retract like an athlete flexing muscles before an event. The display picked up the ship, then another.
But the second profile looks like an L6 too. Intel said. Intel has occasionally been known to be less than 100% accurate, apparently.
Atten sighed a fifth of contempt.
You reckon?
Phi could see that he was checking ships, configuration data via his HUD.
I'm glad I'm shock-proofed, but we like Intel,
said Phi. No, not again. Let it be right this time.
Sergeant Cal never read us bedtime stories, so Intel satisfies our innate boyish need for heroic fantasy. Is he always like this?
Sicko asked.
No, he's pretty quiet today.
Darman clutched a magnetic frame charged to his chest plate, his hatch persuader, as he liked to call it.
So, are we going to jump the first crate or what? Play it by ear,
said Niner, who always seemed to resort to Scarada's voice under pressure. He hit the release on his restraints.
Let's see how it reacts when we approach. Pressure up helmets, gentlemen, and we're in business. Coming about,
said Sicko.
And if I can't disable its drive, blow the navigation power conduit. The access ought to be outside the engineering compartment, but it's sometimes inside the port side bulkhead. 3 meters from the hatch, so knock the rotten thing out, will you? Or they'll bolt and drag us across 10 star systems.
Then the pilot punched the TIV into a 90-degree roll, and the apparently fixed constellations Phi had been watching tilted before his eyes. He understood instantly why they called the man Sicko. Phi grabbed a restraint instinctively, and his backpack hit the bulkhead.
Oh, fire effect. Whoa! Ugh.
Phi could see through the cockpit screen as he steadied himself alongside the hatch. A box-like freighter, yes. a Geyser L6 loomed out of black nothing.
Interdict that.
Snyder said. Fire reached for his jetpack controls, hanging right beside Darman in freefall. Sicko powered the TIV into a slow head-on approach, and corkscrewed slowly to line it up, and bring the deck head hatch against the port side of the freighter. Landing lights on. The freighter slowed too. Darman stood ready, fingers flexing over the jetpack controls on his belt. He'd be first out, blowing the hatch controls when the blast-proof combing sealed against the target's hull. Pulling aside to let the others storm in, as the TIV moved sedately along the freighter's flank, the landing lights picked out the bright orange livery of ocean containers.
Oops.
Said Sicko.
Looks like the legit one. Back off then.
Snyder said.
If the other ships see this, we've lost.
A flash caught Phi's eye, at the same time it did everyone else's. The second vessel was heading their way.
Another L6.
Sicko said.
Please don't let there be 3 of them.
The first L6 suddenly altered course, with a rapid burn. He had probably picked up the wrong idea about the scruffy little ship in an area of space that was frequently populated by pirates. One of its spars wheeled 90 degrees almost instantly, looming in the TIV's view screen, on collision course.
Abort! Abort! Abort!
Sicko yelled.
Brace! Brace! Brace!
He was cut short by a screech of tearing alloy that shuddered through the TIV. And suddenly, it wasn't the tight gut exhilaration of aborting, but the desperate scramble to survive. The impact spun the TIV off, and the last thing Phi saw, as he somersaulted involuntarily, was Sicko pulling on the yoke and punching a stabilizing burn to stop the spin. There was nothing Phi or the squad could do. It was all down to the pilot. Phi hated that moment of helpless realization every time. The display in his HUD shuddered like a cheap, bootleg holovid as he hit the bulkhead harder than he thought possible in 0G.
Incoming fire! Returning fire!
And then there was light. Brilliant blue-white light. The instant hot rain of fragments peppered and pecked on the hull. Sicko had neutralized the incoming missile. The second L6 powered up and plunged back into hyperspace in a flare of light.
Chew on that!
Sicko said, and slapped his fist hard on the console.
Foam deployed. Hull bridge secure. What's that?
Phi said, suddenly ice cold and focused, and not nauseous at all.
BRB. What? Big red button. Emergency hull seal.
The remains of the freighter's missile cartwheeled slowly into the distance, trailing vapor. It was a kind of self-defense many freighters felt the need to carry these days. Wars created useful opportunity for the criminal community. Niner sighed.
Oh, firefick. Everyone knows we're here now. Anyone get his license number?
I said.
Maniac. Yeah, and more maniacs along shortly, too.
Sicko turned his head towards the scanner readout.
Next one's due in 60 seconds. And the next one 2 minutes later, I reckon. I hope he doesn't call for assistance, or we're gonna have to bang out of here really fast. Tell me they're not going to notice that little fracas. They're not going to notice that little fracas. Or hey, brother. You're welcome.
The pilot didn't take his eyes off the scanner.
Happy to lie to a comrade, anytime. If it makes him feel better, there you go.
The next freighter fell out of hyperspace 1,500 meters from their port bow, and his pilot definitely noticed. Phi knew that because the immediate bright arc of laser cannons gave the Elint mass mounted on the TIV's nose, just as Sicko let loose a sustained volley to the freighter's underslung drive. It was still showering debris as Sicko brought the TIV about and swung under the freighter to loop over its casing from its starboard quarter and bring the TIV, totally inverted, to rest hatch to hatch with the target. And there was nothing the crippled freighter could do about it. Sicko was too close in, too far inside the minimum range of his cannon, and now riding a very angry Raltiri tiger.
This is where you get off.
Sicko's voice was just a little shaky.
End of the line. Stand to.
Niner said. A skirt of combing shot out of the TIV's hatch housing and still tight against the freighter's hull, while the grapple arms held it secure. The pressure equalization light flashed red, and the TIV's blast-proof inner hatch opened. Then the outer one. Dar, take it! Dar slapped the frame charges on the freighter's hatch. The inner hatch snapped shut, again, and a muffled one vibrated through the TIV. How Sicko had managed to bring the TIV alongside the port hatch without ramming the vessel or ripping the deckhead out of the TIV, Phi would never understand. But that was what trooper pilots did, and he was gnawed. The inner hatch opened again. Darman bowled in 2 flashbangs, blinding, deafening stun grenades, and Niner was first through the hatch. Go, go, go! Phi buoyed up on a wave of adrenaline, plunged through after him. DC-17 set to blaster mode. The Tiv and Sicko were swept from his mind from that moment as time disobeyed all the rules, and he was caught in an infinite, slow-motion split second while the squad burst through the hatch, and the L-6's artificial gravity smacked him down hard on the deck. The impact ran through the soles of his boots. He was running for seconds before his proprioception caught up with the gravity, and his body said, "I remember this." But there weren't many places to run on an L6 freighter. It was a cockpit and a couple of cabins bolted to a Duracell box. Of nothing. Atten moved ahead and simply opened up with Adis's new PEP laser, knocking 2 men flat in a massive shockwave of sound and light as they came out of the starboard cabin firing blasters. Phi's anti-flash visor darkened instantly. Even with armor, he felt the shock of the PEP's unleashed energy. They all did. Phi ran on over Atten as he dropped to one knee to cuff and search the men, wrists to ankles, as they lay struggling for breath, whimpering. A PEP round was like being flashbanged and hit in the chest by several plastoid rounds at once. It was usually non-lethal. Usually. 2 down, 3 maybe to go. The cockpit doors didn't open when Niner stood back and hit the controls. Atten caught up with Phi again, and they stood catching their breath. Niner motioned Darman into position at the cockpit doors.
Shame that PEP doesn't work through the bulkheads. Confirmed. 3 still inside.
Darman said, running the infrared sensor sweep and his gauntlet up and down the seam of the doors.
Nothing in the port cabin.
Intel had it right for once. There were 5 bandits on board.
Encourage them to step outside, Dar.
Niner said, checking his DCIS PEP setting. He peered at the power readout.
This thing actually scares me.
Darman unrolled a ribbon of adhesive thermal charge and pressed it around the door's weak points. Then he pushed the dead into the soft material and cocked his head to one side as if calculating.
All that fuss getting in, and now we just walk over them. Anticlimactic, I think the word is.
There was a dull echoing thud and a screech of metal that vibrated through the deck. For a second, Phi thought the debt had gone off prematurely, and that it was all a trick of his adrenaline-distorted perception, and that he was dead, but didn't know it yet. But it wasn't the debt. Phi looked at Niner, and Niner looked at Atten, and Phi saw Darman's viewpoint icon that he was staring at a fragment of flimsy that whipped past him as if snatched by a sudden wind. It was being carried on a stream of air, escaping air. Phi felt it grab him, and they all reached instinctively for a secure point to anchor them.
Hold breach.
Phi said, arms tied around a stanchion.
Check suit seals.
They went into an automatic and long-drilled check of their suit systems. Katarn armor was vacuum-proof. Phi's glove sensor confirmed his suit was still alright, and the thumbs up from the rest of the squad indicated that their suit integrity was holding up too. The temporary gale of escaping air was abating.
Sicko, you receiving?
Said Niner. Phi had the same thought, and judging by the rapid breathing on the shared comlink, so had Atten and Darman. The decompression was via the hatch, and that meant the seal formed by the TIV had been breached. On their comlink, there was only faint static and the sound of their own breathing and swallowing.
Fire effect,
Atten said.
Whatever it is, he's gone.
Niner motioned Darman to stay by the cockpit hatch and beckoned Phi to follow him.
Let's see if it's fixable. You two, stay there. Well, we've probably lost 2 prisoners now.
Darman said.
Better make sure we haven't lost the rest.
There was no telling what had dislodged the TIV, and whether they were going to meet someone boarding to deal with them. They made their way back up the passage to the entry hatch, DC-17's race, and there was no sign of the 2 prisoners they'd left cuffed, nor anybody else. And the hatch, about 2 meters by 2, was wide open, star-speckled void visible beyond. Phi gripped the rail on one side of it and leaned out a little. It was a good way to get your head blown off, but he decided that the urgency of the situation warranted it. There was no sign of the TIV. There was no sign of anything. He pulled himself back inboard. At least the gravity was still functioning. Niner checked the environment sensors on his forearm plate.
Atmosphere's fully vented now. They have to have a phone system in these things. Yeah, but if you had us running around your vessel, would you seal the hole and help us out? Is the cockpit airtight?
Fi asked.
We won't know for sure until they go cold, and we can't pick them up in the infrared.
Niner switched on his tactical spot lamp and began searching the bulkhead for panels.
And by that time, we'll be ice cubes ourselves.
Katarn armor, even the Mark III version, was only good against vacuum for 20 minutes without a backup air supply, and they hadn't counted on being exposed that long. For some reason, Vi was distracted by Sicko's fate. It was a strange thing to discover when you were on borrowed time yourself. But Sicko had said the power conduits were routed via a panel 3 meters from here. Vi ejected the vibroblade from his knuckle plate and pried open the panel. Niner stood behind him and directed his spot lamp into the recessed mass of cabling, pipes, and wires.
That one's labeled isolation bulkhead.
Niner said.
Yeah, but where does that come from? Down?
They looked at the deckhead for shutter housings. There were at least 3 back down the passage that they could see.
Let's play safe and withdraw to the one nearest the cockpit.
Niner said.
We could blow the whole panel here and shut everything down, including the gravity. Lovely. Usually triggers emergency containment.
Niner put his glove to the side of his helmet. It was a nervous habit of his, just like the way he grew increasingly irritable with Fi, as his stress levels peaked.
Dar, are you getting this? Halfway there already,
said Darman's voice. Fi's colonel said they had 15 minutes left to make this work.
Okay, if Dar blows this remotely and it activates the emergency bulkhead, then we'll be stuck between that and the cockpit hatch. And if there's atmosphere in there, we can open it and cozy up to the other 3 Haroon. Or,
Fi said,
we find it's hard vacuum too, and then we'll be completely stuffed. Stuffed if we don't,
said Darman, appearing at Fi's shoulder with a ribbon of thermal detonator tape.
Go on, get back there and wait for me while I set this timer. We ought to call in a red 0. Let's wait until we'll know if there'll be anything left of us to make it worth rescuing.
Niner said, trotting back down the passage Fi watched him go, shrugged at Darman, and then patted the wide open cover of the control panel.
Thanks, Sicko,
he said. Chapter 3.
MRU, already committed. Much regret, unable. Signal relayed from CO, RAS Fearless. On receipt of request to withdraw to Skooma and abort extraction of Starlight battalions.
The wind chill factor in the open true bay of a LAATC gunship flying at 500 kilometers per hour was sobering. But then so was the deafening roar of air and the swoops and dips of the flight path as the pilot jigged to stop ground-based AA fire from getting a lock. Etain realized why the trooper's sealed armor and bodysuit was a good idea. She had only her Jedi robes and the sensible precaution of upper body armor plates, which did little to insulate on their own. She summoned the Force to help her withstand the icy blast and make sure her safety line was hooked securely to the bulkhead rail.
You're going to be in the Dwang when you get back to HQ, General.
The clone trooper sergeant said with a grin. He slipped on his helmet and sealed it. His nickname was Clanky. She made a point of asking.
I really did not see the signal.
She said carefully.
Or at least, I looked at it a little too late.
His voice emerged now from the projection unit of the anonymous helmet.
It was very funny, signaling MRU.
Funny? Oh?
There was a frozen pause.
It's how you decline a social invitation. An RPC. Request the pleasure of your company. Much regret, unable.
Yes, she was in the Dwang indeed. As he put it, she wasn't fully up to speed with the massive acronyms and slang that had erupted in the last year. She could hardly keep up with the clone troopers' inventiveness. Their extraordinary capacity to appropriate language and habits and shape them to their needs had spawned subcultures of clone identity everywhere. She almost felt she needed a protocol droid. But she knew what a Lardy was. Darman had said that the LAATI
Or, in this case, the bigger cargo variant was the most beautiful vessel imaginable. When you needed an urgent lift out of trouble, it certainly felt like it now. MRU indeed. How could I be so stupid? So the troopers thought she was a smart mouth like 5, flourishing a little bravado. Instead, she was simply ignorant of the rapidly evolving and idiosyncratic jargon, and used it carelessly.
I'm sure they'll forgive me if you pull this off, Sergeant.
Her voice was drowned by the roar and falling note of a V-19 Torrent drives, as 2 of the fighters streaked past them and disappeared into the distance. They were heading off to soften the droid positions that stood between the heavily forested terrain where both Sarlacc battalions were pinned down, and there was a narrow ribbon of Delta shoreline where pilots could land. Droids, as Darwin had once pointed out, were rubbish in dense forests. Attain hoped so. The gunship dropped suddenly, now level with the tree canopy, and the streaked image of green foliage showed her just how fast they were flying. Another Lardy came up on their port side. There were 34 gunships somewhere near, strung out in a loose formation heading for the extraction zone.
3 minutes, General.
The pilot's cockpit intercom said. There was a crack and flare of something exploding off to the starboard side.
Getting some attention from the tennies. AAA. Still drop a little more. Hold tight.
It hardly made her flinch now. She had reached the saturation level of adrenaline, where she was vividly aware of every hazard, but running on some primeval, automatic level of painless, cold reason, too scared to panic, as one of the clone troopers had described it. 3 minutes became 3 hours, became 3 seconds. Red blaster fire from droids lit up the tree line as the Lardy banked to come around in a spiral descent. Attain didn't think, and she didn't feel, and she simply jumped the last 10 meters from the open deck over the fast-roping 4-man squad of clone troopers and the green-trimmed sergeant. Force skills came in very useful at the most unlikely time. She landed in front of the squad and brought the conch rifle up level, one hand on the stock, the other on the barrel grip, to sweep the forest edge in front of her. She felt the other gunships landing all around her, whipping up soil and leaves, but she saw only what was in front, about 2 platoons of Sarlacc men exchanging fire with super battle droids on the edge of the clearing, and her squad to either side of her. A spread of 10 EMP grenades from the squad and a volley from her conch brought half the super battle droids to a halt. It was at times like this that she longed for the comlink convenience of a helmet instead of one strapped to her arm, in just the wrong place. The force was short on specifics like SBD strength, 100 units, closing up at green 20, and there was so much chaos and pain in the force right then that she couldn't harness it to focus. So she did what she had been drilled to do, without thinking since she was 4 years old. She fought. She ran the squad, matching her pace, firing a blue stream to the droid line. In odd silence until Clanky activated his voice projector, and she heard him say,
They're closing up, all along the shoreline. Sorry, General. Big holes now in the droid lines.
No link?
she said, superfluous, words stripped from her mind. The concussion rifle was getting heavy and running out of charge. The power indicator was edging back down to 0. 2 more volleys knocked 3 SBDs flat, and a small tree with them.
How many more?
Forward Air Patrol says 200 SBDs, and tanks bearing 20 degrees with 4 Torrents on their case.
More V-19s screamed low overhead, and a yellow fringed ball of white fire backlit the forest, suddenly throwing silhouetted trees and running men into sharp contrast. Fearless's air group commander certainly had a grip on the reality of the situation. No wonder everybody loved pilots. Clanky dropped flat and began firing prone at the stream of SBDs that had turned toward the gunship landing area. Attain followed him without thinking. He was listening to data in his helmet, judging by his occasional emphatic nod.
Sarlacc's breaking out all along the shoreline, General, and Fearless is directing the rest of the Lardies north.
Any word on General Basca?
Clanky went silent for a moment, to her at least.
1 click north with Commander Gree, calling in airstrikes.
2 gunships moved in close enough to catch Attain's peripheral vision, and knots of men broke free from the trees, some carrying wounded comrades between them. Attain hoped a single IM-6 medical droid on each Lardy could handle the triage of dozens of men at once. One gunship set down again at right angles to the tree line. Its starboard hatch shut tight, and taking droid fire that scattered sparks while it trained composite beam lasers on the SBDs. The starboard gunner, horribly exposed in the transparent bubble set in the wing, was hosing the droids at waist height. Chainsaw movement and white armored shapes raced behind the vessel disappeared, presumably into the port side of the true bay. The torrent of comp beam laser was like a freeze frame in its unbroken, steady stream. For a slow motion movement, attained reason, using the forward cannon and deploying the heavier and nastier armament's radiation burst missiles would cause heavy trooper casualties in this position. Her mouth was dry, her heart pounding so fast that she could hardly distinguish between beats, and yet she could stop the chrono to think of these odd things. She resumed firing. She held her fingers tight on the trigger until the conch died in her hands.
Tinny's breaking this way.
Her focus narrowed. She no longer saw the 5 men around her, except as white blurs, and vortices of raw energy and force. The lead battle droid overran their position, and she simply swung the dead rifle in a force-driven arc right up into the thing's chest, smashing the alloy and sending the droid's sunken head assembly flying into the air. She was suddenly aware of blue energy behind the next droid, like a continuous backdrop. Although it had been interrupted bursts of DC-15 fire, she let the cone rifle drop and drew her lightsaber because she had nothing else left. The blade of blue light sprang into life, but she didn't recall touching the control at all. She swept her arm around in a clear arc that brought the mountain of metal down without its legs, tipping like a felled tree to one side of her, falling flat on its firing arm. Suddenly, as its own discharging weapon tore it apart, hot shrapnel sizzled on her robes and skin, but she felt nothing. And she was on her feet now, lightsaber gripped in both hands, point blank with the next droid. She saw 2 of her squad blasting away from a prone position, while Clanky scrambled to one knee to fire a grenade into the advancing range of a dozen SBDs. Droids kept advancing. So did clone troopers, and so did she. We're all the same. None of us is thinking. We're just reacting. She fended off a barrage of red fire, whirling and flicking the lightsaber without conscious decision. Each snaz of colliding energy burst and last. She went on and on and on, blocking each shot as if they would never end. And the next droid was upon her. She slashed. Cables and alloy fragments showered her. A white gauntleted fist grabbed her shoulder and pulled her bodily out of the way.
Bang out, General. The Lardy's ready to lift.
Clanky almost had to drag her off the pile of shattered droids and shove her into a run toward the gunship.
We've done all we can here. And the bay's full. Go. Run.
She grabbed the conch rifle as she ran back, retracting their line of advance. Blind on adrenaline. But at the gunship's platform, she still stopped dead, 1 foot on the edge of the rail, to look back and count men passing her. 1, 2, 3, 4 troopers, and Clanky, all accounted for. She sprang up just as an armored hand gripped hers and yanked her inboard. She had no idea who the trooper was, but he was one of hers now. The gunship lifted in a straight vertical so fast that her stomach plummeted back to ground level. The forest and fertile delta plain of Dinlo shrank beneath the ship and grew dark. The bay hatches slid forward and slammed shut. Then she was standing in a warehouse of scorched, filthy armor and the stench of blood and seared flesh. Her primeval survival mechanisms yielded to shaking anticlimax. Clanky pulled off his helmet, and their eyes met. An odd moment that was almost a glance in a mirror. She knew that the unblinking, wide-eyed shock on his face was exactly what he was seeing on hers. Instinctively, they both reached out to clasp the forearms, and their grips locked for a second or two. Clanky was also shaking. Then they parted and turned away. It was synchronous. Yes, Attain thought. We're just the same. All of us. It was very, very quiet once she blocked out the thrum of the gunship's drive as it made 660 kilometers per hour off the dial back to Fearless. And no, the IM-6 droid could not deal with 40 men crammed into a modified bay, better suited to 30, not if a quarter of them were injured. Then when Attain listened more carefully, and her adrenaline had ebbed, she realized the bay wasn't as quiet as she had thought. There was ragged breathing and stifled yelps of pain, and the worst, this incoherent whimpering that peaked to a crescendo of a single stifled scream and trailed off again.
She picked her way across the bay, stepping over men who were crouching or kneeling, propped against the bulkhead. A clone trooper was being held in a sitting position by her brother. His helmet and chest plate were removed, and Detained needed no medroid to provide a prognosis for a chest wound that was producing blood on his lips.
Medic!
She whipped around.
Medic! Get this man some help, now!
The medroid appeared, as if from nowhere, jerking bolt upright from a knot of troopers where it was obviously working. His twin photoreceptors trained on her.
General,
Why is this man not being attended to?
Triage X.
The droid said, dropping down into the unbroken carpet of troopers again to resume his first aid. Attain should have known. The red X symbol glowed on his shoulder. She hoped the man hadn't heard, but he probably knew anyway, because that was how, in the unsentimental way the Kaminoans had presented their training to the clones. Triage Code X. Too badly injured. Not expected to survive despite intervention. Concentrate resources on Code 3, then Code 5. She took a breath and reminded herself that she was a Jedi. And there was more to being a Jedi than wielding a lightsaber. She knelt down beside him and grabbed his hand. The grip he returned was surprisingly strong for a dying man.
It's okay.
She said. She reached out on the Force to get some sense of the injury, to shape it in her mind, hoping to slow the hemorrhage and hold the shattered tissue together until the Lardy docked. But she knew as soon as she formed the scale of the damage in her mind that it wouldn't save him. She had vowed never again to use mind influence on clones without their consent. She had eased Adam's grief and given Niner confidence when he most needed it, both unasked for. But since then, she had avoided it. Clones weren't weak-minded anyway, whatever people thought. But this man was dying, and he needed help.
I'm Attain.
She said. She concentrated on his eyes, seeing behind them somehow into a swirl of no color at all, and visualized calm. She held out her hand to the trooper supporting his shoulders, and mouthed medpacks at him. She knew they carried single-use syringes of powerful painkiller. Darman had used them in front of her more than once.
There's nothing to be afraid of. What's your nickname?
Vi, he said, and it shocked her briefly. But there were many men called Vi in an army with numbers for names. His brother said no silently and held up spent syringes. They'd already pumped him full of what little they had. Thank you, ma'am. If she could influence thought, she could influence endorphin systems. She put every scrap of her will into it.
The pain's going. The drug's working. Can you feel it?
If the Force had any validity, it had to come to her aid now. She studied his face, and his jaw muscles relaxing a little.
How's that?
Better. Thanks, ma'am.
You hang on. You might feel a bit sleepy.
His grip was still tight. She squeezed back. She wondered if he knew she was lying, and just chose to believe the lie for his own comfort. He didn't say anything else, but he didn't scream again, and his face looked peaceful. She rested his head on her shoulder, one hand between his head and the bulkhead, the other still clutching his, and held that position for 10 minutes, concentrating on an image of a cool, pale void. Then he started a choking cough. His brother took his other hand, and Phi, a painful reminder of a friend she hadn't seen for months and might never see again, said, "I'm fine." His grip went slack. "Oh, ma'am," said his brother. Attain was aware, in a detached way, of spending the next 20 minutes talking to every single trooper in that bay, asking their names, asking who had been lost, and wondering why they stared first at her chest and then at her face, apparently bewildered. She put her hand to her cheek. It stung. She brushed it, and a fragment of alloy came away on her hand with fresh, bright blood. She hadn't felt the shrapnel until then. She aimed herself toward a familiar patch of green in the forest of grimy white armor.
Planky.
She said, numb.
Planky, I never asked. Where do we bury our men? Or do we cremate them like Jedi?
Neither, usually, General, said Clanky. Don't you worry about that now. She looked down at her beige robe and noticed that it was way beyond filthy.
It was peppered with burns, as if she'd been welding carelessly, and there was a ragged oval patch of deep red blood from her right shoulder down to her belt, already drying into stiff lightness.
Master Kamas is going to fry me.
She said. He can fry us too then, Clanky said. Atane knew she'd think about the deftly evaded answer to her question sometime. But right then, her mind was elsewhere. She thought of Darman, suddenly conscious that something was wrong. But something was always wrong for commandos on missions. And the force was clear that Darman was still alive. But the other Phi, the trooper, wasn't. Atane felt ashamed of her personal fears, and went in search of men she could still help. Bravo 8 Depot, crime scene. Minarai, Coruscant, 367 days after Geonosis. Scarada took every clone casualty as a personal affront. His frustration wasn't aimed at O'Brim. The two men respected each other in the way of time-served professionals, and Ordo knew that. He just hoped O'Brim knew that Cal Burr didn't always mean the sharp things he said. So, when are your people going to get off their ships and tell us how the device got in here? Scarada said.
Soon,
O'Brim said.
the security holocam was taken out in the blast. We're waiting on a backup image from the satellite. Won't be as clear, but at least we have it.
Sorry, jailer, Scarada said, still chewing eyes fixed on the rubble. No offense.
I know, comrade. None taken.
It was another reason why Ordo adored his sergeant. He was the archetypal Mando Ad. A Mandalorian man's ideal was to be the firm but loving father, the respectful son learning from every hard experience, the warrior loyal to constant personal principles rather than ever-changing governments and flags. He also knew when to apologize. And he looked exhausted. Ordo wondered when he would understand that nobody expected him to keep up with the young soldiers.
You could leave this to me.
You are a good lad, Ordica, but I have to do this. Ordo put one hand square on Scarada's back, and one on O'Brim's to steer them both a little farther from the scene of destruction, anxious not to make it obvious in front of the Eratis, the non-Mandalorians, the foreigners, sometimes even the traitors, that his sergeant needed comforting. Waiting was the worst thing for Cal Burr's mood. O'Brim's calmly chirped.
Here we go.
He said.
They're relaying the image. Let's play it out to Ordo's link.
The images emerged as a grainy blue aerial hollow rising from the palm of Ordo's gauntlet, and they replayed it a few times. A delivery transport came up to the barrier and was waved in to land on the strip. Then the scene erupted in a ball of light, followed by billows of smoke and raining debris. The explosion blew out the transparent and granite walls of the Bravo 8 supply depot 15 times before Ordo had seen enough.
Looks like the device came in on that delivery transport,
O'Brim said. Some of the recognizable debris scattered around the blast site confirmed that there had been a transport caught up in the explosion.
Nobody running away, so the pilot was inside. And he stopped to look down at data loading into his own pad. I'm getting confirmation that it was a routine delivery, and the pilot was a regular civilian driver. Nothing to suggest that it was a suicide mission. Though, just routine run with some extra unwanted supplies.
Can we go back over the recordings from previous days?
Ordo said.
Just to see if anyone was doing a wreck of vessels and movements in the run-up to this?
Archived for 10 days. Won't be any better in terms of angle and clarity than this.
I'll still take it.
Ordo looked at Scarada, who was silent and visibly angry, but clearly thinking hard. Ordo knew that calculating defocus all too well. Okay, the best lead we have right now is to track back the other way down the line from confirmed explosives supply chains, Cal said.
Omega's on TOPS. Run checking that right now.
Ordo said.
They might come back with some suspects for Val to work on.
I'm turning a blind eye to that, right?
Said O'Brim, a man who left the impression he would have given a lot to be back in the front line, instead of supervising others.
Because suspects are my part of the ship to deal with. But I do have this annoying eyesight problem lately.
Long-term condition? Scarada asked, moving Ordo out of his way with a gentle pat on the forearm.
As permanent as you want it to be, Cal.
Make it incurable for the time being, then. Scarada picked his way past the forensics team, who were still setting marker hollow tags at various points in the rubble. Red hollows for body parts, blue for inorganic evidence. Ordo wondered if the civilians who'd been gawking from behind the barrier would see anything about that on the EH&E bulletin. Scarada paused and leaned over a Celestin technician who was sensor scanning the rubble on hands and knees. Ken, I have the armor tallies when you find them. Tallies? The Celestin sat back on her heels and looked up at him with round black liquid eyes. Explain. The little sensor tags that identify the soldier on the chest plates. Scarada held finger and thumb a little apart to indicate the size. There will be 15 around here somewhere.
We can sort the admin out for you, Cal.
Obrim said.
Don't worry about all that.
No, it's not to account for them. I want a piece of their armor. To pay our respects, the Mando way. Ordo noted Obrim's puzzled expression. Bodies are irrelevant to us. Which is just as well, really. Obrim nodded gravely, and ushered them behind another plastic screen, where the Soko team was assembling and logging fragments of alloy and other barely identifiable materials on a trestle table. You can take over all this if you want. Scarada motioned Ordo across the trestle. It's Ordo's area, but I'm happy for your people to process it. I've got faith in Celestin diligence. Maybe it was just Scarada indulging in harmless hearts and minds work, but it seemed to do the job for the Soko personnel. One of them looked up. It's good to know that the military intelligence suspects CSF. I've never been called military intelligence before, Scarada said, as if he hadn't realized that was what he had been doing every waking moment since 5 days after Geonosis. Ordo held out one hand to the nearest scenes of crime officer, and crooked a finger to his gesture for their data pad.
You'll need this,
he said, and linked it to his own pad.
Here's our latest IED data.
Yes, the CSF's anti-terrorism unit and Scarada's tight-knit team had become very close indeed in the last year. Going through official or public security clearance channels just wasted time, and there was always the chance its civil servants would behave like petty fools across the galaxy and mark data as top secret for their own dreary little career reasons. Ordo didn't have time for that. He was checking that the data had transferred cleanly when the hollow link on the inner side of his forearm plate activated again, and his hand was filled with a small scene of blue chaos. For a split second, he thought it was an image in his HUD, but it was external, and it was Omega Squad.
Omega, Red Zero, Red Zero, Red Zero, over.
The hollow image showed the 4 commandos pressing against a bulkhead with an occasional fragment of debris floating into view. They were all alive, anyway. Scarada whipped around at the sound of Niner's voice, and the code they all dreaded. Red Zero requested for immediate extraction. Ordo switched instantly and without conscious thought into emergency procedure, capturing coordinates from the message and holding up his datapad so that Scarada could see the numbers, and opened a comlink to Fleet. Their language changed, their voices became monotone and quiet, and slipped into minimal, direct speech. The Soko team froze to watch.
SITREP Omega. Targets boarded. Unplanned decompression. And our pilot and the TIV are missing. No power, but no squad's casualties.
Fleet, Scarada here. We have a Red Zero, fast extraction. Please on these coordinates. Pilot down 2. No firm location.
Stand by, Omega. We're scrambling fleet assistance now. Time to critical. 10 minutes if we don't get the hatch on this side of us open. Maybe 3 hours if we do.
Scarada stopped. Comlink still held to his mouth. Obrim was staring at the little blue hologramic figures with the expression of a man realizing something terrible. We could be watching them as they die.
Go on,
Ordo said.
3 suspects, the other side of the hatch. And they can't open it now, even if they wanted to. Dart's gotta blow it. In a confined space? We've got the armor.
Well, that was true. Phi had withstood a contact blast from a grenade in Mark II armor.
You don't have any choice, do you? We've had worse days.
Phi said cheerfully. Ordo knew he meant it. He could feel the other part of him, the Ordica, who wanted to cry for his brothers. But he was very distant, as if in another life. There was just absolute, cold detachment, in the physical shell where his mind was situated now.
Do it, he said.
The Red Zero has been transmitted to all Gar ships in striking distance, Scarada said. Ordo didn't want him to watch the hololink in case things didn't go as planned. He turned his back to him, but Scarada turned him around by his arm and stepped into the holo pickup's field of view, so the squad could see him. I'm here, lads. You're coming home, okay? Sit tight. There was a certainty about Scarada, regardless of how impossible that assurance sounded in cold reality. But Ordo could feel his utter helplessness, and shared it. Omega was light years from the Coruscant system, far beyond the sergeant's ability to step into the fire line in person. The two soldiers turned together to shield the holo image, and then Obrea moved in close, diplomatically blocking the view of his own team.
You're Lad 5,
He said.
My boy still wanted to buy him that drink.
It was Obrea's men Fi had saved from the grenade, and that was probably as openly sentimental as Jailer Obrea would ever be.
In 5,
Darmy said.
4.
Like a HoloNet drama whose budget hadn't run to a decent set, the image in Ordo's cupped hand showed the squad curling themselves against the far bulkhead, grasping conduit to anchor themselves in 0G, heads tucked to their chest and hunkering down. The image disappeared as Niner, whose gauntlet obviously carried the hollow feed, buried his head too.
3, 2, go!
The picture flared into a ball of blue light, and the silent explosion looked even more like a poor quality holovid, whose audio track had failed. The holo image dimmed for a moment, and then the squad's jetpacks ignited, and they surged forward in freefall, rifles raised, and the video feed broke up into wildly random movement, with 2 more blinding flashes.
Okay, 3 bandits down. Not slotted, not fragmented, but not very happy either.
Said Fi's voice, clearly relieved.
And oxygen.
Nice one, Omega. Scarada had his eyes shut for a moment. He pinched the bridge of his nose hard enough to leave a temporary white mark.
Now take it easy until we get to you, okay?
Obrea's face was ashen.
I wish the public realized what those boys do.
He said,
I hate the creepy secrecy sometimes.
Shabu Doten, Scarada muttered, and walked away. No, he didn't care much for the public at all.
What's that mean?
Obrea asked.
You don't want to know,
said Ordo, mulling over Jessek's tenuous analysis of the force around the blast scene. The enemy was never here. So maybe there was nobody watching. There was nobody waiting for precisely the most damaging moment to detonate the device from nearby. Remote detonation of a moving device required one of 2 things. Either a very good view of the target, or, if the target was invisible, a precise timetable so the terrorists would know exactly where the device might be at any given time. And that meant either a very good knowledge of Gar logistics, or, if the terrorists wanted to see the whole area, not just the immediate base, access to security holo networks. Ordo felt a sudden cool clarity settle in his stomach, a satisfying sense of having learned something new and valuable.
Gentlemen, he said, I think we have a mole.
RAS Fearless, Hangar Deck. Clanky kept a tight grip on Atane's upper arm until she felt the drag of deceleration and the thud through the soles of her boots as the gunship docked in Fearless's hangar. By the time she teetered on the edge of the troop bay, somehow more wary of jumping down 1 meter than 10, Get was waiting, expression carefully blank.
The General's got a taste for making shrapnel,
Clanky said approvingly.
You're instant droid death, aren't you, ma'am?
Helmet off, he lowered his voice as he bent his head close to Get's, but she still heard him.
She heard the words, rough time.
We better get you cleaned up, Get said. I fear it's the proverbial interview, without calf, when we get back to fleet.
Commander Gree limped past them with General Vasca, both looking smoke-streaked and exhausted.
Oh, I don't think so,
Vasca said.
Well done. Thank you, Fearless.
Let me walk this off a little. Please, Commander.
Atane looked around the hangar deck, now crowded with gunships, disgorging men. Medical teams moved in. The smell of burnt paint and lube oil distracted her.
Anyone want to give me the numbers?
Get glanced down at the panel on his left forearm.
Improco Company, 4 KIA, 15 wounded. Total return, 140. out of 144. Sarlacc A and B battalions, 1,058 extracted, 94 KIA, 215 injured, no MIA, 20 Torrents deployed and returned. That's 7.5% losses, and most of those were during the Denlo engagement itself, so I'd call that a result, General. It sounded like a lot of deaths to attain. It was, but most had made it. She had to be content with that.
Back to Triple Zero then.
She'd call it 000 originally, the street slang, but the troopers had told her that was confusing. And that over comlink, it wouldn't be clear if she meant Coruscant or was simply using the standard military triple repeat of important data. She decided she liked 000 better anyway. It made her feel part of the culture.
And not before time.
Very good, General, Kev said. Let me know when you want to refresh yourself, and I'll call a steward.
Attain didn't want to be back in her cabin on her own. Not right now. There was a mirror on the bulkhead above the tiny basin, and she didn't like the idea of looking herself in the eye yet. She wandered around the crowded hangar. The Bacta tanks were going to be fully occupied on their journey home. And the clone troopers of the 41st Elite, who were trying to find somewhere to get a few hours sleep, seemed a different breed from the 4 almost boys who had been her rough and ready introduction to unwanted command on Quilura. Men changed in a year, and these soldiers around her were men. Whatever naive purity of purpose, this Cote, this glory, fueled them when they left Camino for the last time. It had been overridden by bitter experience. They had seen and they had lived, and they had lost brothers, and they had talked and compared notes, and they were not the same any longer. They joked and gossiped and evolved small subcultures and mourned, but they would never have a life beyond battle, and that felt wrong. Attain could feel it and taste it as she wandered across the hangar deck, looking for more troopers she might be able to help. The sense of child that had so disoriented her when she first met Darman on Quilura was totally absent. There were 2 shades of existence that tinted the force in that vast hangar: resignation and an overwhelming simultaneous sense of both self and community. Attain felt irrelevant. The clones didn't need her. They were confident of their own abilities, very centered in whatever identity had evolved despite the Kaminoan belief that they were predictable and standardized units, and they were bonded irrevocably with each other. She could hear the quiet conversations. There was the occasional word of Mandoa, which few ordinary troopers had ever been taught, but had somehow flowed through their ranks from sources like Scarada and Val. They clung to it. Knowing what she knew about Mandalorians, it made perfect sense. It was the only rationale that could make sense when you were fighting for a cause in which you had absolutely no stake. It was the self-respect of a mercenary, internal, unassailable, and based on skill and comradeship. But mercenaries got paid, and eventually went home, wherever that might be. One trooper was waiting patiently for the medic. He had a triage flash stuck on his shoulder plate, the number 5. Walking wounded. There was blood streaked across his armor from a shrapnel wound to his head, and he was holding his helmet in his lap, trying to clean it with a scrap of rag. Attain squatted down and patted his arm.
General,
he said. She had so ceased to notice their appearance that it took her a few seconds to see Darman's face in his. They were identical, of course, except for the 1,001 little details that made them all utterly unique.
Are you alright?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your name? And not your number, okay?
Nye.
Well, Nye. Here you go.
She handed him her water bottle. Apart from 2 lightsabers, her own and her dead master's, her concussion rifle, and her comlink, it was the only item she was carrying.
I have nothing else I can give you. I can't pay you. I can't promote you. I can't give you a few days R&R. And I can't even decorate you for valor. I'm truly sorry that I can't. And I'm sorry that you're being used like this, and I wish I could put an end to it and change your lives for the better. But I can't. All I can do is ask for your forgiveness.
Nye seemed stunned. He looked at the bottle and then took a long swig from it, his expression suddenly one of blissful relief.
It's okay, General. Thank you.
She was suddenly aware that the hangar deck had fallen completely silent. No mean feat,
given the vast space and the numbers of men packed in it, and everyone was listening. The unexpected audience actually made her face burn, and then a little ripple of applause went through the ranks. She wasn't sure if that meant they agreed, or that they were just being supportive of an officer who now, that she had some embarrassing clarity of mind, looked like a walking nightmare and was clearly having trouble dealing with the aftermath of battle.
Calf and a change of clothes, General,
Getz said, looming over her from nowhere.
You'll feel a lot better after a few hours' sleep.
Get was a gracious commander and a perfectly competent naval officer. He ran the ship. He was, to all intents and purposes, the commanding officer. She wasn't. And had he been born to a family on Coruscant or Corellia or Alderaan, he would have had a glittering career. But he'd been hatched in a tank on Kamino, and so his artificially shortened life would be very different because of that. When she got back, she would seek out Cal Scarada and beg him to help her make sense of it all. She would find Omega Squad and tell them face to face how much she cared about them before it was too late. She would tell Darman that most of all, she never stopped thinking of him.
You meant what you said, General.
Steering her back to her cabin.
Oh, yes, I did.
I'm glad. However powerless you feel, solidarity means a great deal to us.
She suddenly wanted to see Get go home to a house full of family and friends, and wondered if she wanted it for him or for herself.
I was once taught to see while blindfolded.
She said.
It was a far more important lesson than I ever imagined. At the time, I thought it was just a way of teaching me to strike, with my lifesaver, using the Force alone. Now I know what purpose the Force had. I look beyond faces.
But you won't change anything by blaming yourself.
No, you're right, but I won't change anything by pretending I have no responsibility either.
At that point, she knew, as surely as she had ever known anything, that the Force had lifted her from one existence, turned her around, and dropped her on another path. She could change things. She wouldn't change them immediately, and she couldn't change them for any of the men here, but she would somehow change the future for men like this.
If it's any comfort, General, I'm not sure what we'd do if we weren't doing this,
Getz said.
And you do get to hear an awful lot of good jokes.
He touched his fingers to his brow and left her at her cabin. They actually found things to laugh about, even surrounded by pain and death. Get had that understated, inventive, and irreverent humor that seemed common to anyone in uniform. If you couldn't take a joke, apparently you shouldn't have joined. She heard Omega quote that Scarada line more than once. You had to be able to laugh, or else the tears would ambush you. Attain stared at the dried blood on her robes, and while the memory appalled her, she couldn't bring herself to obliterate it by rinsing it away. She shoved the garment under the mattress of her bunk, shut her eyes, and then didn't even recall lying down. She woke with a start. She woke, and then the ship changed course and picked up speed. She felt it. That hadn't woken her. Some disturbance in the Force had. Darman. She could feel the very slight vibration that told her Fearless's drives were shredding flat out. She sat up and swung her legs over the side of the bunk, rubbing a painful cramp from her calves. A clean set of robes was hanging on a peg behind the hatch door of her cabin. She had no idea where the crew had acquired them, but she washed her face in the basin and looked up at last at the small mirror to see the scratched, ashen, rapidly aging face of a stranger. But at least she could meet her own eyes now. She pulled on the clean robes and was pocketing both her own lightsaber and Master Caspulier's, which she always carried out of sheer sentimentality and pragmatic caution. When there was a sound of boots padding down the passageway outside, someone rapped on the hatch. She eased it open using the Force. It was reassuring to know she wasn't too beaten to do that.
General,
Getz said. He handed her a mug of caf, remarkably relaxed, for a man whose ship was clearly driven by a new urgency.
Sorry to disturb you so soon.
That's very kind of you, Commander.
She said. She took the caf and saw her hands shaking.
I felt something. What's wrong?
I took a liberty, General. I hope you won't be offended, but I overrode your orders.
She couldn't imagine that ever bothering her. She once ordered Darman to do that if he ever felt she was screwing up. The clones knew the trade, far better than she ever would.
Get, you know I trust you implicitly.
He had a disarming grin, not unlike Vi, but with less of a sense of desperately trying to jolly everyone along.
I've diverted the ship to the Taina sector. We received a Red Zero call, and I thought you'd really want to respond. An extra day or so isn't going to make any difference to the survival rate of the casualties now.
Red Zero, an emergency command for all vessels to respond to a disaster of some kind. Something very serious indeed. Even extracting the 41st hadn't been a Red Zero signal.
I'd always give a Red Zero top priority too. Good call, Get.
Thought you might.
He watched her drain the cup and held out his hand to take it.
Especially because this one's from Omega Squad. They're in very deep dwang, General.
Darman, she thought. The Force always made sure she got the most important intel after all. Dar.
Chapter 4.
Delta Squad to Fleet Ops, responding to Red Zero. Position, check-in sector. ETA, 1 standard hour, 40. Can assist medical and oxygen. Please note, deploying in requisition Neomodian vessel. No defensive capacity. Repeat, negative armament. Strongly advise any GAR vessels to ping transponder before opening fire. Be aware that separatist traffic in the sector has increased in the last 20 minutes in response to fleet movements. Prep for unwanted company.
Signal received at Fleet Ops. Pass to Milent in 11, Captain Ordo, and acknowledged.
Vessels responding now. Fearless, Majestic, and impounded enemy shuttle. Advised to assume extraction may be opposed. 367 days after Geonosis.
It was cold and pitch black in the cockpit, but it certainly beat being dead. Vi kept his suit temperature at the bare minimum to conserve power. He flicked on his spot lamp briefly and checked the trussed and shivering suspects who were lying against the deck, a human and, disturbingly, 2 Nikto. Vi had only seen Nikto in obscure databases devoted to identifying the best part of their anatomy to aim at to stop them dead. They were tough. Intel said they could defeat Jedi. They were even rumored to have a weapon that could deflect and destroy a lightsaber blade. Maybe Jedi needed to tool up with pep lasers then. And all the prisoners had tested positive for explosive residue when Darman had run his sensor over them. With the intel and the heavily encrypted data on their pads, the 3 looked like being dead to rights, as Scarada would say. But it was a long way from being satisfied that they'd snatched the right people to actually extracting useful information from them. Vi took his thermal plastifoil survival blanket from his backpack and folded it carefully over the human, who seemed to be more affected by cold than the Nikto. Losing a suspect to hypothermia after going to all this trouble to grab them wasn't an option. Wrapping a body wasn't an easy maneuver in 0G, but at least he'd stop feeling sick. The ultralight plastifoil kept drilling away every time the man shuddered. Vi sighed and took out his universal solution to any problem, a roll of thick adhesive tape, and he hooked his leg around a handrail to stop himself floating while he tore off links. He taped the blankets to the suspect, then he secured the trussed suspects to the deck, with more of the tape. It was amazing how handy tape could be.
And don't ask me to tuck you in and read you a story.
The human just stared balefully at him. He had a lovely black eye now, from resisting Darman a little too vigorously.
They never have happy endings.
The man's ID said, Far or Jewel. But nobody took that too seriously. He was about 30, fine blonde hair, sharp features, very pale blue eyes. The Nikto claimed to be Mutruli and Gis. Or at least their mining licenses did, because none of the suspects were talking. SOPs, standard operating procedures, so they had to stop prisoners from talking to each other before processing. But SOPs hadn't allowed for the little complication of running out of air before an interrogator could be found. Niner turned his head slightly to Orjul.
You can talk to us, or you can wait until Sergeant Val sits down with you with a nice cup of caf and asks you to tell him your life story. He's a good listener, and you'll really want to talk to him.
There was no reason, apart from the brief curses and grunts of pain they'd emitted when Omega stormed the cockpit and subdued them. Phi loved military understatement. None of the suspects had said a single word, not even name, rank, or serial number. And of course, the two who were dry frozen somewhere in the vacuum of space weren't going to provide many answers of their own free will either.
Look, shall I try to get some information out of these gentlemen, just in case the taxi doesn't get here before our air runs out?
Phi asked.
We're not trying to interrogate prisoners,
said Niner. Phi maneuvered himself above the human. He didn't know what Nikto felt or feared, and suspected that it wasn't much, but he knew plenty about his own species' vulnerabilities.
I could improvise. No, you'll bounce off the bulkheads, expend too much oxygen, and then we'll have to slot them to preserve the supply for us. It can wait. Val isn't going anywhere, and neither are they.
Niner was reclining in the pilot's chair, restraining belts buckled and staring straight ahead. The blue-lit T of his visor was reflected in the transparent still view screen, making him look wonderfully droid-like. Phi wasn't sure if Niner was simply saying coldly brutal things to intimidate the prisoners or not. Phi wasn't entirely sure whether he was really joking some of the time. War was nothing personal, but somehow Phi felt differently about people who didn't carry a rifle and who didn't kill in honest combat. They were an invisible enemy. Firefek. Even droids stood up where you could see them. He put it out of his mind with a conscious effort, and not only because Ordo had insisted on undamaged prisoners, he knew how to kill, and he knew how to resist pain, but he wasn't sure how to inflict it deliberately. But he was pretty sure that Val did. He'd leave the job to him. Darman had positioned himself against the bulkhead with his legs stretched out. He looked asleep. Arms folded, head lowered, his point of view icon in Phi's HUD showed only an image of his belt and lap. Dark could sleep anywhere, any time. At one point, he flinched, as if someone had said something to him, but there was nothing audible on the comlink. Atten, belted in to the co-pilot seat, worked on the assortment of datapads, data sticks, and sheets of flimsy that he'd taken from the suspects, dead and alive, and prodded probes into data ports, doing what he seemed to enjoy best, slicing, hacking, and generally dismantling things. Niner occasionally reached out to grab any of his prizes that floated free. Phi propelled himself forward with a gentle push against the deck and offered his roll of tape. Atten managed to smile and trapped the wayward components on the sticky side, securing the other end on Niner's left forearm plate.
Phi, you know I don't mean it, don't you?
Niner said suddenly.
When I get on your back about stuff, I'm just venting steam.
It took Phi aback.
Sarge, I think the first thing you ever did was to tear me off a strip, and we're still brothers, aren't we? You're just like Sergeant Cal. He never meant any of it either. Did you see the state of him on the HoloLink? He looked pretty exhausted. Poor Burr. He never stops worrying.
Phi paused. It was the first time he'd ever heard Niner use the word Burr openly. Father. Phi preferred to see everyone burying their fears in wisecracks. This was all too raw. We could be dead in 2 hours. Well, we've been there a few times before. He shrugged, desperately seeking the other part of him that always had the smart answer ready.
I don't know about you, Bode, but I'm planning on getting back to base because O'Brim still owes me a drink. And you're free war nuts.
So Darman wasn't asleep then.
Firefek, I keep getting this weird feeling, like someone's here next to me. It's me, Dar, but don't ask me to hold your hand. I could.
He unfolded his arms slowly and turned to Atten.
Attika, if you can't decrypt that data, why not just try to send the whole memory back down the HoloLink, as is? That's what I'm doing,
Atten said, without looking up. The only light in the compartment now was the blue glow from their helmets. Fi noted that Aden had his night vision filter in place to see the small ports on the datapads.
You're right. I can't crack the encryption here, but I can dump the data down the link now and let Ordo play with it, if I can override the anti-tampering. Otherwise, it'll just delete everything on here. 10 minutes maybe. I'm not letting this beat me.
Niner eased himself out of the seat and gave Aden a pat on the shoulder as he floated past him.
I'm going to keep the holo link open. Time to update Fleet on our rate of drift anyway.
They had nothing to say at the moment, and the link was a power drain that they might regret later if things didn't pan out quite as they were hoping. But Fi understood. Cal Scarata would be going crazy not being able to keep an eye on them at a time like this. It was what he always said when things got tough. I'm here, son. He felt he had to be there for them, and he always had been. Burr was exactly the right word. Fi had no idea how he managed to keep faith with more than 100 commandos. The link flared into blue light again. Ordo appeared, in full armor, and looking away from the cam. He must have been at Fleet HQ then, to be working with his helmet on, like that. And the holo unit must have been placed on his desk.
Omega here,
Niner said.
Captain, mind if we keep the link open until further notice?
Ordo looked around, and Scarata's voice cut in from outside the video pickup's field.
I'd kick your shubs if you did it. Adika, you okay? Bored, Sarge,
said Fi.
Well, you won't be bored much longer. Majestic and Fearless are on their way. ETA, under 2 hours. Good old man,
Niner said.
But you'll probably have help sooner, because Delta Squad are in transit. Oh, we'll never hear the last of this. You haven't met them yet, son. Heard enough. Rough, rude boys,
Fi said.
And rather full of themselves. Yes, but they have oxygen and a functioning drive, and they're just gagging to get to you first. So play nicely with them.
Scarata moved into the HoloLink's visual range, and sat down on Ordo's desk, swinging one leg, his injured one. He looked the way he always looked on training exercise, grim, focused, and constantly chewing something.
Oh, and don't open fire. They're driving a SEP ship. How did they get a hold of that? Not that the cannon on this crate is working now anyway. Well, I don't think the SEP pilot was keen to part with it, but maybe they promised that they'd bring it back when they were finished.
Fi cut in again.
Anyone looking for Sicko, Sarge? Our TIV pilot? Yes, we'll keep you posted.
Scarata glanced at Ordo, as if he said something.
Aden, son, you know Val's back, don't you?
Aden paused for a second, and then carried on tapping a probe on the entrails of a dismantled datapad. He nodded to himself.
Yes, Sarge. I noted that. You're coming back to Brigade HQ when we get you out of there. But you steer clear of them, okay? You hear me?
Fi was riveted. Aden had never said a word about Val, other than that he was hard, but his reactions were telling. He didn't even look toward the holo image.
I promise, Sarge. Don't worry. I'll be around to make sure, too.
Aden inhaled audibly, a sign that usually meant he was either exasperated or burying his anger. Fi thought better of asking which. Niner detached the holo emitter and pickup from his forearm plate, unlatched the small disc from inside the wrist section, and stuck it on the flat shelf that ran along the freighter's console with a rolled-up piece of tape. The holo image of Ordo and Scarata was silent, as was Omega. There was nothing more to discuss, just having the visual link was enough to comfort everyone. It was a long, silent half hour. Maybe Darmy slept, and maybe he didn't. But Fi suspected he was just thinking. Aden's 10-minute estimate had stretched somewhat, but he plowed on, head down, completely focused. Aden was exactly what he was. Not stubborn, as Basic translated the word. A negative refusal to change. But Aden, in the Mandoa sense, courageously persistent, tenacious, the hallmark of a man who would never give up or give in. Eventually he let out a breath.
Sorted.
He leaned forward to connect the data port to the HoloLink.
Downloading now. Plus Star's explosives profiling and some images of the prisoners. Sorry we didn't get pictures of the dead ones, but they wouldn't look too cute now anyway. All yours, Captain.
That's my boy, Scarada said. Well, he was now. He wasn't about his batch any longer. They all settled back and relaxed as best they could. I could hear it in his helmet. They were breathing in unison now, slow and shallow. Ordo disappeared from the hollow image, no doubt to take the prized data somewhere else to crack it. Scarada simply stayed where he was, occasionally turning to check a screen behind him. After an hour, he spoke again.
Update position and intended movement, Omega. Fearless on station in 43 minutes. Majestic 59, Delta 35. They're so competitive and macho,
I said.
We're gonna have to teach them how to relax.
There was a brief snort of amusement from Darman's audio, and then everyone was silent again. The three prisoners shifted from time to time. The human, Faro Joel, was shuddering uncontrollably, in the cold despite being wrapped like a roasting joint of nerf in all four of the squad's emergency plastifoil blankets. Condensation was forming on the bulkhead next to Phi, and he ran his gloved fingertip across it, making the moisture bead and run. It was just as well that the vessel's electrical power was down. It would be shorting out by now. And just when things were going so well, all things considered, Scarada jumped upright from the desk and rushed out of the camp shop. When he came back seconds later, it was clear something had gone Osikla, as he always put it, badly wrong.
Omega, you've got company. There's a SEP vessel on an intercept course with you. Unidentified, but armed and going fast. Have you any power at all? Can you divert to cannon? Are you certain it's offline?
Niner swallowed hard. The problem with a shared helmet comlink is that you heard your brother's every reaction, even the ones you really didn't want to. It was one reason why they checked each other's biosign readouts, only when they had to.
We blew all the power relays to trigger the emergency bulkhead, Sarge. It's dead.
Scarada paused for a heartbeat.
Their ETA at that speed is 35 minutes, Dika. I'm sorry. It's okay, Sarge.
Niner said. He sounded flat calm now.
Just tell Delta not to stop for Cap, okay?
Phi's adrenaline flooded his mouth with a familiar tingling sensation, and a great cold wash of ice flowed into his leg muscles. You couldn't defend yourself against cannon with a DC-17, not in a sealed and crippled section of a slowly drifting ship. Phi hadn't found himself helpless for a long time. He knew he wasn't going to handle it well. Darman looked up suddenly. He hadn't reacted at all to the grim news until then. He turned to face Phi, just a ghostly blue T-shaped light on the other side of the cockpit.
I don't want to throw any more cold water on this party,
he said.
But has anyone thought through the logical sequence of this extraction? Because I bet Delta has.
RAS Fearless. Time to target, 20 minutes. Commander Gett leaned over the ops room trooper, the one he called Piwo. It had taken Etain a while to realize that he called all the men who took watches at that console Piwo. It was simply an acronym for Principal Weapons Officer. The man's name was actually Ten. Ten's face was blank, with total concentration thrown into sharp relief by the yellow light from the screens in front of him. "There it is," he said. The Separatist ship appeared on the tracking screen as a visibly shifting red pulse. It was now within the scanning range. Omega's wasn't, although 10 had programmed in a blue marker that corresponded with their last position and projected drift.
How many minutes? Are we still behind them?
Etain asked. If 10 didn't like having a commander and general breathing down his neck, he showed no sign of it. Etain admired his ability to ignore distractions, even without a load of force help from her. He didn't seem to need it. 5, maybe 4, if the velocities hold constant. Now, what's that? Gett said. A smaller target had appeared on the screen, first red, then blue, then flashing red with a cursor saying unconfirmed. SIP drive profile, but the scan is probably detecting a guard encrypted transponder, Ten said. I think we can guess who's in the driver's seat there. Wasn't Delta carrying out a rummage of prosecutor? Gett asked.
I gather they had expected visitors.
Doesn't Delta file full contact reports?
Attain interrupted.
No more detailed than they have to. I understand,
Get said.
silent ops. I think they get out of habit of talking to the regular forces side of things. Perhaps General Jussic might have a word with them.
Delta, like Omega, was part of Jussic's battalion, 05 Command, which was one of 10 in the Special Operations Brigade commanded by Attain's former master, Arligan Zay. A year before, there had been 2 brigades. Casualties had slashed their strength in half. And like all commando squads, Delta was utterly self-reliant and operated largely without command, merely receiving intelligence support and a broad objective. It was the kind of command that was ideal for a very smart but inexperienced general, and there was no other way for one Jedi to run 500 Special Forces men, clones-led clones, as they did in regular guard. So Delta did more or less as they pleased within the overall battle plan. Fortunately, it seemed to please them to be blisteringly efficient, a quality Attain noted and respected in every clone soldier she met.
Get me a link to them, Commander.
She said.
I need to talk to them. As do you. I've no idea how they're going to play this.
Get just raised his eyebrows and turned to the signals officer to request a secure link via fleet. It took 30 seconds. They were 18 minutes to target. Time was running out. 10 moved his seat a little so Get would place the HoloLink transmitter on the console where they could see both the link and the tracking screen.
Delta, this is General Termugim. Fearless.
The image that shimmered before her showed one man in a familiar suit of Katarn armor, squatting with a DC-17 across his thighs. The blue light distorted natural color, but the dark patches on his armor suggested red or orange identity markings.
RC-1138, General, receiving.
It was time for names.
Your boss.
Yes, General. Boss, our ETA is 14 to 15 minutes.
You don't have any armaments, do you?
No, and we're aware that there's another SEP ship right under our ships that does.
Boss appeared to check himself.
Apologies for the language, General, but you're the ones carrying the cannon.
Boss, how do you plan to execute this?
She bristled, but she knew that wasn't fair to him.
Could you be more specific?
Okay, we get alongside, access the cockpit, seal against vacuum, and extract personnel.
Access means a big bang, yes?
No, Scorch would usually love that, but this is a cutting job, if you want those prisoners alive, because that'll mean an instant decompression. If you don't want them alive, then that's easier. Omega has enough air so their suits are still good for another 20 minutes in vacuum. In that case, we just blow the cockpit view screen and haul them out.
Boss had his helmet cocked slightly to one side, as if he was asking her to make a command decision. He was. It was the mission objective versus Omega's safety, and that's what command is all about. Attain suspected this was where she finally stopped playing at being a general. Omega didn't have to survive, but a few terrorists who might hold the key to a wider terror network did. Accessing the cockpit carefully with cutting equipment would take more time that might mean the SEP ship arrived before Omega was safe and clear. Her personal choice was immediate, but she wavered over the professional one. She was aware of Get glancing at her and then looking down at something of overwhelming interest on the deck. Boss showed unusual diplomacy for a squad that had a name for being unsettled. He wasn't blind, he could see her as well as she could see him, and he probably saw a child out of her depth.
General, I've spoken to Niner,
He said.
He's clear. They're all clear. This is as close as we've come to grabbing some key players for a long, long time. And it probably cost their pilot his life as well. We have to make prisoner retrieval the priority. We all know the game by now. It's a risk for us too. We might all get baked.
I know you're correct,
Attain said.
but 9 years like Swinville as far as I'm concerned. And I know you'll do everything you can to get them out alive.
General, is that an order? And if so, what is it? Extract Omega and abandon the prisoners, or what?
She felt her stomach fall. It was relatively easy to be the commander, who held a trooper as he was dying. It was much, much harder to stand there and say yes, rescue 3 terrorists and let my friends die. let Darman die, if that's what it takes. Had they asked Scarada? What did he say? Get touched her arm and indicated the tracking screen. He held up 3 fingers, 3 minutes behind the Sep vessel now. They were gaining on them.
Extract the prisoners.
Atane said. It was out of her mouth before she could think further.
And we'll be right behind you.
Unnamed commercial freighter. Drifting 3,000 clicks. Core side of Parlemian node. Red Zero first responder. ETA 6 minutes.
Vi studied his datapad and considered his brief and busy 1-year career as an elite commando. He fought at Geonosis, he'd taken out a Sep research base, nearly slaughtered his beloved Sergeant Cal, and ended the careers of 85 assorted Seps and more droids than he bothered to count. And he denied the CIS an awful lot of assets, from replenishment depots to capital ships, and a fighter squadron that didn't even have the chance to fly its first sortie. Some of it had been fun, most of it had been a grim, hard slog, and all of it had been frightening. And now the cheerful euphemism was over. He was probably going to die, and he didn't want Scarada to witness that. He looked up from the expired op orders of his datapad and saw that the hollow image of Scarada was still much as it had been for the best part of 2 hours. Sergeant Cal waited. He wouldn't leave. Niner continued to stare out the view screen. Then he sat bolt upright, prevented from shooting forward by the restraining belt. Vi checked his viewpoint icon and saw he had activated his electro-binocular visor.
Visual contact,
Niner said quietly.
Fire effect. It really is a Sep crate. Neomodian.
The whole squad maneuvered so they could see what he was looking at.
About time,
Niner said, Vi listening in.
Delta, Niner here. You been sightseeing? Boss receiving. Sorry, we had to stop and ask for directions.
He had a voice, very much like Atton's, but with a stronger accent.
My boys are now going to show you how to do an extraction properly, so take notes, because you might blink and miss it. There's a Sep ship with missiles up the spout, about 3 minutes behind us. Can we bring some friends? The more the merrier. We're going to align with your cockpit, slap an insulation sill on the viewport, and Scorch will cut through. Then you shift it fast, and an RV with Fearless for calf, cakes, and hero worship, got it? Copy that. I love emotional reunions,
Vi said.
And hero worship. Boss, that Sep's getting awfully close.
Another voice. Vi couldn't identify any of them yet.
This might have to beat the galactic record. How close? Close enough to make me mad? They could launch a missile in 2 minutes, and it'd singe your ships overtaking us. Okay, close. Omega, you heard the man.
Boss sounded unperturbed.
Powder your noses and get ready to party.
Fire effect, Vi thought. He rolled carefully to peel Orgel off the deck and haul him upright for a hasty exit with a jetpack assist. The human prisoner looked straight at him and spoke.
You're really not very good at this, are you?
Now you decide to get chatty?
Well, I'll be charcoal in a few minutes, and that gives me some satisfaction.
Okay, now I'm really motivated to introduce you to Sergeant Val. Whoa, cut it out,
Darman said. One of the Nikto tried to gore him with its short horns as he lifted it ready for escape.
Ungrateful Daikut.
He brought his helmet hard down in its face in a perfect headbutt. Only the pilot seat stopped them from being catapulted by the inertia of the impact. Darman looked around at the other Nikto.
Want some? Udisi, boys. Udisi.
Niner raised his D's.
Push comes to shove. We only need one of them alive. So next one to look like a safety risk isn't going home, okay?
The small Neomodian assault vessel now filled their field of vision as it came to nestle partly across the freighter's view screen. Vi watched mesmerized. A hatch opened and something distressingly reminiscent of a wide-mouthed worm emerged and sucked against the transparent still. The familiar blue light loomed from the darkness of its maw. Through the plate, Vi saw a helmet very like his and an exaggerated thumbs-up gesture.
Stand back and watch a pro at work,
said a disembodied voice on the comlink. For a second, Vi thought Scorch was attaching a frame charge. Yeah, that's clever. I don't think.
But the large ring of alloy pipe sat snugly on the plate and began to glow white hot. Scorch's thumbs up became a jerked move away gesture.
Scorch, sooner rather than later, okay?
Boss's voice said.
1 minute tops. We haven't got a minute. What do you want me to do? Shoot through it?
The transversal plate was distorting as the hot frame burned through from the outside. Niner gathered up the hollow link and snapped it back on his forearm plate. Adam shoved data pads and tools in his belt.
Tell you what, shall we just float here and panic incoherently while we're waiting?
Pi said.
Good idea.
Scorch said and moved.
Very good idea, panicking.
Boss said.
Guess what? I just eyeballed from the port side screen. RAS Fearless Ops Room. ETA to target, 2 minutes.
The assault ship had to decelerate to drop from hyperspace and open fire. It caused critical time. Etain watched while 10 made rapid calculations to see if they could find that single critical firing solution that balanced losing speed with firing missiles, and would not only make up those seconds, but also take out the Sepp ship before it had a chance to target Omega. The ops room was crowded with white armor, and yet utterly silent as Fearless's crew watched the tracking screen repeater on the bulkhead. It mirrored what 10, Get, and Etain could see in smaller format at the Piwo station. 10 didn't seem to have blinked in the last 3 minutes. Firing solution, General. His hand rested on the firing key. His gaze welded to the screen. Targets acquired. Best solution we're going to get. And our window is 10 seconds, or we'll take out Omega at Delta 2. Now, General? Etain glanced at Get, her mind partly sensing the ripples in the Force, and the Force agreed with 10, to the very second.
Take it, 10.
Yes, ma'am. The key made a small snipping noise as he depressed it. Fire 1. Fire 2. Missiles away. 2 huge trails of savage energy sped away from the decelerating assault ship and into the void. Etain could feel too much imminent disaster in the Force. She didn't want to watch it as well. She cupped her hands over her nose and shut her eyes for a second time, and then made herself look back at the screen. The tracking screen followed the missiles as steady white lines. It looked as if they had overlapped the pulsing red point of light that was the Separatist fighter. All the traces winked out of existence at the same time. Splash 1, said a trooper at another station. Visual confirmation, target destroyed. And who else? Commander Get asked.
Whoa!
Fi wasn't certain if it was his own cry of shock or Scorch's voice in his comlink, but he saw the ball of white and gold flame expanding toward them, silhouetting the section of Nimi's ship that partly obscured the shield, and he ducked instinctively. A hailstorm of debris rained on the screen. Something large and metallic skidded along the casing of the freighter with a long, dull screech. Fi straightened up as the hammering faded to the occasional rattle, like stones being tossed onto a roof. Then it stopped completely.
Fire feck,
Scorch said.
Now, if only they'd only added a spot of uranium to the warhead, it would have burned a really pretty purple. Fearless, calling Delta. Are you clear? Repeat, are you clear? Respond.
A large rectangle of hot softened glass peeled slowly away from the screen, held by Scorch's fist, and drifted off serenely into a silent, slow-motion collision with the headrest of the pilot's seat.
Delta here, Fearless. Just extracting Omega and cargo now.
Fi fought to stop himself from sounding breathless and shaky. It would let the squad down.
I'm glad the Navy's here,
he said.
Because if it had been down to you, Grease Lightning, we'd been in an asteroid belt by now.
Scorch's visor poked through the aperture at last, followed by his arm, and he made an unmistakable gesture of displeasure. Fi felt his mouth take over, fueled by shock.
My hero, you finally made it. You want to walk back to base?
Niner lifted the plastifoil, grabbed Orgel with one hand, and lined him up with the opening.
Fi's gonna give his mouth a nice rest now, and help me cross. Deck the garbage. Gift wrapped? Aw, you shouldn't have.
Scorch held himself a little further down the axis tube and hugged motionless at 135 degrees, assessing the 3 bound prisoners.
Feet first, please. Then if the Daika tries to kick out, I can break his legs. Don't want this tubing breached.
It proved harder than expected. But by the time the second Nikto had been rammed up into the connecting tube like a torpedo, the warm air from the hijacked Neomodian vessel had worked its way into the freighter cockpit and made Phi feel a lot more comfortable. He stood back to let Atten, then Darman make their way up the tube. Scorch hauled Darman on board by his webbing. Phi waited for his boots to disappear, and then rolled to peer up the aperture into a circle of dim light.
Next.
Phi lined up and then pushed off with one boot. As he passed through the open hatch at the other end, he felt artificial gravity seize him, and he rolled onto the deck with a clatter of armor plates. It took him a few seconds to get to his feet. Niner collided with him from behind. It wasn't a very big ship. Boss. His armor daubed with chipped and peeling orange paint, slammed the hatch shut behind Niner and sealed it. Niner stared at him as if he wasn't sure what should happen next, and then the two men simply shook hands and slapped each other on the back.
Like what we've done with the place?
Boss said, taking off his helmet. The flight deck looked as if someone had been dismantling it the hard way. Panels had been ripped out, wires hung from the deckhead, and there were empty slots in the console where the units had either been removed or not installed in the first place.
Okay, perhaps it's a little basic, but we call it home. You nicked this? No, they'll let us take it on a test drive.
Boss gestured at the rest of his brightly painted squad.
Fixer, Sev, and you already know Scorch. Say hello to the boys in boring black. Thanks, Vode.
Phi said. He wondered why Atten wasn't joining in. He turned away and seemed to be taking a technical interest in a run of conduit.
Any word on Sicko? If that's your pilot, Majestic's been diverted now. They picked up his beacon, and that's all we know.
Boss looked down at the three prisoners lined up on the deck like corpses. He gave each of them a nudge with his boot.
You better be worth everyone's effort.
Phi eased off his helmet and inhaled almost fresh air, except for Scorch. They had all taken off their helmets. Delta was one of the fewer than a dozen squads that had survived intact since decanting, a true pod as the Kaminoans had called it. And they seemed to think that made them an elite within an elite. They had been raised and trained together, and they had never fought with anyone but their brothers. It was a luxury few squads now enjoyed. Phi suspected it meant they didn't play well with others. He remembered only too well how ferociously competitive and inward-looking his own pod had been, and how badly its confidence had been dented when he lost his brothers at Geonosis and was then dumped in Niner's care.
You do okay for a mongrel squad,
Sev said, and Phi chose not to react. He knew he was on autopilot now, and that he should shut up. Niner's glance helped him decide.
I don't suppose you did a rummage on that ship, did you?
Not with a rapid decompression on our hands, no, said Niner.
Word was that it was carrying explosives. Okay, we're going to be coated in SEPs any time now. So let's get this crate into Fearless's hangar, and then they can blow this freighter. If there's anything useful in it, at least the SEPs don't get it.
Darman slid down a bulkhead onto the deck, and Niner sat down beside him. They were nearly back aboard Fearless, and that meant they were nearly home, and home meant Arca Company barracks, and, at last, a good night's sleep after 2 months on patrol. Phi never got enough. None of them ever did, and fatigue could make you dangerously careless.
So, Atten,
Sev said. He wandered up behind Atten, and stood close enough to be annoying. Atten didn't turn around.
Sergeant Val, asked to see you again, Vadika. I'm not your little brother,
Atten said quietly. He kept his back to Sev.
I just work with you.
Ah. So there was some history between those two. Phi bristled. He rallied to his adopted brother. He could see that the prospect of actually meeting Val again was stoking something inside that wasn't typically Atten. Sev didn't let up.
I don't forget, you know.
This time, Atten did wheel around, face to face with Sev, so close that Phi thought his placid brother was actually going to lose it for once. He prepared to intervene.
It's my business,
Atten said.
Stay out of it.
Sev stared into his face.
And disagreements stay inside the company.
Atten hooked his fingers in the neck of his bodysuit and yanked it down to the left, as far as the edge of the armor, exposing his collarbone. He had a lot of raised white scars. Nobody took much notice of them because injuries in training and combat were so common that they rarely drew comment.
You got worse than that, did you? You spent a week in Bakhta, did you?
Adam looked about to snap, and Phi stepped forward to intervene. Then Niner was across the cabin in 3 strides and slammed in between the 2 men. He had to break them up by putting his arms between them and knocking them apart with his arm plates. But Sev's unblinking gaze was still fixed on Adam, as if Niner weren't there.
I think we all need to reach a camaraderie understanding,
Niner said, blocking Sev with his body.
Back at the barracks, if that's okay with you, Nervad.
Sev looked murderous. His eyes were still fixed on Adam's.
Any time, Vadika. Okay, you 2 can shut it now. And you, Vi, stand down. We've all had a bad day, so let's throttle back on the testosterone and play nicely.
Sev held his hands away from his sides in a gesture of reluctant submission, and went to sit beside Scorch in the cockpit. Boss didn't say a word, but Niner grabbed Phi and Adam by the shoulders and shoved them further away.
You're going to tell me what that's all about. No, I'm not, Sarge. It's personal. There's no personal where this squad is concerned. Later, okay? I'm not having you brawling like a pair of civvies. If there's a needle match between you 2, we'll all sort it together, got it? Yes, Sarge.
Niner emphasized his warning with a prod in Adam's chest and moved back to stand with Boss, while Scorch brought the vessel alongside Fearless and began negotiating with the flight deck controller on how they might make space in the hangar for it. Phi waited with Adam in case he decided to resume his little chat with Sev. He had never seen Adam flare up, even under the most extreme pressure, but he seemed ready to swing at anyone now, and even a brain-dead Weequay could have spotted that it had something to do with Val.
Attica. You want to tell me about it sometime? Not really.
Adam patted Phi on the shoulder.
I have to deal with it myself, sooner or later.
Phi glanced at Sev and got a blank stare that wasn't even hostility, just an absence of anything comradely. It wasn't going to be a bundle of laughs if they ever had to work together again. Phi hadn't thought he would get on with Niner at first meeting either, but there had never been anything about Niner that had made Phi want to punch him in the face and get it over with, just to save time. It was going to happen, sooner or later. Phi knew it. He'd never had a disagreement, let alone a fight, with their brother before. It made him uneasy. He distracted himself with dreams of a hot shower, hot food, and the luxury of 5 hours unbroken sleep. Chapter 5. To Officer Commanding SOBCE, HQ Coruscant, CO Fleet Production Group, from CO Majestic off Kalaria, 367 days after Geonosis.
I regret to inform you that we have recovered the wreckage of TIV C590/1 and the body of pilot CT-1127/549. Perlemian traffic control reports that Republic civilian freighter Nova Crystal logged that it fired on a vessel described as a pirate, attacking its convoy to dislodge it from the hull. I also regret that due to security restrictions, I am unable to tell PTC that the freighter killed a Special Forces pilot on active service, and so PTC regard Nova Crystal's skipper to be something of a hero.
Fleet Ops, HQ, Coruscant, 0600, 368 days after Geonosis, the first anniversary of the battle. Scarrata walked out of the Fleet Ops lobby and into a cool, moist morning that he wasn't expecting to welcome. It was over, for the time being. Omega had survived, and they were coming home. They needed a break from continuous deployment in the Badlands, and he was certain they were needed here. CSF couldn't handle a big terror operation in the capital system, not even with O'Brim around. The question was, how to work that past Arligan Zay. The Jedi was reluctant to commit men to what he saw as security work at a time like this. But it was what Ordo and the Nulls were ideally suited for, if they had a few commandos to deploy as well. Scarrata stood on the steps for a few minutes, inhaling fresh air, eyes stinging from fatigue, and raked his fingers through his crew cut. He could sleep now. Omega was safe, Ordo was here with him, and his 5 brothers were accounted for safe and well. Muriel was on Camino. If Zay was heard to mutter that the Nulls were Scarrata's private army, he wasn't entirely wrong. There were still 90,
of the men Scarada had trained from small boys on active service, and he worried about them too. But Omega had become as much his closest family now as the Null Arcs. He would move the galaxy for them if he had to. The gold-veined marble fountain in the center of the plaza beckoned to him. He stopped as he walked past it and simply leaned over and plunged his head into the icy water, holding it there for a few painfully refreshing moments, before jerking upright and shaking the water off like a mop. A couple of early morning pedestrians stared at him, and he returned the stare until they looked away. It was rare for anyone to even notice him. He made a habit of being inconspicuous, but today he didn't care. Did they have any idea what was going on around the galaxy? On hundreds of battlefields? He resisted the urge to grab them, shake them, and make them listen to what was happening in their name. It was the first anniversary of Geonosis. Nobody seemed to be marking that. Ordo walked up behind him.
You should get some rest, Calber.
I'll sleep when you sleep.
I have more good news.
I could do with that.
Dharma's explosives profile. The reading from the prisoners matches up with the manufacturing characteristics of at least a quarter of the devices detonated so far. We got a break.
Good work, and good old Dar. He smiled at Ordo, reminded again of how well his boys have turned out. Tell you what, Ordica. Fancy some breakfast while the system gets on with unpacking that data? They do a disgustingly greasy fry-up in the Kraken. It's not the Sky Sitter, but it sets you up for the day. Ordo shrugged and tilted his head in a conspicuously self-conscious glance down at his spotless white armor.
I don't think we're the Sky Sitter's type of clientele anyway.
Scarada couldn't see the expression behind the visor, but he knew Ordo was amused. It was very good that a man who'd had an unimaginable nightmare of a childhood could find anything funny. They have napkins, and I'll try not to splash sauce over you. Deal? Just to celebrate the fact that we're both still here a year on. Ordo started walking.
What were you doing a year ago today?
Wondering where all my boys had gone.
Sorry, Calber. It was a very rapid deployment. I should have woken you.
You did fine. I should have shaped up and realized you had a job to do.
We certainly accounted for a number of enemy positions,
Ordo said. I never said goodbye to the lads who didn't come back. That's all. I lost 9 out of my batch.
But the last time you saw them, you left them feeling confident, respected, and loved. That's enough for any Burr to achieve.
Thanks, son. How did he ever grow up this normal? Let's enjoy ourselves for a change, shall we? For a few brief hours, Scarada and Ordo did what normal civilians did. It took an easy ride to the city's lower levels to have a dangerously unhealthy but comforting breakfast. Scarada had never used public transport with Ordo in tow before, and the reactions of the other passengers fascinated him. They sneaked sideways glances. Ordo's custom holster with its twin blasters probably focused them somewhat. The ARC Trooper armor was spectacular, even in a city jaded by the everyday presence of 1,000 exotic species. Scarada regularly forgot how few the capital civilians had ever seen a clone soldier face to face, apart from the heavily publicized display of massed guard battalions, boarding assault ships at the military staging area a year ago. The vast majority of Coruscanti had no contact with them whatsoever, and never without their helmets. Ordica, he whispered, do me a favor, take off your bucket, will you? Ordo paused for a moment, and then popped a seal on his collar and lifted off his helmet. Scarada kept an eye on the other passengers' reactions. It was a revelation. Some looked blankly surprised, others went a little farther. Oh no, they're human, one man whispered, and they're so young. Did anyone know how young? He hated using Ordo like this, but it had to be done. Scarada, tired and permanently irritable, bit back his retort and became a diplomat for a few moments. No, sir. The war isn't droids fighting droids, he said. May I introduce Captain Ordo? Ordo nodded politely at the man in the seat across the aisle and extended his hand. Scarada had taught his little gnolls to act like nice boys when they needed to. The man hesitated and then reached across to shake Ordo's hand, surrendering soft, pale civilian fingers to a black gauntlet. The look on his face said clearly that he hadn't expected to find flesh and blood inside the droid-like shell. or to retrieve his hand, uncrushed afterward.
My pleasure, sir.
Ordo said. It was unusually quiet in the easy ride after that. At least the reality had registered on them. Scarada nudged Ordo to get off when they reached the Kraget level, and the Ark replaced his helmet.
You like to shock,
said Ordo. I like to educate, said Scarada. Sorry, son. Strolling around Coruscant with a fully armored Ark captain was hardly blending in, but it got him a good table in the Kraget, which meant one that the service droid actually wiped clean before they sat down. A couple of CSF officers acknowledged them. Police and security officers liked eating here, because it was right on the edge of their manor, as some of them called the rough territory where they plied their trade, handy for a quick response to a call, but far enough away to be a haven. Ordo took his helmet off again, to tuck into the plate of fried, smoked nerve slices. The eggs were from something Scarada couldn't identify, and he knew he didn't want to. He concentrated on the seductively unctuous sensation of hot, fat, and salty yolk in his mouth and washed it down with several cups of calf.
We can't leave this to the boys in blue any longer,
Scarada said. They both knew, but this was without being specific in a public place.
They're hampered by having to do stuff by the book, and we don't know if they're all playing for our team anyway. This is one for us. I'm going to make Zay see sense about it. Once everyone's back in town, it'll be a lot harder for him to say no. If the cryptography droid extracts some relevant data from the Adam's little hall, it might even be harder. Which reminds me, I haven't paid my respects to Val. Promise me you won't pull your knife on him again.
I'll behave. The server droid seemed to have been replaced by a female Twi'lek waitress who looked past prime dancing age, but he still distracted Scarada for a second or two. She put another plate of nerve strips in front of Ordo, who, like every clone soldier Scarada had ever known, would eat anything and everything put in front of him. She smiled and lingered. Ordo froze and returned the smile, in the nervous way of a small boy, then busied himself with his breakfast, and the waitress moved away. Scarada reflected on the careless power of youth and looks, and how incomplete a teacher he had been of social skills. Somehow, I don't think she's mistaken you for a droid. Ordo looked uncharacteristically flustered for a moment.
I've been assessing our requirements.
He cleared his plate again, and Scarada slid his unwanted eggs onto the man's plate and watched them disappear.
Kit is an issue. We need to discuss this before you see Zay. This is going to take some serious resources. Vehicles, safe houses, special surveillance equipment, and ordnance.
Scarada had been doing the calculations at the same time Ordo had. They'd need 2 squads at least, and a couple of gnolls, but 2 squads of Republic commandos in their distinctively bulky Bad Boy Katarn Mark III kit, and Ordo and Maril in their spectacular red and blue, would be noticeable as unusual activity. They might need to wear that armor sooner or later, even if they could be deployed in civilian clothing the rest of the time. Scarada chewed the last overdone piece of smoked nerve, and he saved the delectable crunchy bits for last. And the solution blossomed as his jaw worked. Hide in plain sight. He was good at that. He could become so mundane, unkempt hair, scruffy clothing, that he was almost invisible, and so could his lads, by being the opposite. All they had to do was be one of the number of clone personnel wandering around Coruscant in full armor. And if occasionally they took off that armor and went about in fatigues, then who would really recognize them as individuals? They all looked the same to most people, other than a few Jedi who cared about them as men, and their own brothers. Scarada considered it a very productive working breakfast. He opened his comlink and keyed a meeting request to General Zay. Then he leaned across the table, seized Ordo, two-handed by his shoulder pauldron, and gave him a noisy and exaggerated paternal kiss on the top of his head. "Sorted," he said. "Plain sight." The Twi'lek waitress watched, fascinated. "Hey, can I try that too?" "He's just a boy," Scarada said, and left her a very generous tip. Ordo got up to follow him, pocketing a couple of mill breadsticks for later. "My son."
RAS, Fearless Hangar Deck.
"Good grief, here comes the armored division,"
said Commander Gett. He strode toward the Neomodian vessel. Its casing was streaked and pocked with scorch marks. RCs look like tanks, don't they? Republic commandos did look fearsomely bulky alongside the clone troopers. The first 4 to clamber out of the Seas Trade Federation craft were a riot of color, their battered armor daubed with green, yellow, red, and orange markings. The second squad was armored in matte black, utterly featureless and grim, but Etain knew instantly who they were and which man was which. She needed no battle livery to distinguish them. Their forms on the Force were almost like trails of phosphorescence in a tropical ocean, and they were instantly familiar, instantly old friends. I was only with them for a few days, and I haven't even seen or talked to them for months, but it's as if we were never apart. Phi, oh yes, she knew it was Phi, even before he spoke, saluted, lifted his helmet, and winked. "Ma'am, you look like the back end of a bantha," he said sympathetically. "Are they looking after you properly here?"
Phi.
She knew she was supposed to remain dignified and aloof, and she felt comradeship with many clone troopers in the intervening months, but her first reluctant command with Omega had utterly changed her.
Phi, I've really missed you. What happened to the gray armor?
You know how much Dark griped about being too visible on Quilora? Anyway, he's brought you a present.
He gestured over his shoulder. Darman was helping a group of troopers haul the prisoners out of the Neomodian landing craft while Ket examined it.
They're all in one piece too. We've been really good boys this time.
Delta Squad had simply disappeared. When Etain looked around, she saw they had settled in a tight knot in a corner of the hangar deck, helmets on, obviously talking intently. She knew the body language now. They didn't feel like Omega and the Force at all. They were a concentrated well, a bottomless pool of something unyielding, and it totally enmeshed with each other. The general impression they made on the Force was one of triumphant high spirits. Niner and Adden approached and clasped hands with her. It didn't feel at all inappropriate. They looked tired and anxious, and she wanted very badly to make things right for them. They were her friends.
I bet you'd like something to eat,
she said.
Any chance of a hot shower and a few hours sleep first? Please, General?
Niner looked apologetic and shoved Phi gently in the back.
Me first. I'm pulling rank.
He's not really a sergeant, General, said Phi.
He just helps them out when they're busy. Any news on our pilot?
Niner asked.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
It was never easy. She tapped her datapad to bring up the copy of the signal that Majestic had sent to Fleet and handed the pad to him. Niner glanced at it, blinked, and passed it to Phi. Phi parted his lips briefly, as if to say something, and then his slight frown almost crumpled into grief. He composed himself and just looked down at the deck.
He's not the first,
Phi said suddenly, grim, and Etain had never seen that aspect of him surface visibly before.
And he won't be the last.
Etain watched them disappear through a hatch on the aft bulkhead, trailing after a trooper. Fearless shivered slightly under the soles of her boots, making top speed back to Coruscant, and she waited while Darman spent what seemed like an interminable time fussing about with the prisoner handover. She wondered if he was reluctant to talk after choosing not to remain on Quilora with her. Perhaps he was just concerned that nothing else went wrong. She gave up waiting and walked carefully between the troopers still trying to catch them asleep on the hangar deck, curled up wherever they could find a relatively comfortable space.
Well done,
she said, hoping that some were awake to hear her. Darman had changed. He bent his head to ease off his helmet, popping the seal, and then shook his hair and smoothed it flat with one glove. And although he smiled, he wasn't the Darman she had been through hell with. He looked older. Clones age faster than normal men. He was 11, going on 22, going on 50. When she had first sensed him as a child in the Force, his square, high cheekbone face had been both man and boy. At the stage of life when, had she been able to manipulate time, the slightest push backward would have revealed the child he had so recently been. But now he was a man, quite solidly, and with no hint of the boy about him. It wasn't simply that he had aged 2 years in one. The look in his eyes said he was much, much older, as old as the battlefield, maybe as old as war itself. She had seen it in the face of every clone trooper and commando and art she had commanded. She knew that she had that same look too. But Darman smiled anyway, and the smile broadened to a grin that made the rest of the ship, even the galaxy, utterly irrelevant to her.
You always cut in fine, don't you, ma'am?
It's good to see you, Dar. Whatever happened to Attain?
She turned into a general, and we're on the hangar deck.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it definitely confirmed that we're going back to base?
Unless you want to argue with the officer of the watch, I believe so.
Good. We need a break. Just a day or two, maybe.
He never did ask for much. None of them did. She wondered if they didn't know what the world had to offer them, or if they were just honed down to basic needs. Too overwhelmed to think beyond recovering enough to do the job over again the next day, she patted his armored shoulder and held her hand there for a few seconds. He looked as if he suddenly remembered something and was embarrassed by it, in a way he quite enjoyed.
It must be nice to be able to reach out to someone through the Force,
he said. So he'd felt it. She was glad.
Get yourself off to the freshers,
she said.
Come and find me afterward, if you're not too tired. I'll show you over the ship.
Have you met Sergeant Cal yet?
No.
Cal was always there for Darman. Somewhere. Even at times like this, when she wanted to say so much to him.
When we dock, perhaps you could introduce me.
Darman beamed, clearly delighted.
Oh, you'll like him, General. You'll really like him.
Attain certainly hoped so. And if she didn't, then she'd try, for Darman's sake. SO Brigade, HQ, Coruscant, 369 days, after Geonosis. The smell hit Ordo long before he reached the meeting room. It was a familiar blend of wet wool, mold, and pungent, oily musk. Scarada reacted visibly. He straightened his right arm by his side, out of old habit, and let the blade slide into his hand, fall a fraction until the handle touched his palm, and then he snatched it.
Calbur, it would be better if I shot it,
Ordo said. He put a restraining hand on Scarada's arm.
I won't let you near it.
I've often wondered if you're telepathic, son.
I can smell the strill. You have your knife ready, and we're meeting Sergeant Val. Telepathy isn't required to work that one out.
Ordo would have been quite content to shoot the strill without a second thought, because it upset Calbur. But it wasn't the strill's fault that it stank, or that it had a master who cherished cruelty, or that it had become savage itself. It had been selected by nature and then trained by people to hunt for pleasure rather than for food, and nothing else had ever been allowed to cross its mind. He felt some pity for it, but he would still kill it without a moment's hesitation. The door slid back. Ordo placed his right hand discreetly on the grip of one of his repeating blasters. His attention went instinctively to Val, then to the strill lying on his lap, and then to the fact that he had a clear shot at both. It took less than a second to process the information, and then to subdue the impulse. Behind Val's head, the walls of General Zay's meeting room were a beautiful, soothing shade of aquamarine. But they weren't working. Scarada wasn't soothed, and Captain Mays was sitting at the table beside Zay, arms folded across his chest, and looking none too impressed, either. There was an ugly purple bruise at the point of his chin, more discoloration around one eye, and a cut on the bridge of his nose. I didn't think I hit him that hard, Ordo thought. Unfortunate. Zay motioned Scarada to enter just after the man strode in, of his own accord, and indicated chairs at the Lapis topside table. Bard and Jessic sat beside him, hands clasped on the tabletop in an attempt at serenity.
Well,
Scarada said and sat down. He ran his hand across the luxurious polished surface.
This is nice. I hope I never hear anyone complaining about the Guard's expenditure on armor and weapons. Cal,
Val said politely.
It's good to see you again.
Val was settled in one of the deeply upholstered high chairs, with a strill draped across his lap on its back, all 6 of his legs flopping in an undignified sprawl, while he scratched his belly. His huge fanged mouth was slack, tongue lolling, and a long skein of drool hung almost to the floor. His body was a meter long, lengthened by a whip of tail, covered in more loose skin. The strill was still prettier than Val, though. The man had a long square jaw face that was all bone and frown lines, and graying dark hair, cut brutally short. Faces rarely lied about the soul within.
Wallen,
Scarada said, nodding. Zay gestured to Ordo to sit, but he remained standing and simply removed his helmet. He transferred the bead-sized comlink connector to his ear, noting Zay's expression without looking directly at him. Scarrata looked up. "Take a seat, Captain." Ordo obeyed, only one man's orders. And that man was Cal Burr. Zay was visibly thrown again. No doubt all the other ARCs and commandos jumped when he said so, but he should have known Ordo by now. Mays certainly did. He was staring at his brother ARC, as if one snap of Zay's fingers would give him permission to jump and return that punch. "Mays, perhaps you would like to go and have a break," Zay said. "This is just going to be a tedious administrative matter." Mays paused for one beat, his eyes never leaving Ordo's. "Yes, sir." He grabbed his helmet from the table and left. Zay waited for the doors to close behind him again. "Let's hear your plans, Sergeant." "I want to deploy Delta and Omega on Coruscant to identify and neutralize the SEP network here, because it is here," said Scarrata. "It has to be in order to strike us so easily, and CSF doesn't have the expertise or personnel to deal with this. And there might even be someone inside the CSF passing intel to the terrorists." Zay's eyes were locked on him. "Commandos are a military asset, not an intelligence one, nor police. We have theaters of war across—" "I wasn't planning to arrest anybody. This is a shoot-to-kill policy." "I wasn't aware we had one." "You haven't. So you'd better get one fast." "I can't ask the Senate to authorize use of special forces against Coruscant residents." "Don't ask them." Scarrata became pure ice at times like this. Ordo watched him carefully, anxious to learn more nuances of the part of soldiering that required no weapons beyond nerve and psychology. "Is the Jedi Council too squeamish about that sort of thing too?" "Sergeant?" "Then don't ask them either. In fact, we never had this conversation. All you've done is tell me you can't ask the Senate to give its blessing to a change in the Guard's terms of reference." "But I know what you're suggesting," Zay said. Scarrata was fidgeting with his blade. Ordo could see it. It was a tiny movement, but he could detect the flex of his forearm muscles through his jacket. Scarrata had the point of the blade resting on his curled middle finger and was pressing it ever so slightly up and down, a preparation for dropping and catching the grip. "The Jedi Council is pretty adept at turning blind eyes," Scarrata said. "For an organization that knew it was taking on an army with an assassination capability, you do send out conflicting signals to simple soldiers like me." Val was watching the exchange like a man being mildly amused by a holovid. The shrill yawned with a thin, high-pitched whine. "The difference the Senate will see," they said, "is that this is Coruscant." "General, the days when wars were fought elsewhere, while the home fires were kept burning, are long gone." "I know, but there are armies, and there are bounty hunters and assassins, and the Senate will be wary of crossing that line on home ground." "Well, that's what tends to happen when you let a bunch of bounty hunters and assassins train your army." "We didn't know we even had an army until a year ago." "Maybe, but the fact that you're sitting here now with the general's rank means you've accepted responsibility for it. You could have objected, collectively or individually. You could have asked questions, but no, you picked up the blaster you found on the floor, and you just fired it to defend yourself. Expedience ambushes you in the end." "You know what the alternative was." "Look, General, I need to clarify a few things. Being just a simple assassin and all that, answer a few questions for me." Zay should have been furious that a mere sergeant was treating him as if he were an annoyingly pedantic clerk rather than a battle-hardened general. To his credit, he seemed more intent on a solution. Ordo wondered where expedience ended and pragmatism began. "Very well," said Zay. "Do you want to stop attacks on vulnerable targets that are starting to compromise the ability of the Guard to deploy and are destroying public confidence in the Senate's ability to defend the capital?" "Yes." "Do you think it's a good idea for some of our hard-pressed Special Forces lads to have an unprecedented break on Coruscant after months in the field?" Zay paused. Just a breath. "Yes." "Do you need to ask anyone else to authorize that purely administrative matter?" "No. General Jussick is responsible for personnel welfare."
Ordo kept his face utterly blank. Leave? There was never any leave for the Gar, or the Jedi Command in the front line. Neither would have known what to do with free time anyway. Jester looked pinned down. I do believe some R&R would be a good idea, actually. Scarada smiled at him, with genuine warmth. Justic was all right. One of the boys, all desperate courage and desire to belong. It was hard to tell if he was now playing the game or just being a decent officer. I'll look into it.
And sir,
Scarada said,
is it true that you knew all along that I was a complete chakar who would never follow orders, who kept you in the dark, who treated his squads like his own private army, and was generally a Mando lowlife, just like Jango and the rest of that mongrel scum?
Zay leaned back in his seat and pinched the end of his nose briefly, staring hard at the blue stone table.
I do believe I might realize that at some time in the future, Sergeant.
The corners of his eyes crinkled for the merest fraction of a second, but Ordo spotted it.
I have my suspicions. Proving them is hard, though.
Zay was all right too, then. Val had been watching the exchange with mild interest, and Ordo had been watching him, because he knew the man all too well.
Sergeant Val, do you have any view on this, leave situation?
Said Ordo.
Oh, no. I'm just a civilian now,
Val said. The Strill rumbled. Val, apparently distracted, fondled his ghastly, stinking head, his slightly narrowed eyes revealing a doting affection that he never seemed to spare for any other living creature.
I'm just hanging around. When those detainees are released, I'll offer them a room. For a while. And I'll have a conversation with them. Nothing to do with the Gar, or the Senate at all. Merely a private citizen doing what he can to welcome visitors to Coruscant.
Joseph was watching the exchange with an expression that suggested he was both excited and aware that the stakes had just been raised. They were subverting democracy in one sense, but they were also saving their political masters from a decision they could never be seen to take. Yet had to.
That's the worst thing about having Chakar like us around,
Scarada said.
We just wander off, find some place that you don't know about, and hole up in it, and get into all sorts of mischief
that you also know nothing about.
And then we bill you for it. Dreadful.
Dreadful,
Zay echoed.
Is this the kind of thing that CSF might notice?
Were we to get it a little out of hand, I imagine very senior officers in CSF might need to be reassured, but not by you.
Dreadful,
Zay said.
Hypothetically, anyway.
Language was a wonderful thing, Ordo thought. Scarada had just told Zay that he was about to go bandit, as he called it, running an unauthorized shoot-to-kill operation in a civilian location and simply sending Zay the bill. Val planned to interrogate the prisoners. CSF Senior Command would be placated by Scarada should anything go wrong, without any need for Zay to be involved. And yet Zay had authorized it all. And the subject has still not been discussed. I wonder if anyone will notice our commandos on leave here, Jessic said, apparently catching on.
Probably,
said Scarada.
And wouldn't it be nice if we also extended that home deployment to honest, ordinary clone troopers? Lots of them. That would be good for morale.
And reassuring for the public to see soldiers in armor around the capital.
I wonder how I can persuade the Senate officers that it's a good idea.
Zay cut in.
Have you met Mar Rougion, the Senate head of Republic Affairs? Just asking.
Scarada nodded.
I do believe I've had some contact with him, yes.
Excellent,
Zay said.
I know you two will get along very well.
And the conversation that had never taken place was over. Scarada stood to leave, and Val gave the Strill a gentle shove to persuade it to drop to the floor. It complained in a grovelly rumble, but settled at his feet, looking up at Scarada with red-rimmed gold eyes. Scarada's hand was still cupped, arm at his side, in that way Ordo knew often proceeded in a fight.
Cal, I hear Atton's returning,
Val said. Scarada walked out of the room, head down, Ordo right behind him.
Jessic followed. You stay clear, Scarada said quietly. I'm meeting them all, straight off Fearless. That includes Delta, and they're not yours to run anymore, remember? You just sit tight at the barracks and wait for me to give you a location. Ordo wasn't fooled by Val's restrained politeness. 7 years ago, Val had loomed over him as a figure of authority in his black Mando armor for the first time, the Strill at his heels. Its name was Lord Murderland. Ordo, like all the Gnolls, had perfect recall. He sometimes wished he hadn't. But at least it gave him clarity, and he knew the source of all his fears and anxieties. Lord Murderland, Murd, had lunged at him at Val's command, snapping. Ord had drawn the little holdout blaster that Scarada had let him keep, and would have killed the animal had Kalbur not yelled, check, and brought him to a frozen halt as his blaster aim came to rest between Murd's eyes. Val, Ordo recalled, had laughed. He said that Ordo was Gerverd, almost the warrior. And Scarada had aimed a kick at Murd to drive it off, saying that there was no almost about it. Ordo watched the Strill carefully. The creature trotted ahead of them, sniffing noisily in crevices and leaving behind a waft of pungent scent and a trail of drool. If that thing's going to accompany you on jobs, said Scarada, you better keep it under control or find a use for a Strill pelt. He drew up his arm and flicked his wrist before even Ordo could react. The three-sided blade shaved past Murd and thudded into a polished plate wood floor, a pace ahead of it. The knife vibrated to a standstill. Murd squealed, leaping sideways. Ordo stepped between Val and Scarada, ready to defend Kalbur, and yet another confrontation with the man he loathed. But Scarada just turned to fix Val, with a stare that said he wasn't joking. Val stared back, his long hard face suddenly a killer's again. It's not the Strill's fault, Scarada said. He walked a few paces forward and pulled the knife from the floor. The Strill backed away from him, lip curled back to reveal his fangs. But you have your warning, both of you. We need to get this job done, and that's the only reason I haven't gutted both of you already, understood? I've moved on, said Val, and it's time you did, before I end up having to kill you. Ordo really didn't like that. He ejected the custom vibroblade in his gauntlet, a better weapon at close quarters than his blasters. Scarada gave him the palm down gesture. Leave it. Stay useful, Wallen. He beckoned Jessic and Ordo to follow him. And I hope that Adden's moved on too, because I won't stand in his way now. How far is too far, Cal? Can you answer that? How far did you go? Val called after him. I made that boy a warrior. Without me, he wouldn't be alive today. With him, Ordo thought, Adden very nearly wasn't. Why didn't you mention to Zay that we might also have a league within the Grand Army? Ordo asked. Because, Scarada said, I can't assume. I know who it isn't. The League might not even know that they're the one, either. Until then, only the strike team will know we're looking. What about O'Brim? He's an ally. I hope so. But in the end, who are the only people we can really trust? Ourselves, Kalbur. So we make sure we know who's watching our back. Kar Tali Admeg Ukat Kama. It was good advice to live by. Ordo knew who always watched his. RAS Fearless, inbound to Coruscant Sector. Control. 369 days after Geonosis. I really should make a hollow of this, Commander Getz said. He reached into the assortment of pouches clipped to his belt and took out a small recorder. It doesn't happen that often. Attain, the commander of the assault ship, stood on the gantry that ran around the upper hangar bulkhead and watched the extraordinary spectacle beneath them on the deck. She had heard of this thing, but never seen it. It was the Da Werda Verda, Mandalorian ritual battle chant. Men from the 41st Elite and some of the ship's company, about 50 in all, helmets off, were learning to perform it, with some instruction from Phi and Scorch. Sev, easy to spot by the blood-red streaks daubed on his helmet, sat on the ammunition crate nearby, cleaning his sniper attachments and looking as if he wasn't interested in joining in. He was, of course. Attain could sense it, and she wasn't even properly attuned to Sev's presence in the Force. The Da Werda looked fearsome. General Barton Jussic, a young man who barely came up to a clone commando's shoulder, said he loved to see it, and drew so much courage from it that he learned to perform it with his men. It was Cal Scarada's legacy. Jessic explained that the veteran sergeant wanted his men to know their heritage and taught them to write along with Mandalorian language and culture. Tuang sa rang roka jeti sakarda. The commandos were layering rhythm upon rhythm, hammering first on their own armor, and then turning to beat the complex tempo on the plates of the man next to them. Timed precisely, it was spectacular. Timed wrong, a soldier could break the next man's jaw. Da verda aden tratu coruscanto cantosiatu du moterca drana tracania trasinia gratua con hetsurasha. It was irresistible, ancient and hypnotic. The chant rose from the hangar deck, and one saw its communal voice. She recognized words like Coruscanta and Jetis. Coruscant, Jedi. That couldn't have been in the original Mandalorian chant. Even their heritage had been remodeled to serve a state in which they had no stake. It was, Etain recalled, something to do with being shadow warriors and forcing traitors to kneel before them. They were supremely fit warriors, displaying their discipline and reflexes. Any flesh and blood enemy would have been adequately warned of the power of the forces that awaited them. But George didn't have the sense to be scared. That was a pity, really. Etain winced. The blows looked real. They were putting all their weight behind every one. Astonishingly, none of the initiates had yet timed the movements badly enough to receive an accidental blow to the face. Vi and Scorch demonstrated another sequence. Armor clashed. Sev abandoned his feigned disinterest, took off his helmet and joined them. Then Darman appeared, and they formed a line of four in the front. It was strange to watch Darman actually enjoying himself, oblivious to his surroundings. She had no idea that he had such a powerful voice, or that he could, for want of a better word, dance.
Jessic always talks about this,
said Etain. I've seen a few squads do it, Guest said. It came via Scarada, I hear.
Yes.
Etain was wondering how she would ever measure up to that man. Halfway would have been enough.
He taught all the commandos to live up to their Mandalorian heritage. You know, customs, language, ideas.
She was mesmerized by the unconscious precision of men who were all exactly the same height.
It's very weird. It's like they have a compulsion to do it.
Yes, we do, Guest said. It's very stirring.
I'm sorry. That was rude of me.
No problem, General. It certainly wasn't part of our trooper training on Kamino. It gets passed on from man to man now. He looked restless. She knew what he was thinking. General.
Give me the recorder,
she said, and smiled.
Go ahead.
Gat touched his glove to his brow, and shot off down the ladder to the deck, sliding the last 3 meters on the handrails. It was delightful to see the mix of armor, yellow-striped commanders and pilots, plain white troopers, and the motley mix of commando colors drawn together in one ancient Mandalorian ritual, every face the same. Etain felt adrift, excluded. She had never truly felt this degree of bond with her Jedi clan. The connection in the Force was there, yes, but no. The real strength here was attachment, passion, identity, meaning. She thought of Master Folier, the man who insisted she have a second chance as a Padawan, and not be consigned to build refugee camps because she lacked control. The man who was also passionate and prone to taking on causes. The Jedi who lost his life because he couldn't stay out of a fight when Gez Hokin's militia roughed up the locals on Quilura. Etain thought that wasn't such a bad sort of Jedi to be. Not textbook, but centered on fair play and justice. The clone soldiers were worth that too. She was suddenly aware of Darman looking up at her, grinning. And if it hadn't been for his armor and surroundings, he could have been any young man showing off his prowess to a woman. She smiled back. She still envied him his focus and discipline, especially as he had somehow managed not to lose it after being exposed to a galaxy that didn't quite resemble the ideal he had probably been taught about on Kamino. But Cal Scarada had largely been responsible for his training. She didn't know Scarada yet, but one thing she was certain of was that he was just like a Jedi, a pragmatic man who dealt in reality. The Dawarda went on for verse after repeated verse. Then the klaxon sounded, and the pike came over the address system.
Port duties, men, close up. Damage and fire control parties to stations. Prepare to dock.
Commander Gett broke out of the ranks and came bounding back up the ladder, wiping sweat from his face with a neatly folded piece of cloth. General, will you come to the bridge to see the ship alongside?
I won't be much help, but I like that, yes.
It was as if she were leaving a ship after a long association, a retiring captain. She is only a temporary officer, but still, Gett treated her as if she actually had some importance to the crew, and she found that touching. She stood at the command console and watched as the docking grapnels and platform slid past the view screen, and the crew maneuvered fearless on instruments. Gett had the con. Stop reactor. Commander, reactor stopped. Fearless's secondary propulsion shivered into silence. The vessel sloped gradually into dock on the power of tugs, bringing her alongside Port Side 2, as Etain had now learned to call it. She walked slowly across the bridge to watch the dockside team, getting her brow in place to disembark those members of the crew being transferred, and to allow maintenance and replenishment teams to board. There was the slightest of jarring sensations, as the ship came to rest against huge dock fenders. Fearless was back safely, in her home port for the time being. Etain held out her hand to Gett.
Gloves off, my friend.
He shrugged, smiling, and slipped off the entire gauntlet. They shook hands as equals. Then she pressed a key on the console, opening the public address system that reached every cabin and flat and hangar and mess deck in the huge warship.
Gentlemen,
She said,
it's been an honor.
Chapter 6. In 5 millennia, the Mandalorians fought, with and against 1,000 armies on 1,000 worlds. They learned to speak as many languages and absorbed weapons, technology, and tactics from every war. And yet, despite the overwhelming influence of alien cultures, and the absence of a true homeworld, and even species, their own language not only survived, but changed little. Their way of life and their philosophy remained untouched, and their ideas and sense of family, of identity, of nation, were only strengthened. Armor does not make a Mandalorian. The armor is simply a manifestation of an impenetrable, unassailable heart. Mandalorians: Identity and Language, published by the Galactic Institute of Anthropology. RAS Fearless, Upper Dock, Fleet Support Depot, Coruscant, 370 days after Geonosis. The ramp went down, and for once, the scene that greeted Phi wasn't hostile droid-infested territory and red blaster fire, but Coruscant, and possibly high towers and deep canyons of skylanes, was every bit as alien as Geonosis. Phi had seen it once before, all too briefly, on the way to break a siege at the spaceport. It had been an exotic, exciting lightscape at night, but in daylight it was breathtaking in a totally different way.
Can we have run ashore?
Niner stood with his hands clasped behind him, with his D slung across his back.
Not my call. I'm not the sergeant now.
Lost and the rest of Delta had formed up behind Omega in a neat line, presenting a more orderly rank. They were on the same comlink. Niner said it was ungrateful to block them out, seeing as they had ridden to the rescue. But Omega would never hear the end of it. Phi was sure of that. The 41st Elite were disembarked first. Scorch leaned a little closer to Phi. He was right behind him. The nice thing about Katarn helmet comlinks was that you could switch between circus and have totally private exchanges without any external sign that you were talking or even having a stand-up fight come to that.
So you want to run ashore? What's that?
Zeb said. Phi enjoyed Scarada's wide-ranging and often bizarre language. No other squads talked quite like Sergeant Cal's.
A night out in the town. Dinner at a fine restaurant. Perhaps taking in a Moncal ballet. Yeah, right. Don't, Phi,
Niner said.
You're just being cruel to the Weequay team here. Okay, ale and war nuts, no ballet. And maybe a little shopping with your spook squad buddy.
Scorch said.
New comma, maybe?
Ah, news did travel then,
Don't let Mordo hear you say that.
Vi said.
He'll rip your leg off and hit you with the sake end. Yeah, arcs are all mouth and commas. Oh, hardman, eh? I've seen Twilight dancing girls tougher than you.
Said Scorch.
How many times are we going to have to save your shebs then? Probably as many times as we have to clean up your Osik.
Said Niner.
Can't you two talk about blowing stuff up and play nicely? Where's the general?
Vi said.
Darman interrupted.
Saying goodbye to the cat.
He seemed to be taking a keen interest in Attain's whereabouts.
Can you see Sergeant Cal yet? She said he was meeting us. So, you've been ordered around by a geriatric and a child, have you?
Darman's voice frosted over.
Scorch, do you like medicine or food? Touchy, touchy.
There was a faint click on the helmet comlink.
Delta, this is the geriatric. Get down and give me 50 now. Firefac.
Sev sighed. Omega parted ranks to give Delta the room to perform 50 press-ups in full armor, with backpacks. Vi watched appreciatively. He didn't care for Sev at all. But he was also scanning the landing platform for Scarada, desperate to see his real sergeant again. When Scarada was around, Niner ceased to play the senior NCO. Generals tended not to get much of a look in, either. Scarada was his own command chain. That was 40, not 50, Scarada said from somewhere behind them. I hate innumeracy almost as much as I hate cracks about my personal state of disrepair. Scarada just had a knack for sliding around unnoticed. There had been times when Phi had wondered if he was a Force user, because only Jedi were supposed to be able to pull those kinds of stunts. But Cal Burr was adamant that he was simply good at his job, because he'd been doing it since he was 7 years old. That made him a late starter by clone standards. He appeared suddenly from between a knot of 41st men, and ambled over to Omega, not limping quite as badly as usual, and looking rather dapper in a smart leather jacket. In rough working clothes, he could disappear, but the jacket changed him utterly. Yet there was always something about the man that inspired relief and confidence. Phi felt instantly ready for anything, just as he had when Scarada had been the highest authority in his limited world on Kamino. Scarada paused for a moment in front of him. He didn't seem worried whether Delta had cranked out the extra 10 press-ups or not. He just clutched Phi's arm and hugged Darman and slapped Niner across the shoulders and grabbed Atton's hand. He never seemed to have the slightest trouble now in showing how much he cared about them. Over the years, he changed from shielding his emotions behind a veneer of good-natured abuse to abandoning the pretense altogether. Nobody had ever been fooled by it anyway. Don't scare me like that again, Attica. He turned to Delta, easing themselves up from the floor. And you bunch of die cut, too. I'd better keep a tighter rein on you. He watched the last of the 41st men disappearing into transfer vessels, presumably for return to barracks, and something appeared to amuse him. Scorch. If you're not a good boy, then I'm going to make you wear a comma.
Sorry, Sergeant. Is it true that Sergeant Val's back?
He's back, but he's not a sergeant. I'm your sergeant now, Scorch.
And General Jessic?
He's not your sergeant either. Scarada looked past Scorch and seemed suddenly startled. Phi turned and saw what he was staring at. Attain Turmukin walked across the huge landing platform, hauling the LJ-50 as if they were putting up a fight. That has to be General Turmukin, yes?
That's her,
Darman said.
She's very keen to me.
Phi was distracted by a blip of movement in his HUD. A scruffy civilian air taxi had risen over the parapet of the landing platform, and it shouldn't have been able to do that. His unconscious brain said danger, and reacted a split second before his ingrained training reminded him that unidentified civvy vessels shouldn't penetrate the fleet-based cordon. He was on one knee with his D's charged, and aimed before he even noticed from his HUD that Omega and Delta had both formed up into a single front contact formation. The taxi stopped dead in midair. Jack! Scarada stepped forward in front of them. Phi froze, but Delta aimed around the sergeant. Stand down! One fist held up, clenched to hold off the squads. Scarada signaled vigorously to the taxi with his other hand held flat. Slapping down on the air, drop. The taxi settled slowly on the platform. Omega stopped dead at the check command. Delta took a second longer.
Maybe it hadn't been drilled into them as it had Scarada's badge, but all of them still had their rifles trained. Vi's heart pounded. They were all wound tight and still alert to any threat, alert enough to let hard-trained reactions take over. It was what kept you alive. You can never switch it off. Your muscles learned to do things, and then stopped asking your brain's permission. I'm sorry, lads. Scarada spun around to face them. Udisi. Relax, it's ours.
I'm glad you pointed that out, Sarge.
I muttered. He lowered his deece. Vi followed his lead and glanced behind him. Atenia was still lying prone, with her concussion rifle aimed in the right direction. No easy task with a weapon that size, but her arc of fire left something to be desired. They hoped that her Jedi sense of right place and right time would have stopped her from blowing them all to pieces if she had opened fire. Vi gestured to her to stand down, and then gave up, and just shook his head at her. No. She gestured back, palm up, and jumped to her feet. He wondered if anyone had thought to teach her basic hand signals. Scarada was still apologizing. I should have warned you I had a transport coming. That was sloppy of me. The taxi's hatch opened, and a Wookiee, not a big one, just over a couple meters tall, unfolded itself from the taxi and clambered out, throwing its head back and yowling in complaint. Okay, my fault, Scarada said. He held both hands up in admission to the mountain of glossy brown fur. They're just jumpy. That's all. We'll load now.
All of us in that?
Niner asked. It wasn't a very big taxi.
With the Wookiee too?
No, they're prisoners. Just load them in.
Where are they going?
That's all you need to know right now. Niner paused, then shrugged, and beckoned Boss, Fixer, and Added, follow him back on board Fearless. Attain had moved forward by now, and walked up to Scarada, rifle slung across her back. She was so small that she looked more like a bolt-on accessory to the weapon. Darman reacted and stepped in to get Scarada's attention. It wasn't that he needed to, of course. Scarada was watching Attain, and he seemed to have one eye on Fearless's ramp, and he was placating a clearly irritated Wookiee, somehow juggling situations as skillfully as he'd ever done. General, he said. He paused to nod formally to Attain, which, given Scarada's general contempt for anyone not in armor, seemed quite an encouraging start, Vi decided. We've got a nice new job, and that includes you,
Sergeant,
she said, and bowed her head.
you're not where I expected.
Scarada raised an eyebrow. Nor are you, General. He shoved the Wookiee back a few meters, apparently untroubled by the fact that the creature could have used him for a cleaning rag. He rounded on it. No, just put them on the back seat and drive. Let Val do the rest. The mention of Val gave Vi a hint of what he couldn't grasp from the Shreewook words. So the Wookiee was delivering the prisoners to Wall and Val. It seemed to have volunteered to do something that Scarada preferred to leave to Old Psycho then. The Wookiee obviously wasn't asking if they wanted to stop for lunch.
What's happening here?
Attain asked.
What's happening to the prisoners?
Civilian matter, General, Scarada said, and stood back as Snyder and Boss jogged past steering a medbay repulsor with what looked like 3 large rolls of blankets on it. They bundled each into the back of the taxi, with a little grunting and cursing, then slammed one hatch closed. Don't you worry about it.
But I am worrying about it.
The Wookiee barked once and folded itself back into the taxi. The vessel lifted off and swung back over the parapet, dropping below their view into one of the artificial canyons that seemed to reach down into Coruscant's core. Vi fought the urge to peer after it, then lost and walked a few paces to gaze over the edge. It was a long, long way down. He was thrilled by the sheer scale and variety of it. Polished stone, sparkling glass, a blur of vessels in the sky lanes, hazy sunlight, alien, utterly alien. Scarada blew out of breath and rocked his head slightly as if easing tense neck muscles. General, he said, you and I need to talk. Omega, Delta, a transport will be taking you back to barracks. He paused to check his chrono. You just relax until 1500 hours, and then you report to the briefing room at HQ, main admin building.
Yes, Sarge,
said Niner and Boss, absolutely synchronized. But Attain wasn't giving up. Vi rather liked that about her. But she could be a pain in the chevs when she persisted. She stepped a little closer to Scarada.
I don't like being left in the dark, Sergeant.
Then this galaxy is going to be a constant source of disappointment to you, General.
For a second, Scarada had that edge in his voice that made Fi stiffen, but it softened as soon as it had hit its targets.
Things change. You can say no to this, and I'm rather hoping you won't. But if you do, then Omega, Delta, and my Null Boys will do it without you.
Attain lapsed into silence. Scarada could motivate a prick if he put his mind to it. She wanted to stick with the squad, and everyone knew it. She looked at him as if she was listening to other voices.
If Omega can't say no, then neither can I.
Good,
said Scarada. He peeled back the collar of his jacket and muttered into a tiny comlink. It looked as if General Jessic still had a taste for supplying unusual kit.
Standing by.
Vi peered back over the dock platform parapet, gripping the safety rail to lean out a little more and get a better look. It was the kind of view the very wealthy paid a fortune to see from their window, but you could get it for free in the Grand Army, as long as you didn't mind getting your head shut off to qualify for the privilege. Scarada leaned against the parapet beside him.
I like the fast rope down there,
Vi said. He'd always enjoyed that in training on Camino. He preferred endless vistas to cramped spaces, as did many of his brothers. They said it was the legacy of being gestated in glass vats. Ordo claimed he could even remember it.
How long have we got here, Sarge? Can we see some of the city, please?
Yeah, I promised you all a night out, didn't I? How long ago?
8 months.
I remembered all right. Straight after the spaceport siege, the promise of a drink from Captain O'Brim for a job well done, and then Ordo hauled him straight off for another mission.
I'd love to see it once before I...
He paused.
I'd just like to explore it a bit.
Scarada's brow creased briefly and put his hand on Vi's back. Don't you talk like that, son. You'll see plenty of this. I promise.
How?
Far below, something that might have been a bird leapt suddenly into the yawning crevasse of buildings and plummeted at a high speed with wings folded back until Fi lost sight of it. The platform was at least 5,000 meters high.
That'd be a nice change.
So you like the new battlefield then? Fi dragged himself away from the apparently limitless view.
So, we get a spell in a stone frigate?
What?
Just something I picked up from the lads on board Fearless.
So he taught Sergeant Cal some new slang. That was something.
A shore-based job. Filing flimsy and answering the comlinks. Lots of cap breaks.
Try threat resolution. Interdiction.
Oh.
Welcome to the world of euphemism, Fi. We're going to be fighting in the hardest terrain of all, right in the middle of billions of cities, slotting bad guys on Coruscant.
Good,
said Fi.
I hate commuting.
Arca Company Barracks, SO Brigade HQ Coruscant. Attain trailed Scarada down the long passage that ran from the main doors of the Arca Barrack wing, and felt like she was following a Gadan. Omega Squad's description had made her think of him as a kindly old uncle, a veteran soldier with a facade of tough talk who had sweated blood to give a generation of boys the benefit of his wisdom. But what she experienced in the Force was very different, just as his appearance was unlike her mental image of him. He was a whirlpool of balanced conflict, truly cold black violence, shot through with deep red passionate loves and hatreds. It marked him out as a complex man who had built a warrior elite. If she looked at him another way, though, he was very much the dark side, everything she had been taught to shun. Yes, he reminded her of a Gadan, the nasty little carnivores that hunted in packs on Quilura, and would take on any prey, small by comparison with his strapping troops, but ferociously, tenaciously aggressive. And he wasn't quite the elderly man the squad had first described either. To 20-year-old boys, he must have seemed ancient, but he was about 60 standard years, just middle-aged, and obviously fit, except for his tendency to drag his left leg. And he looked armored. He was only wearing a civilian jacket, polished tan bantha leather with a high black collar and plain brown pants, but he had that same presence that all of the commandos had.
He was ready for something, given that he was a head shorter than his squad, had a pronounced limp, and yet still looked like trouble. Attain decided he must have once been a formidable soldier. She realized he still was. "In here, ma'am." He could make ma'am sound like girl somehow. He could do the same with general. But as a Jedi, she had no right to feel affronted by lack of deference. She realized that she simply wished he would like her. "Just a little chat, and then you can find General Jessup and catch up on events." Yes, Scarada gave the orders. He ushered her into a side room that turned out to be a cabin with a table, a chair, and a narrow bed, with a half-packed carryall sitting on it. There was a neat pile of clothing, military-grade fabric equipment cases, with unidentifiable lumpy items in them, and a set of sand-gold, battle-scarred Mandalorian armor. The Force told her this was a tidy room filled with a wretched chaos of broken lives, pain, and misery. She wondered if it was entirely his, but she stopped herself from probing further, in case he felt it and reacted. He was a dangerously perceptive man. She had no sense at all of any animosity directed at her.
That's a fine helmet,
she said. It had detailed crimson and gold sigils, and the alloy section that formed the eyepiece T of the visor was jet black. There was telltale scrapes and gouges as if some huge creature had clawed at it.
Does Spysel have Hokin's armor?
Scarada nodded. Certainly has. Niner said he could have it, and he keeps it stashed in his locker. Attain thought of Gez Hokin, and how she had first mistaken Darman for Kalora's brutal enforcer simply because of that sinister helmet with its T-shaped slit. Vi had the helmet now, and that was because Attain had taken Hokin's head off with her lightsaber, nearly a year ago and a lifetime ago, when she was still not used to killing. It was red armor with a distinctive gray trim. She recalled that vividly. Mandalorian helmets didn't look half so fearsome now. The shape was familiar. It was even welcome. But she had somehow forgotten that Scarada, and most of the training sergeants who had been recruited to forge boys like Darman into elite commandos, had been Mandalorian mercenaries handpicked by Jango Fett. She wondered if she would have seen Scarada the same way 9 months earlier, had he been her enemy at Quilura.
Packing or unpacking?
Packing. He lifted the fabric bags carefully, and they made a metallic clunk. Weapons. We can't operate out of here. Officially, we're off duty, and on indefinite leave. He laid the armor plates in the bag, and layered the clothing between them, then slid in the fabric, case weapons. It occurred to her that this was probably all he owned. The nomadic mercenary ready to move onto the next war. Are you squeamish, General? I mean ethically squeamish.
I'm a Jedi, Sergeant.
Well, that answers a lot of questions I didn't ask.
Ask me a specific question.
Do you know what Black Ops means?
Oh, yes.
I thought you would. I had no idea you'd be coming back with Omega right now. But you spent 4 months with Zay on Quilura, turning the locals into guerrillas to fight the Seps, right? And before that, you survived when Master Fuller didn't. So I reckon you're pretty handy in a scrap.
I know my weaknesses.
Scarada paused and looked up from his packing. Best knowledge of all.
Just tell me what's at stake.
Now there's an interesting request from a Jedi. He put his hand carefully in the side of the carryall and withdrew a small cloth, wrapped package. When he unwrapped it and held it out in his palm, she could see it held small scan bars mounted on fragments of white plastoid alloy. For me, stopping more of these. For the Republic, stopping activity that limits the ability of the Grand Army to deploy. For the Senate, showing the Seps that they can't strike here at will. Take your pick. She knew what the objects were now. She'd seen them on hundreds of chest plates. They were armor tallies. The identification device all clone soldiers wore.
I'll take the first option.
She thought of the other 5, the one who was no longer alive, to be boyishly excited, like his namesake, at the prospect of seeing the Coruscant that lay beyond the barracks.
You believe I'll be of some use?
In urban operations, a woman is always useful, Jedi or not. Another aid to invisibility. Old I could, like me and females like you. Scarada smiled and rewrapped the armor tallies. Attain reached into her bag, and realized that she had even fewer possessions than this nomad.
And General Jessic is part of this operation? What about Master Zay?
General Zay is not officially aware of this.
If we're not operating out here, then where?
Oh, somewhere interesting. Give me a couple of days, and then we can relocate. Besides, the boys need some rest. So he wasn't going to tell her. Fine.
Deltas seem a little different than Omega. I take it you have confidence in them?
Oh, they're good lads. He fumbled in his jacket pockets and pulled out credit chips, scraps of flimsy, and a nasty-looking metal device, crested with a row of short, savage spikes, and that appeared to have holes for 4 fingers. She stared. He placed it on the table. The hormone that makes them hard fighters is the same one that makes them a bit of a handful, too. The contents of Scarada's jacket continued to pile up on the table. A coil of thin wire, a 15cm knife, with a tapering 3-sided blade, a stubby custom blaster, and a length of heavy, sharp-edged chain joined the cache. Not that the poor Adika are ever off duty, of course, but when you say the word, they're on the case like that. He snapped his fingers, to make the point of immediacy. Yes, she's seen that. Scarada took off his jacket, revealing surprisingly broad shoulders, and an underarm holster holding what looked like a modified Verbine Shattergut. He hung the garment over the back of a chair. Attain estimated he was still exceptionally fit in the wiry way of small men, and continued to revise her view of him as a man who could only train others to fight. And she had never seen so many instruments devoted to injury and destruction in one man's possession, not even a Republic commando. She indicated the weapons with a cocked head and waited for a hint of why he was carrying them. Scarada paused, one hand raking his short gray hair. "What?" he said, looking bemused.
The kit.
He was a walking armory.
The weapons.
Oh, don't worry. He clearly did understand. I don't carry many tools when I'm in civilian areas. Don't want to be too conspicuous. Ordo looks after the rest of it. We'll be properly canned up when we deploy. Guess what? Got 6 Verbine sniper rifles, custom made, and EMP hardened exquisite. Not really rifles, because they don't have rifle barrels, but... He grinned suddenly, apparently distracted by a thought, and she had a brief and vivid vision of another man entirely. You haven't met Ordo yet, have you? He's a fine lad. Pride of my heart. Really he is. Him and his brothers. Attain was totally disarmed by his candor, which seemed both incongruous and yet in keeping with a man who had gone to such extraordinary lengths to equip his young charges to survive. She knew he was a killer. She knew his people had a long history of killing Jedi. Even fighting for the Sith, she knew exactly what he was, but she couldn't help liking him, and knowing that he would be very, very important to her for the rest of her life. Her certainty was in the Force, and she knew what was coming in the days and months ahead would take her beyond her limits, and would bring her no sense of peace or understanding as a Jedi. But the Force would show her what it intended her destiny to be.
Chapter 7. I think it's significant that the casualty rate among commando squads trained by Mandalorians is lower than those trained by other races. Somehow, Mandalorians imbue their charges with a sense of purpose, self-confidence, and almost obsessive sense of clan, of family, that gives them a genuine survival advantage. Let us be thankful they're on our side this time.
General Master Arlegin Zay, Director of Special Forces, Officer Commanding, SOBDE, addressing the Jedi Council.
SO Brigade HQ Coruscant. Briefing Room 8. 1500 hours. 370 days after Geonosis.
I thought we'd have a chat, said Scarada. He turned a chair around and swung his legs astride it, folding his arms on the chair back and resting his chin on them. Just us Mando boys. No Ortiz present. Delta Squad had settled in seats on one side of the briefing room and Omega on the other, with a table between them. Scarada could have sliced through the atmosphere between Atten and Sev with a vibroblade. How could they think he hadn't noticed? He knew how to read every nuance of clone men like a book, even if they weren't the ones he knew intimately. In fact, he could read most species now, so they either thought he was stupid, or they were so at ease in his company that they felt no need to disguise their feelings. And the Delta boys, like Omega, were painfully loyal to their sergeants. They sat around in dark red fatigues, looking disturbingly young without their armor and weapons.
You don't see Termukin or Jessica Straders, do you?
Darman said.
I was using her Otis in the general sense of non-Mandalorian.
Oh, Darman was fond of Attain, wasn't he? He'd have to keep an eye on that.
What I've got to say is just squad business, not the officers.
Scarada dropped his knife from his sleeve and fidgeted with the blade, running his fingertip carefully along the honed edge.
I hope you're listening to this, Delta.
Yes, Sarge.
Boss was watching him intently.
And you, Sev.
Sev glanced at Atten for the merest fraction of a second, but enough to confirm Scarada's hunch.
Yes, Sergeant.
Okay. Number 1, any bad blood between me and Val is our business, not yours. If any of you want to fight about it, I'll personally make you regret it. Save it for the bad guys. The silence was almost solid. Atten stared ahead of him, unblinking. Sev compressed his lips as if choking back protest, and flicked a glance at Niner. Darman and Phi simply looked baffled.
No, Sev, Scarada said. Niner didn't say a word to me, but I've got eyes on my backside, and very good memory. And a very good memory. You do not have a grudge against Atten. Do you understand me? If you want to argue the toss about my little altercation with Val, then you have it out with me.
Understood, Sergeant.
Good. Prove it.
Sorry?
You too, Scarada motioned to Atten, and Sev with the point of his blade.
Get up and shake hands.
Neither Atten nor Sev moved for a moment.
I say get up and shake hands now.
Scarada wondered if he'd lost them, but then Atten stood just a heartbeat before Sev did. They leaned across the table that separated them and shook hands as ordered.
Now do it again and mean it,
Scarada said quietly.
You have to be one team now, one big squad, and when I tell you what we're up against, you'll understand why. Boss, I expect you to keep your boys in line.
Boss leaned forward and shoved Sev in the back.
You heard the sergeant.
Atten held his hand out again. Sev took it and shrugged.
Good, Scarada said, because we're off the charts now. What we're about to do has no official authorization from the Senate or the generals, so if we screw up, we're on our own.
Said Scorch.
So Jessica and Termukin don't know about this?
Oh yes, they do.
Then who's we?
You,
our young generals,
Ordo, Val, and me.
Scorch raised his eyebrows. You're operational again?
It was time for a little theater. Yes. Scarada hurled his knife, with the exquisite accuracy born of decades of surviving by it. It embedded itself in the wooden paneling behind Sev, half a meter to his right.
But you can't do that with a vibroblade, son. You can if I pick 'em up and throw 'em,
said Phi. They all laughed. Scarada wondered if they'd still be laughing in a few minutes. Ordo was due back soon. With any luck, he and Val would have beaten some information out of Orgel. The Nikto were probably too tough even for Val to crack in that time. In the end, it might not matter. He had his team ready to deploy in Coruscant now. His team, not the Republic's. And they could do things that CSF either wouldn't or couldn't. O'Brim had his hands tied by laws and procedures, and maybe he even had a mole among his own comrades. But this strike team had no laws at all. It didn't even exist. On 000, it was 0. Scarada hadn't asked Say what would happen to them if they got it wrong. They could end up dead. All of them. It was an academic detail. Scorch got up, pulled a knife from the wall, and handed it back to Scarada with a grin. Fixer applauded. Remember all the dirty Black Ops stuff that me and Val taught you way back? Scarada slid the blade back up his sleeve again. My dad's knife. All I have of him. I took it off his body.
Or did you file it with the boring stuff on contingency orders and emergency procedures? I think we recall it, Sarge.
Scarrata remembered it and didn't want to. It was training that had to be done. It broke his heart. But it was going to be all that stood between those boys and death sooner or later. They had to be able to face the unimaginable, and yes, there were even worse things than charging a line of droids with their comrades. There were things you might have to face alone in a locked room, with no hope of rescue. Maybe Val was right. Perhaps trainees needed to be brutalized beyond the point where they were just brave, pushed into a state of existence where they became animals, intent only on survival. That was how Val had nearly killed Aden. It was why Scarrata had then gone after Val and nearly killed him.
I'm not proud of what I did to you, Scarrata said. You crawled through the Nerf guts first, Sarge. It looked like so much fun that we followed you in.
Fi roared with laughter and leaned back in his seat.
And then you threw up.
The Sickener, they called it. One more endurance test to make sure they could face conditions that would break and kill lesser men. Crawling through a ditch filled with rotting Nerf guts. But there were more tests to come. A night out in fest-like temperatures. No sleep for 3 days, maybe more. Scant water. A full 60-kilo pack. And blistering heat. And a lot of pain. Pain, pitiless verbal abuse, and humiliation. A capture commando could expect brutal interrogation. They had to be able to cope without breaking, and it took some imagination to test that to the limit. How far is too far, Cal? Val was much more detached about handing out all that punishment than Scarrata could ever be. It was very hard to hurt your sons, even if it helped them survive the unsurvivable. Well, Scarrata said, mortified that Fi could take it in such good spirits. The Nerf guts were the fun part. It all goes downhill after that. Sev seemed quite animated.
Do we get to do assassinations?
If we do, they never happen. You imagine them.
Whoops. My trigger finger slipped, Sarge. Honest.
You catch on fast about the fascinating world of politics in which we now find ourselves, young man.
Is it okay if I say politicians are gutless chakar?
Scorch asked.
Call them what you like, son.
You still haven't got a vote. Scarrata felt the thud of boots striding down the passage outside. That vibration carried, their voices didn't.
Wars are legal violence. Everything else is just a crime. Fortunately, we're Mandalorian, so we're a lot less prissy about that fine distinction. Just point us at the bad guys and say go.
That's the awkward bit.
What is?
Scorch asked. You've got to find them first.
Well, we found quite a few so far.
Delta laughed like one man. Even Sev and Omega joined in. The coded entry system blipped, and the door slid open. Ordo strode through them, probably aware of the kind of entrance he could make. Delta had never worked with a null arc before. Maybe they thought it would be no different from working with Alpha or any of the other Jango-trained ARC troopers. Scarrata watched with interest. Ordo would certainly break some more ice.
Sir,
Delta said sharply all at once. Niner and the rest of Omega just touched their brows casually.
Sorry I'm late, Sergeant.
Ordo took off his helmet, tucked it under one arm, and handed Scarrata a datapad and a rather heavy, flimsy wrapped package about the size of a small blaster case.
Not much information, but Val is still working on the problem. And General Jessic sends his compliments.
Thanks, Captain. Scarrata glanced at it and then unwrapped the parcel. But it wasn't a weapon. It was a box of candied Bouillia nuts. Jessic was a very thoughtful officer indeed. Scarrata broke the seal and got up to place it on the table within the reach of both squads.
Fill your boots, lads.
Fi had his usually silly grin on his face, the faintest hint that he might be planning to do something at Ordo's expense.
Oh, nice new skirt, said Fi. You went to all that trouble just for us? What happened to the old comma? Did it shrink in the wash?
He got up and stood a pace or two in front of Ordo, still grinning and clearly expecting some backslapping or some other show of delight at reunion after several months.
Excuse me, Sergeant,
Ordo said calmly. and smacked Fi down on the floor with a non-too-playful body press. Fi yelped. Being hit by someone in armor when you weren't wearing your own hurt. Boss's expression was a study in shock. The Delta boys jerked upright in their seats and stared as if they were debating whether to step in and break it up, or to look like cold death. Even Scarada had times when he wasn't quite sure which way Ordo would jump. "Your big mouth is going to get you into a lot of trouble one day," the Ark hissed. Fi, eyes locked on Ordo's, neck tense, looked ready to fight back. "So you better hope I'm there when that happens." Then Ordo burst out laughing and got to his feet in one move. He hauled Fi upright by his arm, slapping his back enthusiastically. "The old firm back together again, eh? Good stuff." Boss glanced at Scarada, who smiled enigmatically. Or so he hoped. Gnolls were either your best friend or your worst imaginable enemy. Fi, luckily, had a devoted friend. He still looked shaken by the nature of the reunion, though. "Okay, you can thin out now, and we'll resume tomorrow morning with our little generals for a full intel briefing at 0800, Scarada said, "now that we all understand each other." Ordo took a handful of candied nuts and stepped outside with Scarada. The two men stood in the corridor, giving the squads a chance to chat, now that Delta had been suitably unnerved. And maybe they thought he couldn't hear them, but Scarada wasn't as hard of hearing as they imagined, years of exposure to deafening fire or not. And it wasn't what he expected to hear. "Fire effect. I remember thinking he was just bent over breathless. But he was actually crying and throwing up, and it wasn't the Nerf guts. He never liked knocking us around. And he always apologized and made sure we were okay afterward. Top man." That was Niner talking. "Jot Neighbor, the best father." Well, that was a joke. His own kids had formally disowned him and declared him Dar Bur instead, no longer a father. It was a very rare and shameful thing for a Mando father to be formally shunned by his sons. But he couldn't have left Camino, or even told them where he was, and that he hadn't completely abandoned them. Not even Ordo knew about the declaration of Dar Bur. You put your clones first before your own flesh and blood, didn't you? "Are you alright?" And I don't regret doing that, not a second of it. "I'm fine, Ordica." Val must be losing his touch then. Nothing useful from our friends. There might be nothing to get out of them, of course, but it's not a quick process. Interrogating experienced suspects without killing them. What about getting one of our Jetis to help out? They're good at persuasion. Possibly too squeamish. Jusik is always anxious to please, though. He's much more use in the field. Brave lad, handy with tech, and a good pilot. But the girl's got an edge to her. Let's see if she'll put pragmatism above principle. Do you dislike them, Calbur? It's not a matter of liking them or not. It's whether they're reliable. Look, Zay will waste you and every last clone, and me if he thinks he'll win the war and save civilians. But Jusik hero worships you, and I don't know which of those two extremes is the more dangerous. This is the opportunity to help them become the soldiers you made of us then. Ouch. Why do I always get the feeling that you were more of a man at 4 years old than I would ever be? Ordo gave him a playful shove. He was clearly in a good mood today. Let me ask General Temukan to interrogate the prisoners. If she finds that morally unacceptable, then her view of you won't be tainted by it. Scarada had to bite his lips. Ordo often shamed him with unexpected compassion and diplomacy. Yeah, I reckon she'll find it easier to do the heroic infantry stuff than get dirty along with us. But leave her to me. Very well, Ordo said. Have you decided where we need to base the operation? I've got a few people who owe me favors. Where would you hide soldiers? Hide, or conceal hide? Not taking much notice of activity hide. Somewhere with a bar. Somewhere you get a lot of off-duty traffic. You don't drink. Never seen a clone drink much at all. Scarada was suddenly ambushed again by Ordo's agile brain. For a man who knew little of life beyond warfare, his ability to learn and extrapolate from the smallest scrap of information was breathtaking. And you never get off duty. You said, Calbur,
that you might disguise the presence of some hulking big boys in armor by having a lot more around. By having a lot more of them around, you were going to see Marujian about a smokescreen. Sorry? Remember Marujian? The man who can talk out of all three corners of his mouth at the same time? The man you grabbed by the... Cal remembered all right. Yeah, if I'd known that I'd need him, I'd have been a little more careful. I think I can propose an ideal he might find attractive. Would that involve leaving bruises? I wasn't planning to injure him. Just point out that if troopers were actually allowed to leave, in considerable numbers, it would reassure the public too. Eventually we become invisible. Ordo pondered, that telltale little frown increasing his brow. Sometimes his staggering intellect and perfect recall didn't help him process the real world one bit. At least not where Sakurada was concerned. Let me try, Kalber. I promise, I'll be more diplomatic. It was a joke, Ordika. I think you'd probably stand as much a chance of charming him as I would right now. Have I ever let you down? It wasn't a rhetorical question. Sakurada was mortified. It was all too easy to swagger out of the meeting full of aggressive confidence and forget that Ordo, muscular, lethal, the ultimate soldier, was vulnerable to the approval of one person alone. Him. It was as if Ordo became that literal trusting child again, the one who had decided that the only person in the galaxy who would ever look out for him and his brothers was a down-on-his-luck mercenary who didn't much like Kaminoans. I didn't mean it literally. Sakurada reached up and ruffled his hair, just like he'd done when Ordo was a scared little kid, terrified by lightning on Kamino. Except he hadn't had to reach quite so far in those days. You're my pride and joy. You couldn't be smarter or better or braver, any of you. Ordo looked blank for a moment, and then managed to smile, but it was the placatory gesture of a child under threat. I know I have gaps in my knowledge. Oh, son, I'm going to change that for all of you. I know, Kalber. His trust was transparent and absolute. You're our protector, and will always serve you. Sakurada winced. Faith was devastating, if you weren't up to being a god. But I don't regret it. No, not a second of it. Logistics Center, Grand Army of the Republic. Coruscant Command, HQ, 370 days after Geonosis. You're not on the authorized personnel list for this center, said the security droid at the doors. Ordo reached past it and tapped a memorized code into the door panel. The sentry was a solid block with 4 arms, a head shorter than he was. Well done. You're right to challenge me, sir. Ordo reached into his belt and took out a stylus probe. The droid was fast, but not fast enough to avoid the probe. Ordo slipped silently into the command port in its chest. There was a chack of memory, drives and motors, stalling for a moment, and then the droid seemed placated. You appear to be on the authorized personnel list, it said. You have access to all areas, including those restricted to staff officers, without on-site security tracking. Excellent, Ordo said, walking through the doors into the polished white marble lobby. I'm a very private person. And it was easy to be private when you were in armor. Nobody took much notice of a clone inside the guard complex, not even one wearing an ARC Trooper captain's livery. It was simply a matter of looking as if you had every right to be going out about your business. And the Null Squad's proper business was anything Cal Sakurada deemed it to be. Right now that meant identifying a method of inserting covert surveillance into logistics. The most likely place for a mole who could relay very precise information on transport and contractor movements to the Separatists. Ordo took out his datapad and consulted it frequently, as if he were here for a routine visit. Without the possibility of eye contact, none of the civilian staff seemed even to register his presence. The white armor here was usually clone troopers who were physically unfit for frontline service. Engineer Corps, or ARC troopers carrying out occasional inspections for their generals. After striding into a few offices, startling the droids and getting an occasional glance from civilian technicians, Ordo walked into the operations room at the heart of the logistics wing and struck gold.
It was a large circular room with walls that were covered in live hollow charts of troop and material movements. It danced with brilliant light and color. A HUD on a grand scale. At the room's heart was a large multi-station desk staffed by 2 droids, 4 humans, 6 Celestins, 3 Nimbanese, and 1 clone trooper minus his helmet.
Excellent.
Ordo said aloud. The clone trooper jumped to his feet and saluted, even though it was technically a poor example of protocol to do so without his helmet in place. Ordo returned the salute anyway.
Problem with your helmet, trooper?
The man lowered his voice.
It makes the civilians edgy, sir. They prefer to see my eyes.
Ordo bristled. He would never defer to civilians' whims.
I'm carrying out a routine survey for General Kamas.
He didn't give the man his designation. Alpha Args rarely bothered to identify themselves to the lower ranks. He glanced at the civilians. One of the Nimbanese and a human female looked up at him. The pale reptilian, Nimbanal, was interesting as a detail, but the human female was enough to make him stop, stare, and note her as suspicious. She smiled at him. He still had his helmet on, but she smiled at him, and she was shockingly beautiful. Both those facts were worrying in an administrative department. She looked down at her data console, lost in her work again, and flicked long pale blonde hair over one shoulder.
Trooper,
Ordo said. He beckoned the man to him.
I'd like you to brief me on the operation of this unit.
They walked outside the main doors, and Ordo removed his helmet to look a brother in the eye and give him due respect. His gloves tally scanner told him the man was CT-5108/8843, an EOD operative, a bomb disposal expert, the kind of man who disarmed booby traps and UXBs so that other troopers could advance, the kind of man who could do work that even droids cannot. The explosive connection was lost on Ordo for one moment.
What's your name?
The trooper hesitated.
Kor,
sir, he said quietly.
And what brings you here?
Kor paused and pulled off his gauntlets. He had no hands. They had been replaced by 2 simple prosthetics, so basic that they didn't even have synth flesh coating. Just the bare Duracell mechanism. Ordo didn't even have to ask how he had acquired them. Somehow losing both hands was shocking in a way that losing one was not. Hands defined humanity.
There's a part shortage, sir. What with there being so many men injured and needing prosthetics,
Kor said apologetically.
And these aren't good enough for me to do my job in the front line. As soon as the parts come through, I'll be back though.
Ordo knew what Cal Burr would have said then, and he was moved to do the same. But this wasn't the time or place. He held back.
Do they treat you properly here?
Kor shrugged.
Fine. Actually, sir, the civilians tend not to speak to me that much. Except for Supervisor Winnan. She's very kind to me indeed.
Ordo could see it coming.
Winnan would be the blonde woman, yes?
Kor nodded, his expression noticeably softened.
Bethany Winnan. She doesn't approve of the fighting, sir. But she doesn't let it affect her work, and she's looking after me very well.
Poor naive trooper.
How well? We have lunch together, and she's taken me to visit the Galactic Museum.
Fascinating. Ordo had learned the wisdom of mistrust at a very early age. Glamorous woman, EOD expert, logistics hub. He could work it out. Not starting his observation here would have been stupid, but there was little to be gained from crashing in yet.
How many shifts? 3 per daily roster, sir. I might need to ask you to do something for me, Kor. Certainly, sir. But when I do, it'll be classified, and you're to discuss it with nobody, not even your supervisor. It'll be part of a routine fraud audit, that's all. And that's why I need your silence.
Did it matter if he told him his name? Only the Special Forces inner circle knew who he was anyway.
My name is Ordo. Mention that to nobody. Yes, sir. Understood.
Ordo wanted to tell him that he understood his loneliness among strangers, and his need to be back with his brothers at the front, doing real work. But he could tell him nothing. He ushered him back into the operations room, noted the lovely and apparently genuine smile that Supervisor went and gave him, and paused on his way out to break into the automated comlink relay and place a monitoring device. Poor Core. Ordo patted the sentry droid on the head and strode to his park speeder. Chapter 8.
Yes, I know how the Kaminoans did it. They used our genes against us. The ones that make us bond with our brothers. Make us loyal. Make us respect and obey our fathers. That's what they manipulated to make us more likely to obey orders. They had to remove what made Django a selfish loader, because that makes a bad infantry soldier. And you can tell from the Alpha Arcs that the Kaminoans weren't wrong. But there's one thing I don't know yet, and that's how they controlled the aging process. That's the key. They robbed us of a full lifespan, but we will not be defeated by time, Nervad.
ARC Trooper Lieutenant N7, Maril, in an encrypted transmission to N11, Ordo. Republic Administration, Senate Head of Public Affairs Office, Floor 391, Support Services Center, 370 days after Geonosis.
Mar Rujian's office was very near the top floor of the administration building and had a view that some senators would have killed for. Ordo wondered how Rujian did his killing, metaphorically anyway, because he had the air of a man who would terminate anyone in his way without a second thought. It was a long way down. Ordo tucked his helmet under his arm and admired the steady stream of speeders in the skylanes below. "It's been a while," Rujian said. Perfectly pleasant. "I never imagined I might be in a position to be any help to you." The subtle threat wasn't lost on Scarada, at least if his blink rate was anything to go by. "I appreciate your assistance during the siege. You remember my captain, don't you? Captain Ordo." "Captain Ordo? Sir, can Mr. Rujian offer you anything to drink?" "A glass of juice would be very welcome. Thank you." Scarada was indeed inferior in rank, but it always made Ordo uncomfortable to hear Kalbur call him Sir. "We were wondering if you might be able to advise us." Rujian betrayed no discomfort whatsoever at talking to a clone. "Happy to help, Captain." He tapped something on his desk. "Refreshments, please, Jail. Juice and some cakes." He smiled. "But what could I advise you upon?" "You seem to have your public image pretty well honed. Smart, efficient, and noble. You can't buy an image like that." "We feel that our troops should have a little more comfort in life, and we're aware how much weight your advice carries with key members of the Defense Department," said Ordo. "Ah." Rujian's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Quite right, too. What do you want out of this, then?" "Leave." "More of it?" "Any of it. They don't get leave. Any downtime is spent in barracks, or in training." "Oh. You didn't know that?" "No, frankly, I didn't. I never asked." Rujian actually seemed surprised, or at least he was feigning it very well. "But that's a command decision. They won't fit easily to public service like me." Ordo took a glass of brilliant emerald juice, handed to him by Rujian's young female assistant, who simply stared, eyes scanning him. Kalbur was right. Civilians never saw clone soldiers face to face. It almost threw him off track. "In strategic terms, the temporary withdrawal of a few thousand troops from the front line makes very little difference," he said. "But I'm sure you know that warfare isn't all about big bangs. There's another front, and that's here." Ordo tapped his temple. "Visible troops around Coruscant. Good for public confidence right now, with the constant threat of terror attacks, and good for our men." Rujian toyed with a cake studded with chunks of glistening red and purple fruit. "I admit that the Senate would like some positive results on the terror attacks. It's making the administration look helpless. Much as I respect our colleagues in the CSF, they're not making much progress, are they?" Scarada cut in. "But if they did, it would be very timely, wouldn't it? And I'm sure that you'd be told about it right away." This was the interesting thing about Scarada. He could speak around corners. He was an articulate, self-educated man, and that always came as a surprise to outsiders. Jessic fell for the rough diamond act all too often. But Val wasn't the only Mando with a razor-sharp mind and a fine line of rhetoric. Scarada could switch from Mando, hard man, to politician without a visible change of gear. Ordo found every conversation in education. I always appreciate information, Rugion said, especially when I know it'll serve me some real purpose. So, Ordo said, and drained his glass. The assistant popped in again, as if she'd been staking out the office, and refilled it. We have 2 battalions of the 41st Elite back in barracks, and an assault ship's crew waiting on refit. If someone could come up with the idea of an extended leave, with the men allowed and encouraged to go off base, I think everyone would benefit, and maybe some credits to spend, because they don't get paid. A nice feel-good story for the media. Rugion's expression flickered briefly from professional neutrality to surprise and then back again. Never even thought of that, you know? So, is this going to involve your men? The RCs? Rugion pronounced it RCs, like a soldier would. It was internal jargon, and not for outsiders. Scarada blinked for a second, and then shifted down a gear into Mando Mercenary again, albeit one in a better mood than usual. They're not RCs. RC sounds like a droid to the public. My boys are men, so please refer to them as Republic Commandos, not just Commandos, and the other forces as troopers, or by their rank. He slurped his calf enthusiastically. Words like RCs, cannon fodder, grunts, gropos, squad dies, pongos, meat cans, white jobs, or even shiny boys create the wrong impression. Terminology is everything, I find. Rugion was actually making notes on a sheet of flimsy. He took no offense at all, not visibly anyway. Very useful, he said. Leave this to me. And I'm sure Captain O'Brim has your comlink code at the very top of his list, should there be any good news for you. Scarada smiled and looked as if he meant it. Ordo nursed his glass, leaving a little juice at the bottom to fend off more instant attention from Rugion's assistant. An inevitable fact of life is that some of us are doomed to do the dirty, thankless work in the shadows, while someone else gets the headlines, Rugion said. Headlines can be overrated, said Scarada. The captain has another meeting to attend, but thank you for your time. It was all very civilized, another coded conversation where the unspeakable had somehow been spoken, and it was all a far cry from the sweaty, anxious hours at the Galactic City spaceport a few months before, when Rugion had been no more than a severe irritant, and Scarada had taken a rather physical dislike to him. Now the man seemed to have a clear and almost uncanny grasp of exactly what he was being asked to do. And although he must have had questions, he never asked them. It almost made him a soldier. The descent in the turbolift felt like a rapid insert via gunship as they plunged down 100 levels. Scarada began laughing quietly and pinched the bridge of his nose, eyes shut. I wish I'd realized that Rugion would respond to a simple request. Then I'd never have, well, you know. If he hadn't captured his attention in such an assertive way at the siege, perhaps he wouldn't have been so accommodating today. That man might even make a useful member of an intelligence bureau one day. He just needed me to show him some understanding of his own position. Sometimes I think people want more from me than they actually do. So where does this leave us, Boudica? Ordo counted off on the fingers of his glove. Smoke screen in progress. Team on standby. Split into watches. Observation points and potential operational houses. Collated and identified. Armory and logistics in place. Confirmed link between devices and prisoners. But all dressed up and nowhere to go. Still a large gap in the intel. What did the droid crack out of the download from Adden? Scarada asked. A lot of data that needs combing by hand. We have other intel to put alongside it. It's just a list of businesses, like any transport company would keep. Nothing leaves out. Sometimes I wish we had to deal with Weakways. They level things top secret and give us a clue. Why is this proving so hard? Firefix, son. Cormac and Jang can track a flitnet across the galaxy, and we can't find a gang in our own backyard. I'm sorry, Calber. I should be able to do this. I'm letting him down. This is a double line of surveillance. I'm afraid the terror network itself
and whoever is providing the wreck intelligence. And that could be inside our own organization, or in the CSF, and the later is going to be harder to identify. I'm not going to blame you, it's just an expression. And my brothers do know the identities of the Flitnasts they are looking for, of course. Only one option left then. Explore every line and dot, and hope for a lucky break while we're doing it, to speed things up, unless Val gets lucky. Time to break out the emergency Jedi, I think, son. 0800 tomorrow, said Ordo. Still got time to do some more preparation then. Let's go and see a Hutt who owes me one. Well, a lot more than one actually. And let's pick up Sev and Scorch so they can see how it's done. There were things Scarada could do that not even a commando or an ARC could, and one of those was to work his contacts. Ordo committed it all to memory. Tonight would be highly educational. Quibu's Hut, Entertainment District, Coruscant, Delta Rec, troop in attendance. Garish green light framed the pulsing orange sign above the entrance. Quibu opened late. It was already dark, and Scarada thought it was high time the bar welcomed new customers. I'm only a simple trained killer, Sev said, but something tells me never to eat in a restaurant with a bad pun over the door. You haven't tried the food yet, Scarada said. That'll leave no room for doubt. Or dessert, Scorch said. Did I mention I feel naked? About a dozen times since we left HQ. Get used to it. You can't wear armor all the time. Ordo drew one blaster. Scorch raised his eyebrows. I'm being low-key, Ordo said. Or I'd draw both. I really didn't notice you in that shiny white rig at all, sir. Listen up, lads. Scarada slid one hand into his pocket to fill a reassuring meter of Duracell chain and held his right arm straight at his side. He hadn't seen the Hutt in a long time, years before Camino, and it was bound to be a nasty shock for the old slug. Quibu might be surprised to see me, especially as he still owes me a fee. So no heroics. I can handle him. Scarada gestured for the two commandos to stand back in the open lobby. Look casual, and read the menu, and don't throw up. The sprawling maze of rooms passed for a restaurant, bar, and hotel, but only if the Coruscant food hygiene inspectors were looking the other way. It was perfect in every way if you wanted not to be bothered. There was a certain anonymity in the rough end of the entertainment district. It was just the kind of place where an awful lot of clone soldiers could pass in and out without drawing comment. At least, after the novelty wore off, Scarada leaned on the intercom. Quibu, the Hutt, was at home. He just knew it. It was the skinny Duros suddenly standing in the doorway with a blaster that gave the game away. We're closed, the Duros said. And I'm Cal Scarada. The Duro's gray fist closed on the blaster. And I said we're closed. Ordo swung around the door and leveled his blaster in the Duro's flat face. No, I do believe you're open, and we'd like to see tonight's special, please. The Duros paused long enough to gape, which was probably what saved his life. If he'd lifted the blaster, Ordo would have killed him. Ordo grabbed his wrist anyway and twisted almost as a side effect of wrestling the blaster from his grip, and there was the unmistakable snick of cracking bone. The Duro squealed. I think that means come right in, Scarada said, and made sure he had his blaster in his waistband. Quibu might have shelled out some credits for confident help after all. He wandered into the deserted restaurant and noted that the carpet didn't quite stick to his boots as much as it used to. He wandered behind the bar, as much to check that nobody was lurking there to give him a very unhappy hour, as to see if the glasses were clean. Ordo's blaster whirred faintly as he raised it. When Scarada looked up, 7 Scorch were covering one door each. Good lads. They'd all do fine out in the big bad world.
Cow.
Quibu inched out of the kitchens, a waft of exotic spice and burned fat escaping as the Hutt eased himself into the bar area.
So, you come for your bounty at last. I thought you'd never come. And a nice jacket now. Must be doing better business, yes?
Colleagues, Scarada said. I'll take hard currency, but if you haven't got that, we can negotiate. Quibu was unattractive, even by Hut standards. His tongue flicked across the slit of a mouth, and he edged to a bar to slither onto his dais and pour a couple of drinks.
Your boys want ale?
Quibu indicated a jar of pickled gorge on the bar.
Snacks?
No thanks. 7 Scourge were a chorus. Eyes fixed on the jar of very dead amphibians. Couldn't manage another thing.
Okay, you and I talk then, Cal.
I take it you haven't got ready currency.
Not that much. Give me time, and...
Let me make it easy for both of us. Scrata pulled up a stool and sat down to bring himself level with the Hut's eyes. I'm a tourist. Can my boys take a look at your rooms? If we like what we see, we'll stay for a while. Scrata indicated the turbo lift. 7 Scorch drew their blasters and disappeared for a wreck. Ordo locked the main doors again and paced slowly around the bar, probably committing the layout and every detail to memory. A right little hollow recorder, Ordo. Another superb advantage of perfect recall.
So, you have a project in hand, Cal?
I might have.
Does it involve dead people?
Not this time. I just need a place where my colleagues and I can relax and not be bothered for a while. Quibu's yellow slit, pupilled eyes followed Ordo around the bar. Scrata could never see yellow eyes now without thinking of Kaminoans.
Your colleagues are soldiers.
Yes. They like to make the most of their leave. They don't get much.
So they do little jobs for you?
Quibu said. Yes. And none of those jobs need inconvenience you. You won't get any visits from CSF because my boys behave themselves.
You just want peace and quiet for them to do those little jobs for you.
You have no idea how much, like breath. Yes.
In exchange, you write off that small sum I owe you?
I might. It was 500,000 credits plus interest. He didn't need it now. There was a time when he would have risked his life and that of anyone who got in the way to pick up a fee like that. He'd been a successful debt enforcer for a brief time, but it wasn't proper soldiering. I might also bring some trade your way, because there could be a lot of troopers in town who want to visit somewhere relaxing.
You can offer me more than I owe you? There is a catch.
The catch, Scrata said, feeling the negotiating slipping away from him, is that you'll guarantee no trouble here, and my definition of trouble is quite exacting.
No unwanted attention.
And no nonsense from your usual low-life clientele. No taking advantage of my soldier boys. As much food as they want, fresh and properly cooked. Please. And clean rooms. They don't drink much, but they do tend to like a lot of calf and sweet beverages. Quibu blinked slowly, still apparently distracted by Ordo, who was taking an interest in the kitchen. Mind if I do a food hygiene inspection? Ordo said, and disappeared into the kitchens without waiting for a reply. Quibu's gaze slid toward the kitchen, and then back to Scrata.
You asked for a lot. For your shiny boys.
Scrata closed his hand around the end of the chain in his pocket. The slug needed to learn who had the upper hand in this negotiation. That's because they deserve a lot. You owe me a lot, and if you mess me about, you'll have a lot more trouble than you could possibly imagine. Scrata's build-up to giving Quibu a serious smacking was suddenly interrupted by a stifled shriek from the kitchen. A young Twilight female came rushing out the doors. He realized Ordo must have startled her. It might have been the twin blasters. And only respectable females allowed in the bar, Scrata added. But the Twilight looked terrified in a way that said she was used to being that way, and he didn't like that at all. He knew Quibu only too well. She doesn't look like your usual kitchen staff. The girl huddled against the far wall, staring at Ordo, who merely walked out and holstered his blaster with an exaggerated gesture. He didn't do reassuring very well at the best of times, let alone with women. It was time to teach him more social graces when carrying firearms. The Hut gurgled a laugh.
Females. You know how they are.
Enough. Scrata pulled his Duracell chain out in one movement and whipped it around Quibu's neck, twisting it in his fist as he wrenched the quivering bulk toward him. The metal cut into the creature's soft fat, leaving a white margin where the blood could no longer circulate. "Listen, Shag," Scarada said, feeling his anger tightening his throat muscles. There was no worse insult for a Hutt than the slave. "I like Twilight females, honest ones, the sort that don't thieve or worse. So no mistreating the staff, or I might discover what a trade union activist I can be. Just look after my boys. Just look after any of my boys who pass this way. And Nikki, you step out of line, and there'll be a new batch of fresh blubber products at the market first thing in the morning." He twisted the chain a little tighter. "Jahagwa, no yaka. Fat boy, no trouble." Quibu's third eyelid flicked across his reptilian eye like a windscreen wiper.
Your pretty shiny boys die anyway, sooner or later.
That was it. Scarada jerked the Hutt's head down and brought his knee up in Quibu's face as hard as he could with a wet thwack. He didn't need this thing to remind him of that and mock their sacrifice. Quibu spluttered, ammonia-scented saliva moaning. "Are we going to get good service at your establishment?" Scarada said, ignoring the pain in his kneecap. "Or would you prefer to pay me 500,000 creds plus 9 years interest right now?"
Tagwa, Lorda.
That's more like it. He loosened his chokehold a little. A bit of customer focus is good for business. Quibu balked visibly.
I lose profit.
You'll lose a lot more than that if you mess around with me. I've always wanted to see if Hutts really can regenerate body parts.
Scarada tightened the chain again.
Can you drill Sadar? Shah Mandoad. Don't mess with Mandalorians. It wasn't bad advice. Quibu was no linguist, but Scarada knew tongue could convey a great deal, even to an animal, and maybe even to a Hutt. He hoped the lack of circulation in Quibu's neck was translating for him.
Tagwa, Sergeant,
Quibu said, and let out a long wet gasp as Scarada released the chain. Seven Scorch emerged from the turbolift again, and gave Scarada the thumbs up. Ideal for a relaxing break, Sarge, Scorch said. Lovely clear views, platform to park a speeder or 6, and lots of room to stretch our legs. A whole floor of rooms, at the top in fact. Good defensive visibility, easy access and escape, and the right layout for moving around and storing kit and ordnance. Excellent. If it's good enough for my colleagues, it'll be good enough for me, Scarada said. You want to take a look, just to make sure, Ordo? Ordo shook his head, still seeming wary of the Twilight female. I'll go with the majority. So, long stay rates? Scarada asked.
As discussed,
Quibu said. Scarada slid off the stool and wiped the chain clean of Quibu's slime, before coiling it and putting it into his pocket again. He was concerned about the Twilight, though. Civilians were hardly his prime concern on this operation, but it didn't cost anything to be courteous. He walked over to her. She was still cowering. He squatted down almost instinctively. He saw 6 scared little boys waiting to be reconditioned. I'm Cal, ma'am, he said. What's your name? She didn't meet his eyes. She had that way of looking off slightly, to one side that he thought he'd seen too many times before.
Lacima.
Well, Lacima, if your boss isn't treating you well, you let me know, and I'll have a word with him. He smiled as best he could. And none of my boys will give you any problems either, okay?
Okay,
She said shakily. Her liku were moving slightly, but Scarada couldn't understand the unspoken language they conveyed. She might just have been twitching out of fear. Okay. Scarada gave her a reassuring smile, as he could manage, and moved to the doors. We'll be back tomorrow to move some stuff in. Have the top floor ready for us, will you? Nice and clean. And fresh flowers, Scorch said. They ambled back to the speeder and set off for Arca Barracks, settling into an automated sky lane, emerging into the stream of glittering taillights. Coruscant was lovely at night, just as Fi said. Scarada had never thought about it much before. He nudged Sev. Good operational house then? Tailor-made. It'll take us a day to move the kit in discrete amounts, but we can access via the landing platform when it's dark again. Does our host get nervous about storing ordnance? Ordo said. He's a Hutt, said Scarada. He stored a lot worse, and what he doesn't know won't keep him awake at night. Scorch seemed impressed. You really were a bit of a bad boy in your past, weren't you, Sarge? What do you mean, past? Seth said, and they laughed. They were perfect Special Forces troops, very bad boys in their own right, but they had never dealt with the criminal underworld, and crime was an inevitable partner of terrorism. It was one reason why Scarada didn't feel one scrap of misgiving about going bandit himself. Fire effect. He'd impressed them. The Delta boys were emerging from their close, tight-knit exclusivity and settling into the larger team. That was one problem solved. There was still the operation itself, of course, and keeping an eye on Aden, Val, and Sev, and introducing Attain to an element of war that wasn't remotely noble, and making sure that everyone came out of it alive. Scarada reached over the back of the seat and gave Sev and Scorch a playful swat, then nudged Ordo beside him. I promise you all a night out, he said. When we get this cleaned up, today's going to get a really big mess bill from the Officers Club. Maybe we shouldn't wait till then, Scorch said. You never know what's around the corner. No, you didn't. You never did. Chapter 9. When the enemy is a droid, or a wet, with a weapon, then killing them is easy. But in this game, you're operating amongst civvies, on your home ground. You could be working right next door to the enemy. They might even be people you know and like. But they're still the enemy, and you'll have to slot them just the same. There's no Mandalorian word for hero, and that's just as well. Because however many lives you save in Black Ops, you will never, ever be a hero. Deal with it.
Sergeant Cal Scarada, teaching counter-terrorist tactics to Republic Commando companies, Alpha through Epsilon. Camino, 3 years before Geonosis. Arca Company Barracks Parade Ground, 0730 hours, 371 days after Geonosis.
The missile skimmed the top of Attain's head and bounced off the force shield. She had instinctively thrown up to protect her face. Juslik skidded to a halt in front of her, sweat dripping off the end of his nose. A flattened alloy rod clutched in one hand. There was a smear of blood across his cheek, and she wasn't sure if it was his.
Sorry.
He looked elated.
Look, why don't you sit over there? It's safer.
Attain indicated the blood.
And why don't you use your force powers?
She said.
This is a dangerous sport.
That's cheating, Jusik said, lobbing the small plastoid sphere back into the knot of commandos. They pounced on the object, like a hunting pack, and jostled each other ferociously, to whack the thing with rods, trying to drive it hard against the barrack wall. Attain had no idea what the game was called, if it had a name at all, nor did it seem to have any rules. The ball, such as it was being hit, kicked, and thrown as the whim took the players. And the teams were Niner, Scorch, Fixer, and Darman against Phi, Atten, Sev, and Boss. Scarada insisted that they played in mixed teams. Several other commandos had paused while crossing the parade ground to watch. The battle was conducted in grim silence, except for the clash of rods, gasping breath, and occasional approving shouts of Narjashia, put your back into it, and Kendosi, which, Jusik had explained, had been appropriated colloquially to mean classy rather than noble. They had all become much more ferociously Mando since she had first met them. It was a phenomenon that made sense given their specific nature of their duties. But it still left her feeling that they were becoming strangers again. Working so closely with Scarada appeared to have focused their minds on a people who seemed to have the ultimate freedom. Even Darman had fallen happily into it. He was utterly engrossed in the game, shoulder-charging Boss out of the way and knocking Jusik flat. There was a shout of Kandosi as the ball thudded against the wall, 2 meters above the ground. Then Scarada emerged from the doorway. Attain didn't have to take any hints from the Force as to his state of mind. Armor! He yelled. His voice could fill a parade ground. The commandos froze as one. He did not look amused. I said, wear some armor. No injuries, you hear me? He strode across to Jessic with surprising speed for a man with a damaged leg, and came to a halt with his face centimeters from the Jedi's. He dropped his voice, but not by much. Sir, I regret to have to tell you that you're a Daikut. Sorry, Sergeant. Jessic was a contrite scrap of bloody robes and sweaty hair. My fault. Won't happen again. No injuries. Not now, okay, sir? Understood, Sergeant. Scarada nodded, and then grinned, ruffling Jessic's hair, just as he did his troops. You're definitely Oriatin, Bardika. Just don't get yourself killed. Jessic beamed, clearly delighted. Scarada had not only told him that he was exceptionally tough, but he had used the most affectionate form of his name. Now he was Little Barden, and thus one of the Scarada's clan. He jogged off after the commandos and disappeared inside the building. Scarada ambled across to Attain and sat down next to her on the bench. He's a gutsy little Daikut, isn't he? So it wasn't only a term of abuse then.
If there wasn't a war on, I suspect that Master Zay would have had a serious word with him by now. Arden's become very attached.
Being a loner might make a warrior, but it won't make you a soldier.
Where were you educated?
Scarada was looking straight ahead, rather than at her, and his eyes creased at the corners for a brief moment. On the streets. On the battlefield, and by a bunch of very smart little boys.
I wasn't being rude, just curious.
Fair enough. I had to analyze and explain everything I taught my gnolls for 8 years. It wasn't enough for me to show them the right way to fight. They wanted me to rationalize it. They shredded me with questions. Then they'd feed it all back to me in a way I'd never seen it before. Amazing.
Did we get to meet them all? Are they all like Ordo?
Maybe, Scarada said. They're deployed in various locations. It was his non-committal answer. Don't ask. And they're all the same caliber, yes.
So out of a strike team of 12, you have 11 tough men. Atten, yes? And me. I can't help feeling I'm not going to be no use.
Scarada took a chunk out of something brown and woody and popped it into his mouth. He chewed like a Gadan, as if he were gnawing off someone's arm. Atten odd, he corrected. Oh, you'll be plenty of use. I suspect you'll have the hardest job of all.
Whatever in case.
I know.
Sergeant, is this going to become clear at the briefing?
It's not a secret. I just want everyone to have a full picture at the same time. Then we ship out and disappear.
I hear you've done that before.
Suvoldar, yes. I've been those who no longer exist before. You get used to it. It has its plus points. He got up and walked toward the barracks, Attain following. His limp was far less obvious today.
How did you hurt your leg?
She asked. I didn't follow orders. I ended up with a Verpine shattergun round through my ankle. Sometimes you need to learn the hard way.
Never got fixed?
I'll get around to it one day. Come on, breakfast before briefing. Some things sound better on a full stomach. When the briefing started at 0800, Jessic looked freshly scrubbed, but he was developing a fine black eye. He also seemed delighted. Attain envied his capacity for finding joy in the most unlikely places, just like Darman did. Omega and Delta appeared to have broken up as squads completely. They took their seats, lounging around in their black bodysuits, but they no longer sat in their own tight groups. Atten and Sev still exuded a sense of distance, but Scarada's crash course in being buddies appeared to be working. There was also the small matter of the Wookiee who had walked in. Scarada directed the creature to a bigger chair and locked the doors. It was the one who'd piloted the taxi. Ordo, have you swept the room for bugs? Yes, Sergeant. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is strictly for those in the room. If anyone wants out, now's the time to say. Observe the complete lack of movement, Sarge, Scorch said. Nobody's passing on this one. I didn't think so. From now on, there's no general, or sir, or sergeant, or designation codes, and no Jedi robes. There is no rank. There is no chain of command beyond me.
If I'm otherwise engaged or dead, then you answer to Ordo, got it?
The Wookiee threw him 2 bundles of clothing, and he lobbed one each to Attain and Jessic. She caught hers and stared at it.
Plain clothes, kids. Plain clothes, kids. You clone lads are just soldiers of leave. And this mongrels are, well, Attain can pass for my daughter, and Baridica is a useful deadbeat I picked up on my travels. A gopher.
The Wookiee emitted a long, contented trill.
This is Inika, by the way.
Scarada indicated the Wookiee with a polite flourish.
She's our quartermaster and mobility troop. She'll secure supplies and transport for us. You ever worked with Wookiees?
The commandos shook their heads, wide-eyed.
Well, everything you've heard is true.
He gestured to Ordo, and a hollow projection streamed from the Ark's glove onto the wall. It was a chart with arrows and labels on it.
So here's what we have so far. 1. We have the point of origin for the explosives. 2. We think we have someone in the Guard, logistics, or support, or in the CSF, who is either passing information or being careless with it. Now, what we don't have is a link in the chain between the following terror cells: materials to bomb manufacturer to placement cell, and placement cell to wreck, and surveillance cell, in other words. The ones who tell them where to place the device and when to detonate it.
Ordo had his projection arm resting on his chair.
And Val is trying to extract at least one link from the cell Omega lifted, but they might not even know where that link is, Scarada said. It's common to use the equivalent of a dead letter drop to deliver stuff. The prisoners tested positive for explosives, so they might be the manufacturers, but I assume the devices are made on Coruscant because it's simpler to ship bulk explosives than complete bombs. Given that you can't pretend bombs are for mining use, although neither is easy. So our best guess is that they're the procurement cell that buys the raw material.
Jessic had his head cocked on one side. I take it that if we don't know this after a day, then Val is not having much success with his interrogation? May I volunteer to help him? Jedi have some persuasive powers, as well as ways of uncovering facts.
I know, Scarada said. That's why Attain's going to do it. I need you out and about at the moment.
Attain's stomach somersaulted. Is this a test? Jessic was watching her cautiously. He could definitely sense her discomfort. Perhaps he had tried to do the decent thing and save her from the duty. Or perhaps he was so caught up in being one of the boys that he really wanted to have a crack at a prisoner. Jessic had his own wary relationship with the dark side, it seemed.
Okay.
Attain said, You've killed. You've killed hand to hand. And you've killed by unleashing missiles. On Quilura, under deep cover, you stabbed and crushed and cut, and taught the local guerrillas to do the same. And now you worry about manipulating minds?
I'll do whatever I can.
Good, Scarada said, and moved on as if she had simply volunteered to cook dinner. Now, the data at Slice is just a list of 35,000 companies using the freight service that Val's guests were apparently hitching a ride with. That means a lot of physical checking we can't do ourselves. So Brim's running it through his database, his personal special one, to see if any of them have foreign and customs irregularities, shady dealings, or even a speeding ticket. While he does that, we ship out. Jessic, Inika's going to turn you into the galaxy's scruffiest taxi pilot, and the rest of you can draw your extra kit, by which I mean discreet body armor, plainclothes rig, and civilian weapons. Ah, Sarge! Fie, you'll love it. You might even get to wear a Hawkins helmet. Just for you then, Sarge. Good boy. Okay, we all RV back here at 2100 hours, when it's nice and dark. Scarada gestured to Ordo to kill the hollow projection, and then beckoned to Attain. General, Ordo, with me. He led them into the passage, and instead of taking her into a quiet alcove to discuss matters, simply hurried her down the length of corridor and out onto the parade ground, where yet another battered speeder with dark transparent windscreens was waiting.
Are you starting up a used speeder dealership with Inika?
Jokes always seemed to work for Phi, but Attain found they offered her no comfort at all.
They don't draw attention, though. I'll admit that. Get in. Time to go to work.
Like the clone army, she had become very good at following orders. Ordo took the speeder at a sedate pace into the main skylanes and dropped it into a gap en route heading south.
This is where it gets difficult to attain,
Scarada said. In a way, she knew what was coming.
Yes.
This is harder than taking on a column of battle droids and playing the hero.
Scarada was still chewing on the Ruick. She could smell it on his breath, sweet and floral.
I won't insult your intelligence. I want you to torture a man. It's the first intelligence break we've had in months, and we need to make the most of it. Men died making sure we got those prisoners.
She wasn't sure if it was a test of her loyalty or not. It was certainly something that Scarada knew would be the ultimate line for a Jedi to cross. But Jedi crossed the lines of decency all the time, and it was supposed to be fine as long as you didn't commit violence out of anger or dare to love. She was finding it harder to follow her path than ever before, and yet she was now clearer about her own convictions than she had ever been in her life. She was aware of Ordo, too. He appeared perfectly calm in the pilot's seat, but the eddies and deep, dark pools and the force around him spoke of a man who was not at ease with himself or the world. Great peaks of fear and pain and helpless trust and desolation and sheer overwhelming speed and complexity had attained like a spray of cold water. He felt as foreign as a Hutt or a Weequay or a Twi'lek. He was a man in frequent agony. His mind was racing at full throttle, and it felt as if it never stopped. She must have been staring at him.
Are you all right, ma'am?
He asked, still veneered and calm.
I'm fine.
She said, swallowing hard.
What can I possibly do that Wallen Bao can't?
Are you ready to hear some unpleasant things?
Scarada said.
I have to be.
He rubbed his forehead slowly.
You can train people to resist interrogation. That's a fancy phrase for torture, and I don't like using it. I know, because I've done it. And hardline terrorists get trained much like soldiers do. But they don't get trained to resist Jedi, and that gives you a psychological advantage, as well as a real one. Nikto are supposed to be tough. Humans can be tough too.
He seemed distressed. It was severe enough for her to feel the force around him become that dark vortex again.
Cal, who's finding this more unpleasant, you or me?
Me.
I thought so.
It comes back to you at times like this.
So who trained Omega?
She felt the faintest shimmer of distress in Ordo now.
Me,
said Scarada.
Oh.
Would you have let anyone else do it if you were me?
No.
She knew immediately. She didn't even have to think about it. It would have been an act of abandonment, letting someone else do the dirty work to save your own conscience, with the same outcome.
No, I wouldn't.
Well,
he shut his eyes for a moment.
If I can train my boys, then you should have no trouble doing what Val can't.
Tell me what's at stake.
For who? The Republic?
Cal asked.
I think it's marginal, to be honest. In real terms, terrorism doesn't even dent it. Casualties in the thousands. That's all. It's fear of it that does the damage.
So why are you in so deep?
Who's getting hit the hardest? Clone troopers?
But thousands of troops are dying in the front line every day. Numerically.
Yeah, I can't do much about the war. I train quite a few men to stay alive. But all that's left for me is to do what I can, where I can.
Personal war, isn't it?
Etain said. You think so? I don't care if the Republic falls or not. I'm a mercenary. Everyone's my potential employer.
So where does the anger come from? I know anger, you see. As Jedi, we guard against it all the time.
You won't like the answer.
I don't like a lot of things lately, but I still have to deal with them.
Okay, day by day. I get more bitter when I see Mandalorian men. And that's what they are, whether you like it or not. Used and discarded in a war in which they have no stake.
Scarada, sitting right behind Ordo, put his hand gently on the captain's armored shoulder.
But not on my watch.
Etain had no answer to that. She hadn't articulated it in racial terms, and she knew that Mandalorians weren't a race as such. But there hadn't been one day since she had parted from Omega Squad on Quilura 9 months ago that she hadn't agonized over the use of soldiers who had no choice, no rights, and no future in the Republic that they gave their lives to defend. It was wrong. There was a point somewhere at which the means did not justify the ends, no matter what the numbers argued. Like this violent, passionate little man beside her, Etain didn't refuse her role in the war, out of principle, because that would have been no more than shutting her eyes to it. Men would still die, and if the Jedi Council
could accept the need to let that happen to save the Republic, then she could sink to a level she had never believed possible to save soldiers she knew as people.
I'll try not to let you down.
She said. You mean me? Said Scarada. And you, she thought. Safe house, brewery zone, Coruscant Quadrant, J47, 1000 hours, 370 days after Geonosis. Scarada had been expecting the safe house to be in another seedy part of the city, where unusual activity was part of the landscape. But Annika had surpassed herself this time. The property was a small apartment in a refurbished quarter known as the brewery. The construction droids were still working on some of the buildings, facing them with tasteful Duracell wrought work. Zay was going to have a fit when he saw the bill for this one land on his desk.
I think that's what our brothers might call Kandosi,
Ordo said, bringing the speeder up to the landing platform. It had a discreet awning to shield it from view. Although Coruscant was so traffic-packed that enemy surveillance from tall buildings, Scarada's dread, was less of a threat than usual here. Lines of sight were frequently obscured.
I'll be back later. Errands to run, Calber.
When the lobby doors closed behind them, the constant throb and hum of Coruscant was completely silenced. Ah, top-range soundproofing. Annika was a very smart Wookiee. Val's job could be noisy. There was no point of studying the neighbors in cheaper parts of town that had less efficient soundproofing, and it was the last place Orgel's colleagues would come looking for him. Atane had her arms folded tightly across her chest. Her light brown wavy hair scraped back in a braid, except for the wiry bits that had escaped and sprung into coils. Even her new civilian clothes already looked as if she slept in them. She had a veil of freckles and an awkward gait, just a schoolgirl, armed with a lightsaber, nothing more.
You up to this, Attica?
Little one. Scarada slipped accidentally into being the reassuring father. But he reserved judgment. Like him, she might just have made a point of looking a lot less trouble than she actually was.
If not, walk away now.
And if she did, what would he have to do? She already knew the dangerous numbers of people and places.
No, I'm not begging out now.
He thought she might suddenly reveal a powerful charisma or sweetness that would explain why this scrap of skin, bone, and unkempt hair had so riveted Darman. But she was just a kid. A Jedi kid, with a lot of responsibility that showed in her young face and old eyes. Scarada pressed on the entry buzzer into the main apartment, and after a moment the doors whispered apart. The strong smell that hit him on the moist air reminded him of walking into a barn full of frightened animals. It was so distinctive that he almost didn't notice the scent of the strill, but Murd was nowhere to be seen. Val, sitting at the table, looked tired. He still seemed like a professor who wasn't very happy with his class, but the physical effort showed in deeper lines from nose to mouth, and the way he was drumming his fingers on the table in front of him. It was his trick for staying awake. The man who had his head resting on the same table in front of him didn't look awake at all. Val leaned forward and lifted the man's head by his hair, peered into his face, and set him down carefully again.
You're the relief watch then, Jedi.
Val got up and stretched extravagantly, joints clicking, and indicated the empty chair.
All yours.
Atane looked surprised. Scarada had expected her to register horror at the blood spatter on the otherwise pristine cream walls, but she just looked at Val as if she was expecting to see someone else.
Where's the other two?
Scarada asked.
Nikto number 1 is Matruli, and he's secured in the small bedroom.
Val was perfectly polite.
This was just business after all, and even Scarada felt too centered on the task at hand to resume the feud where it had left off.
Nikto number 2 is Gisk, and he's in the study. Your tunic could do with a wash. It's the little horns. You can't punch a Nikto. You had to use something else.
Atane sat down in Val's seat and placed her hand flat on the table, still looking puzzled. Scarada leaned against the wall. Val wandered into the fresher. Water tinkled into a basin.
No, I'm not begging out now.
Atane said soothingly.
You want to give me the names of the people you operate with.
Orgel twitched. He raised his head from the table with some difficulty and stared into her face for a second. Then he spat in it. Atane jerked back, visibly shocked.
and wiped away the pink-stained spittle with one hand. Then she composed herself again.
Keep your stinking mind tricks to yourself, Jedi,
Orgel hissed. Scarada didn't expect her to break at that point, and she didn't. She simply sat there, although he knew it wasn't blanket activity. She had been trained from childhood just like the clone army, except the first weapon she seized would be her control of the Force and her ability to read it like clamoring comlink signals. Darman had told him she could tell us apart right away by how we felt and thought. Sarge, wouldn't that be a handy trick to have?
Can I see the Nikto?
She asked suddenly. Val came out of the fresh air, wiping his face on a fluffy white towel. Help yourself. He gave Scarada a you-know-best look, and then unlocked the doors for her. They're securely trussed. You know we keep them from talking to each other, don't you?
I worked that out.
Attain said. She disappeared into one room for a minute, and then came out and went into the other. When she emerged again, she walked up to Scarada and Val, and lowered her head.
I'm pretty sure those Nikto have no information. I know they don't have it.
She said quietly. People have useful information all the time, and don't know it, Scarada said. We piece the apparently useless stuff together and come up with connections.
What I mean is that they have this distinct sense that they're just afraid of dying.
Val shrugged. So much for the Nikto grid, eh?
Every creature avoids death. The difference is that Orgel is afraid of breaking. It feels different to me. It's not animal dread. It's not as deep in the Force.
Attain had her fingers meshed in that Jedi way that made her look as if she were wringing her hands.
I may as well concentrate on him. He has information he's afraid to reveal.
They watched her walk the few meters back to the main room, and settle down at the table opposite Orgel again, and stare at him. Val shrugged. Oh well, at least I can have a nap while she's minding the shop. Then I can get back to work with more tangible methods. There was a sharp gasp from Orgel, and Val looked around. Whatever Attain was doing, she wasn't even touching him, just staring. Cal, those people scare me more than Orgel does, Val said. I'm just going to get my head down for a couple of hours. Wake me if anything gets anywhere. Or kills him, of course. It was about 10:30 in the morning, when people were going about mundane business in the city. It felt like an odd time of day to be conducting an interrogation. Scarada somehow felt they were always carried out in some permanent night, and Attain showed every sign of being up to the task. From time to time she would lower her head, as if to try to get a better view of Orgel's expression, while he sat face down at the table. Fingers knotted in his pale hair, as if he had a blinding headache. Scarada wanted to ask her what she was doing to him, but he was worried it would break her concentration, and she was fixed completely on the task in hand. Her blink rate had slowed so much that she appeared to be frozen. Except for the pulse in her throat, Orgel would occasionally pant and squeal, writhing as if he were attempting to crawl into the very surface of the table. Scarada walked away and went to stare at the Nikto for a while. When he came back into the room, Orgel was making little hiccuping sobs. Attain, face level with his, was talking quietly to him.
Can you see it, Orgel? Can you see what happens?
Scarada watched.
Orgel?
The man whined, exactly like a strill, a thin animal noise. I can't.
Fear of being wrong is worse than pain, isn't it? It just eats you, and you can't shut it off. Are you right? Or are you as bad as the Republic you hate? Are we really the enemy? Or are you? Look at the helpless pawns you kill.
So that was what she was doing. Scarada had wondered if she was using her force powers to cause real physical pain. But she had cut to the chase and recreated the stuff that pain did to you anyway. It made you fear your sanity long before your life. He had to hand it to her. It was non-lethal, and not that far beyond the usual mind influence. Maybe she was struggling to find an ethical limit in her own mind. Maybe it was her own nightmare, the worst thing she could conceive. She kept it up for an hour. He had no idea whether she was suggesting terrible images and consequences in his mind, or if she was simply flooding him with adrenaline against his wishes. But whatever it was exhausting him, and her with it. Eventually, Orgel broke down sobbing, and Attain shuddered and looked disoriented as if coming out of a trance. Scarada grabs Val's shoulder and shook him awake. Get in there. She's broken him down enough for you to finish the job. Val looked at his chrono. Not bad. What's up? Don't want to let her face the real consequences? Just do it, will you? Val swung his legs off the bed and stalked into the main room to usher Attain from the chair and steer her and Scarada towards the doors. Go and have some physic, Jedi. He turned to Orgel, who was staring after Attain with wide-set eyes. She's just stepping out for some refreshment. She'll be back later. Scarada caught Attain's elbow. He wasn't used to grabbing small people. His labs were solid muscle, bigger and stronger than Attain. He felt as if he were clutching a kid's arm. He sat her down on the little bench at the back of the landing platform and took out his comlink to call for transport.
No, I'm going back in,
said Attain. Only if Val calls us back.
Cal.
Only if he really needs you, okay? They were still waiting for Ordo to collect them when Attain flinched and then looked back at the lobby doors. They opened, and Val wandered out, rubbing his eyes. There was a distinctive tang of ozone clinging to him, like a discharged blaster. Retail zone, quadrant B85, said Val simply. He held out his datapad with coordinates. But he hasn't given me a date, if he knows one. He was supposed to drop the explosive off in the warehouse, and someone who would be along to collect it. He never knew who. Scarada sniffed the ozone scent again and switched to Mandoa, although he was sure Attain had flinched because she had sensed what had happened. Gar Rukurata Kash, that could. Tiontene, Kash, Ujihati. You killed him, you moron. What if he was lying? Val made an irritated poof sound. Niru Kiratanu Niktos Meojud Jihati Kash Katari me Ne Yin Kurnat Kash. I killed the Nikto. If Orgel's lying, he knows I'll kill him. Orgel would be dead sooner or later anyway. No prisoners, not on this run. It was amazing how many people overlooked the inevitable while hoping for a way out. Attain said nothing. She almost bolted for the speeder when Ordo settled it down on the platform. Scarada settled beside her. She simply seemed subdued. Result? Ordo said calmly, helmet on the seat beside him, eyes straight ahead. Potential drop-off location, said Scarada. Someone might be expecting to collect a stash of explosives, so we better have something ready for them to collect. Intel doesn't suggest they've noticed the loss of consignment yet. Well, if the cells are as isolated for security reasons as we think, then there's nobody to notice for a while, is there? There's a small matter of getting hold of a cache of explosives, but we can make this work for us. I can hear the cogs working, son. Scarada patted Attain's hand. And you did fine, Adika. Ordo glanced over his shoulder, and then appeared to realize that Scarada meant Attain, not him, this time. There was no gender in Mandoa. It's never easy. She accepted his touch without reaction, and then seized to his hand so tightly that he thought she was going to burst into tears or protest. But she maintained the facade of calm, except for that desperate grip on his hand. He had always been a soft touch for a desperate child's grasp.
Someone doubt as if Harry Caros a thing when you're dealing with people who believe in causes,
said Attain. Scarada decided he'd have no trouble treating her as his daughter. He forgot his real, estranged daughter all too often. He'd enjoyed returning to little Rusan's excited welcome, but each time he came home from war, wherever home happened to be, she was unrecognizably older and less excited to see him, as if she didn't know him at all. But I have sons. That's why I stick to causes nobody can take away from me, Scarada said. A Mandalorian's identity and soul depended only on what lived within him, and he relied only on his brother warriors, or his sons. Chapter 10. Clone troopers are well disciplined, even the Alpha Batch ARC troopers, surely though they are predictable, in the sense that Fett gave them precise orders that they continue to obey.
But the commando batches are almost as unpredictable as the Gnolls, and the Gnolls are as good as being Scarada's private army. That's the problem with having intelligent clones trained by a ragtag of undisciplined thugs. They've turned out at best idiosyncratic, at worst disobedient. But they'll probably win the war for us. Tolerate them.
Assessment of Republic Commando Cater by Director of Special Forces General Arligan Zay, explaining discrepancies in stores and armory inventory to General Iri Kamas.
Quibu's Hut, Entertainment Sector, Strike Team Operational House, early evening, 371 days after Geonosis.
This is plain unnatural, Boss said. He stood in front of the mirror. I can't help noticing what this body armor doesn't cover. It covers your torso and thighs, and that's where your major blood vessels and organs are.
Adden tugged at his tunic. They had all defaulted to GAR-issue fatigues, the standard red tunic and pants. Outside the barracks,
The casual rig made Fi feel
ludicrously naked.
That's all you need, see? Doesn't show under fabric. You can live without an arm,
Fi said.
They can always bolt on a new one. What about my head? Like I said, they can always replace non-essential parts.
Boss didn't even look up from the inspection of his tunic.
I love this guy. He'll make such great target practice.
He had a point. They were fighting without helmets. That was going to be tough. Everyone from Clone Trooper to ARC Captain lived by his bucket. The Buse was a command and control center in itself. Fi picked up a coil of razor-sharp wire and stretched it out between his hands. Scarada had taught him to use this. A garrote. Flicked around the neck if your target had a neck, and pulled tight to slice or choke. There were all kinds of interesting devices and techniques that Scarada recommended. Other instructors had their own favorites, according to their commando training batches. But Cal's were clearly close range, personal ones. What was it he used to say? You need to be able to fight if you're cornered in just your underpants, son. Nature gave you teeth and fists. Sergeant Cal sounded as if he knew exactly how that felt. He certainly knew his technique. The main room at the top of the seedy hotel, hastily soundproofed with a micro-anechoic coating over the walls and windows, was filling with jostling bodies.
Justic bounced in,
clearly pleased with himself, and laid out a roll of small beads and devices on the scratch black Duraplast table. Adam wandered over and peered at the hall.
Where'd you get all that, Barton?
Justic trapped
one of the beads on his fingertip and held it out to Adam. Fi moved in. Whatever it was, he wanted one too. ARC Trooper Aural standalone comlink. One each.
No need for you buses.
Or anything too obvious. Just stick it in your ear. Plus, the Jedi took out a small transparent sack of what looked like powdered permaglass. Tracking marker.
Never seen it before.
Brand new from the labs. It's called Dust. Microscopic transmitters scattered on the battlefield for pretty much invisible monitoring. You never know when you might need it.
You liberated all that from stores?
Asked Fi. And procurement development. It all ended up in my pocket somehow.
Captain Mays is going to go spare.
That's okay. Ordo can explain the necessity to him later. He listens to Ordo.
Where's Scarada?
Zev asked.
Maybe they're having trouble cracking the prisoners. Not Val.
Fixer pocketed a comlink bead.
Why did it need a Tane then? Maybe to show her how it's done?
I watched Darman bristle. He waited for his brother to say something, but Dar swallowed whatever retort was forming, and went on fussing with the fit of the armored plates under his tunic. It wasn't exactly a secret that he had a soft spot for a Tane, but nobody teased him about it either. It was one of those aspects of life that Scarada had taught them about, but that none of them entertained much hope of pursuing. It was easy back on Camino, where the real world had never intruded, not beyond the risk of getting killed in training, of course. But the last 9 months' exposure to people outside the Taiic fraternity had made ordinary life feel much more dangerous than combat itself, because other people's lives were not ordinary at all.
Fi went to the window, now obscured by a fine film of anti-surveillance gauze, and watched the promenade of tourists and locals along the walkways facing Quibu's hut. He didn't envy them their day-to-day existence. Sagrada had told his commando batch just how grim and dreary it could be to earn a living, and how much cleaner it was to have a clear purpose in life. But he hadn't told them how it might feel to watch couples and families of all species. Sagrada stuck to the basics. I've been kicked out by so many females that I can't tell you anything useful about relationships, so just avoid them if you can. Again, it struck the class as something he said and didn't mean, like the way he called them wet droids, and said they were here to fight, not socialize. It just meant it was a painful topic for him to face. He also called them dead men, but they were not dead men any longer. They had learned to be Mandalorian, and that, Cal said, meant they had a soul and a place in the Mando eternity. For I thought that was probably worth having. The doors opened, and all 8 commandos spun around to train a motley collection of modified civilian blasters on the opening. Security code or not, you can never be too careful. Sagrada entered with Ordo and Attain at his heels. The squads lowered their weapons. Been shopping, Sagrada said, cheerfully, and he meant it. I expected it to be the usual euphemism for acquiring illicit weapons, or worse, but it seemed he really had been buying things. He tipped a bag of assorted fruit, candies, ices, nuts, and other delicacies that Fi couldn't identify onto the table next to Jessic's Hall. Go on, fill your boots. Delta hung back. Omega didn't. Then Delta appeared to remember that fill your boots meant eat your fill. Fi peeled bright green wrapping from something that smelled of sour fruits and found it to be frozen and covered in something appetizingly crunchy. But Attain looked tired. Jessic was watching her warily, as if something unspoken was going on between them. Jedi could do that kind of thing, just like soldiers on helmet comlinks, silent to the outside world. Then Attain muttered something about having a hot soak in the freshers, and disappeared into the next room. We have a drop location, Sagrada said, and a few thousand or so clone troopers on leave, for a few weeks, thanks to our totally unexpected friend, Marwujian. Crushed nuts, Fi said, identifying the topping on the ice. That was very helpful of him. They all stopped in mid-crunch. Fi noted Jessic wasn't eating, just watching the sergeant with a rapt expression. The young general had a very bad dose of the Scarradas. As diseases went, it was one of the best to catch. So do we get to drop them off, or do we have to do the boring thing and let them stroll off? Boss asked. Niner gave him one of his funny looks, the kind that said he thought a bit of quiet contemplation was called for. Niner and Boss didn't see their newly reduced roles in quite the same way. Niner liked to lead by being certain, and Boss seemed to like being first. This is a tracking job, right? Val made you into a very impatient voice, Sagrada said. Yes, this is where it gets boring. And you know what? You won't be any less dead if you get it wrong. He picked up some Shura fruits and lobbed one each to the Delta team. And I really hope Val schooled you well in this, because I'll be pretty hacked off if you get trigger happy and blow this op. Boss looked hurt. I didn't think Delta ran to such delicate emotions. We're pros, Sarge. We know how to do this. What did I tell you? Sorry, Cal. It's just that we haven't seen the enemy yet. Welcome to anti-terror ops, Hotshot. There aren't any droids. They don't line up and march at you. Didn't you listen to any of my lectures? Well, they can kill you and not even be on the planet when it happens. But you can track and kill them the same way. This is about patience and attention to detail. Delta's really good at that, so I hear, Fi said. Sev gave him that blank cold stare. It simply provoked Fi all the more. That's why they do their op planning with finger paints. Sagrada lobbed and rolled a ball of flimsy at Fi, and it hit him in the ear hard. Okay, Ordo is going to score some credible explosives over the next few days, because that's going to be handy if we need to infiltrate the cells. And we'll start surveillance off the drop point now, because we don't have a time window when the explosives were due to be picked up. 4 shifts, Fi and Sev as Red Watch, relieved by Dar and Boss as Blue Watch, relieved by Niner and Scorch as Green Watch. Vi noted Adam's process of elimination. He looked as if he'd been doused in cold water. Vi suspected he'd wanted to be paired with Sev, and for all the wrong reasons. That leaves you and Fixer as White Watch, so you stay focused, Scarada said, giving Adam a friendly prod in the chest. He spotted it too, but then Scarada spotted everything. One watch on observation, one on intel collation, and two stood down. What about everyone else? Ordo's going undercover to find our mole, and Barden and Tane will join the normal shift rotations until we need to break into a new phase. If needed, Val and Inika will turn to as well and give us a hand. Jessic, looking convincingly unsavory in ordinary clothing, with his hair unbound, checked his snazzy S5 blaster. Yes, Zay would go nuts when he saw the bill for this op. Can we use the Force Cow? Of course you can, Bartica. As long as nobody notices. Or as long as you don't leave witnesses, anyway. Same goes for lightsabers. No witnesses. Might look a bit obvious. When do we start? Boss asked. Scarada looked at his chrono. 3 hours. Time to eat, I think. Sev elbowed Vi, a little too hard to be friendly, but not hard enough to start a fight. So, you and me, the brains in the mouth, don't get me killed. I'm slumming it. I usually work with ARC captains. Watching normal people, leading normal lives, I'd rather charge a droid line. What happened to certainty? Do the others feel like this? But there's a war on, so sacrifices have to be made. Can you do the dumb trooper act? You mean you're not doing it now? I hope you're as good as you talk, Nervad. Count on it, Vi said, and noted that Darman had wandered off in the direction of Atane's exit. Sometimes I'm not very funny at all. Atane felt she had held out pretty well, all things considered. It was only when she closed the refresher door that she let herself vomit uncontrollably, until tears spilled down her face and into her mouth. She ran water into the basin to cover the sound, and choked on her sobs. She'd been so convinced she could handle it, and she couldn't. Ripping into Orgil's soul had been even harder than outright physical violence. She had stolen his conviction from him, which was no great evil, until set in the context of the fact that he would, she knew, die very soon without the comfort of his beliefs, broken and abandoned and alone. Why am I doing this? Because men are dying? When do the ends cease to justify the means? She vomited until she was convulsed by dry heaves. Then she filled the basin with cold water and plunged her head into it. When she straightened up, her vision cleared. She looked into a face she recognized, but it wasn't hers. It was the hard, long face of Wallen Val. Everything I've been taught is wrong. Val was all brutality and expedience, as clear an example of the dark side for a Jedi as any she could imagine. And yet, there was a total absence of conscious malice in him. She should have sensed anger and murderous intent, but Val was just filled with nothing. No, not nothing. He was actually calm and benign. He thought he was doing good work, and she saw her supposed Jedi ideal in him motivated not by anger or fear, but by what she thought was right. She now questioned everything she'd been taught. Dark and light are simply the perpetrator's perception. How can that be right? How can Val's passionless expedience be morally superior to Scarada's anger and love? Atane had struggled for years with her own anger and resentment. The choices were to be a good Jedi or a failed Jedi, with the assumption, sometimes unspoken, sometimes not, that failure meant the dark side awaited. But there was a third path: to leave the Order. She wiped her face on the towel and faced a hard realization. She remained a Jedi because she knew no other life. She pitied Orgil, not because she had tortured him, but because he had been robbed of the one thing that held him together: his convictions, without which he had no direction. The truth was that she pitied herself, devoid of direction, and projected it onto her victim by way of denial. The only selfless thing I have ever done that was not centered on my own need to be a good, passionless, detached Jedi was to care about these cloned men and ask what we're doing to them. And that was her direction. It was so very clear, but she was still raw and aching within. Revelation didn't heal. She sat on the edge of the tub with her head resting on her knees.
Ma'am, what's wrong?
It was Darman's voice. It should have been the same as every other clone's, but it wasn't. They all had their distinct nuances in accent, pitch, and tone, and he was Dar. She could sense Darman across star systems now. She'd wanted to reach out to him in the Force many times, but feared it might distract him from his duty and endanger him. Or, if he knew it was her and didn't welcome it, annoy him. After all, he'd had the choice of staying on Quilura with her, and he had opted to stay with his squad. What she felt for him now, the longing that had developed only after they parted, might not be mutual. He called out again.
Are you okay?
She opened the doors, and Darman peered in.
I don't want to be ma'am right now, Dar.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Don't go.
He moved a couple of steps into the room, as if it were booby-trapped. She had been here before. She had been utterly dependent on his military skills when her life was at stake. He had been so focused, so reassuring, so competent. Where she had doubts, he had certainties.
So, you still don't find it any easier then?
Said Darman.
What?
Giving into anger. You know, violence.
Oh, any Jedi Master would have been proud of me. I did it all without anger. Anger makes it the dark side. Being serene makes it okay.
I know it must have been hard. I know how Sergeant Cal reacted when he had to.
No, I was harming a stranger. No personal villain at all.
It doesn't make you a bad person. It has to be done. Is that what's upsetting you?
That, maybe. And having doubts.
She didn't want to be alone, with all that in her head. She could have meditated. She had the strength of will, and the ancient skills to pass through this turmoil, and do what Jedi had done for millennia, detach from the moment, but she didn't want to. She wanted to risk living with those terrible feelings. The danger suddenly seemed to lie in denying them, just as she tried unsuccessfully to deny what she felt for Darman.
Dar, do you ever have doubts? You always said you were certain of your role. I always felt you were.
You really want to know?
Yes.
I have doubts all the time.
What kind?
Before we left Camino, I was so sure what I had to do. Now, well, the more I see of the galaxy, the more I see of other people, the more I wonder, why me? How did I end up here, and not like the people I see around me in Coruscant? When we win the war, what will happen to me and my brothers?
They weren't stupid. They were highly intelligent. Bred for it, in fact. And if you bred people to be intelligent and resourceful and resilient and aggressive, then sooner or later they would notice that their world wasn't fair and began to resent it.
I asked that too,
Attain said.
It makes me feel disloyal.
It's not disloyal to question things.
It's dangerous, though,
Darman said.
For the status quo?
Sometimes you can't argue with everything, like orders. You don't have the full picture of the battle, and the order you ignore might just be the one that should have saved your life.
Well, I'm glad you have doubts. And I'm glad I do too.
Darman leaned against the wall, all concerned.
Do you want something to eat? We're going to risk Quibu's nerf in Glaucos sauce. Scorch reckons it's probably armored rat.
I'm not sure I can face crowds right now.
You might be overestimating the popularity of Quibu's cuisine.
He shrugged.
I could probably get the cook to stun the thing with my Dees and send it up by room service.
That was Darman all over. He had a relentlessly positive nature. It was her job to inspire him, but he'd been the one on Quilura who had made her get up and fight time after time. He changed her forever. She wondered if he had any idea how much he was still changing her life now.
Okay,
she said.
But only if you keep me company.
Yeah, eating armored rat alone
is probably asking for trouble. He grinned suddenly, as she felt illuminated by it. You might need first aid. Niner's voice interrupted from down the passage.
Dar, you coming with us or what? Vi and Seth are supposed to be on watch. No, I'll get something sent up. They can head on down with you. We'll do the duty.
Darman cocked his head, as if to listen for some rebuke.
That okay?
This time it was Skarada's voice.
2 steaks? Please. Not something safe like eggs? Steaks. We fear nothing.
Suddenly, Etain felt an urge to laugh. Vi might have been the comedian, but Dar was genuinely uplifting. He wasn't trying to suppress pain. She also found him distractingly handsome. Even though he looked identical to his brothers, she adored them as friends. But they were not Darman, and somehow they didn't even look like him. Nobody else would ever be that precious to her. She knew that.
Well, what shall we do now?
He asked.
Not lightsaber training for a start.
You really whacked me with that branch.
You told me I had to.
So, you take orders from clones, do you, General?
You kept me alive.
Ah, you'd have done fine without me.
Actually, no.
Said Etain.
Actually, I wouldn't have done fun at all.
She looked at him in the eye for a few moments, hoping that Darman, the man, would react to her, but he simply stared back, a bewildered boy again.
I'd never been that close to a human female before. Did you know that?
I guessed as much.
I wasn't even sure if Jedi were real flesh and blood.
I wonder sometimes too.
I wasn't scared of dying.
He put his hands to his head for a moment, and then raked his fingers through his hair. That gesture she'd seen in Skarada.
I was afraid because I didn't know what I was feeling, and...
The service droid buzzed to be let in.
Fire effect.
Darman's shoulders sagged a little. He got up and took the tray from the droid. Looking pink-faced and annoyed, he peeled back the lids and inspected the contents as if they were unstable explosives, and she felt the moment was lost now.
Is it dead?
Etain asked.
If it isn't, it's not getting up again anytime soon.
She chewed a test mouthful thoughtfully.
Could be worse.
Ration cubes?
Oh, that brings back memories.
Now you know why we'll eat anything.
I remember the bread too. Ugh.
He prodded something in the container with his fork, looking concerned.
You did reach out to me in the Force, didn't you? I wasn't imagining that.
Yes, I did.
Why?
Isn't it obvious?
How would I know? I'm not sure if I know that much about you.
I think you do, Gar.
Darman suddenly took exceptional interest in the remains of the steak, which might have been Nerf after all.
I don't think anyone believed females would matter to us, given our life expectancy. And it wasn't relevant to combat.
That was freshly agonizing. Of all the injustices piled on these clones, who had never been given choices, that was the worst. The denial of the individual future, of hope itself. If they beat the odds of battle, they were still doomed to lose the war against time. Darman would probably be dead in 30 years, and she wouldn't even be halfway through her life by then.
I bet Cal thought it was important.
Darman chewed his lip and averted his gaze. She wasn't sure if he was embarrassed or if he simply didn't know what she was really asking.
He never mentioned what to do about generals,
he said quietly.
My master never specifically mentioned soldiers either.
I hear you ignore orders anyway.
I was afraid I'd never see you again, Dar. But you're here now, and that's all that matters.
She held her hand out to him. He hesitated for a moment, and then reached across the table and took it.
We could be dead tomorrow, both of us,
she said.
Or the next day, or next week. That's war.
She thought of the other 5, whose life had ebbed away in her arms.
And I don't want to die without telling you that I miss you every day since you left. And that I love you. And that I don't believe what I was taught about attachment any more than you should believe that you were bred only to die for the Republic.
This was breaking all the rules. But the war had broken all the rules of peacekeeping Jedi, and a civilized republic anyway. The Force wouldn't be thrown into turmoil if a mediocre Jedi and a clone soldier who had no rights broke just one more.
I never stopped thinking about you either,
said Darman.
not for a moment.
So, how long does it take two squaws to finish their meals in the bar?
Long enough, I think,
said Darman. Chapter 11.
I'd rather have little Jedi like Barden and Etain working with us than the likes of Zay. They're sharp, no preconceptions, no agenda, and they're more concerned with pulling their weight and the team than all this philosophical Osik about the dark side. Zay might be a seasoned man, but he seems to want respect for me, just because he can open jars of calf with his mind.
Cal Scarada, having a quiet drink with Captain Jailer O'Brim, well away from prying eyes. Retail sector, quadrant B85. 9 days later, observation vehicle in position overlooking warehouse space. 11:45 hours. 380 days after Geonosis. Jusik was enjoying himself. So, he said, and let the trendy dark visor slide down his nose so he could look over the top. Do I look like a low-life taxi pilot?
Pretty convincing,
Vi said. He wondered if Jusik ever had the sense to be scared.
Do I look like a fare?
Sev, sitting beside Jusik in the taxi's front seat, had a detached DC-17 scope balanced on the vessel's console, and passed into a datapad by a thin yellow wire. He was pinging, as Scarada called it. Each time a delivery transport or other craft passed through the dead-end canyon of warehouses that lay beneath the retail levels above, Sev checked the registration transponder against CSF's database. He also checked the cargo with the scope sensor scan. Vi was impressed by the ease with which Fixer and Aden had set up the remote link without CSF spotting it. They hadn't even had to call in Ordo to sort it out. Ordo had melted into the city again 2 days ago. No mean feat for an ARC trooper captain. Vi tried not to wonder where he might be. It was bad enough thinking about Sicko.
Okay. That one was routine. Garment delivery.
Sev made a low rumble in his throat, almost like an animal.
What do we look like from the outside now?
At the moment, one Rhodian taxi driver reading a holozine while he's parked and waiting. Vi could see out, but nobody could see in, or at least they could see something that wasn't actually in the taxi, thanks to the thin film of photoactive micro-emitters cutting the interior.
Clever stuff, this Goss.
Thank you, Jusik said. It took me a long time to work out how to program moving images into it.
Are you bored?
Sev said, looking around at Vi. He still seemed wary of directing any of his comments at Jedi, even if all rank had been swept aside.
'Cause I'm not, and your constant yakking is getting to me somewhat, Nervad.
Jusik cut in. Sorry, Sev. My fault. Sev looked embarrassed for a moment.
If you're interested, 51 of the 70 crates I've clocked on this watch showed up on the CSF database, tagged as criminal. Theft is a bigger industry than legit business here.
Jusik raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the sort of thing O'Brim's people might like to know?
Isn't that the sort of stuff that would bring the boys in blue crashing in here and blowing our op?
Point taken.
No offense, Bard.
Delta hadn't worked with Jedi much, at least not the junior ones. Vi savored a moment of delight at seeing Sev's stone-cold pretense reduced to embarrassed deference. All Jedi were supposed to be humble, but Jusik actually was. He seemed to see himself as nothing special, just a man with some accidental skills.
That didn't make him any more important than the next person, only different. So they waited. And that was a lot harder than it looked.
Whoa,
Sev said.
look at this one.
Vi and Jessic followed the angle of Sev's scope.
CSF database has this tagged as restricted. Could mean it's of interest to us, or could mean organized crime.
Jessic's visor had slipped to the end of his nose. Or both. It was a medium-sized delivery transport, with dull green livery caked with dust. The identity transponder was evidently fake, because when the crate aligned itself with the platform at the doors to Warehouse 58, and the hatches sprang open, there were just a few boxes inside. The warehouse doors eased open far enough to let a repulsor car edge out, and 2 droids began loading the small containers onto the repulsor's flatbed.
Small but heavy load by the look of it,
Vi said.
And we've got company.
Sev realigned the scope, and the datapad hummed into recording mode.
Second transport backing up to it.
Another delivery vehicle hovered edging astern, until it was level with the other side of the landing platform. The boxes were transferred to it. They didn't go into the warehouse at all.
That's irregular,
Sev said.
And we don't like irregular, do we? ID transponder says a legit rental vessel.
A female human, in coveralls, white skin, wavy ginger hair to the shoulders, medium build, short-stepped out of the green transport onto the platform, to be met by a male feline, who jumped out of the rental. He was young, as far as Vi could tell. With light green skin, his mundane pilot's rig was a little too long in the leg for him. All details were worth noting. The two turned their backs to the Skyline and appeared to be talking.
Well, that's a rare sight, and I bet he's not on the CSF database,
Sev said, checking the pad. Images flicked across the screen at a blinding speed, while the system sought a match from their image the scope had grabbed. After a few moments, the screen read, "No match."
Feline don't venture off-world very often, and he certainly isn't here to check out the tourist sites. Let's try the woman.
Vi watched. There was a match indeed, and one that came up rapidly.
Firefek,
Sev said.
Her name's Vina Jess, and she's a government employee.
I'm not gonna like this, am I?
Not when you hear she works in GAR Logistics, no. Chakar,
Vi said.
She could be on legit business, of course. But then, I'm such a trusting soul. Feline Mill and GAR clerk, hello? Do I have to draw you a picture?
Sev sighed to himself.
They certainly put those feline pheromones to good use. I bet she'd do him any favor he asked. Getting security information out of her would be even easier.
The 2 transports closed their hatches, leaving the woman and the feline on the platform, and lifted back into the Skylane. It looked like any other delivery, except that it was a transfer of cargo, which was not usual, and the 2 waiting on the platform oozed bad guys from every pore and scale. The 2 targets looked at their datapads, just like warehouse staff checking a consignment. Then the feline turned and began walking up a pedestrian ramp to the retail level, and Vina Jess hung around.
I'm naturally curious, Sev said. Vi, you up for a discreet trail of those 2?
Vi's heart was pounding. Training and instinct took over. He was back on Camino again, stalking an armed target in the simulated urban training terrain in Tapoca City. It was just the town that was simulated. The ammunition was real, deadly real.
Ready. Barden, back up behind that pillar, will you?
We can't abandon this position until the next watch arrives, Sev. Let me call for backup. What if they've pinged us, and it's a decoy?
Okay, you let us out on foot, and call in Niner and Scorch to relieve you. Then you stand by via the comlink, just in case.
That's not standard operating procedure.
This isn't the standard of operating terrain either,
Sev almost said sir. Vi heard the beginning of a hissed S. Delta's self-appointed hard man poked his finger hard in his right ear, as if he was afraid the bead-sized link would fall out.
There goes Jess. Up the ramp, too. Come on, Vi, move it.
They slipped out of the taxi's twin hatches and activated Vi's holo chart of the sector to check where the ramp led, and where the exits were. They stared at the mesh blue and red lines on the holo chart, courtesy of the fire department's database. I hoped it was up to date.
That takes them straight up to the retail plaza.
Bai's immediate thoughts were of civilians, obstructed arcs of fire, and his own limited sense being a poor substitute for his Katarn helmet's gadgetry. But I'm more than my armor. Sergeant Cal said so. He edged along the wall, staying out of sight. Can't deploy tracking remotes. Not here. Not in public.
I might do a little shopping myself. Just keep that dumb grunt expression on your face, mongrel boy. It suits you.
Sev took out his datapad and switched the screen to reflective mode, turning his back and holding the device a little out to his right.
She's just going over the top of the ramp. Yeah, she's peeled off on the first level. She's following Lounge Lizard so far. Come on, let's go around the bridge route and pick them up here. You have as bad an attitude toward ethnic diversity as you have toward the regular army,
Bai said quietly, relaxing his shoulders with every intention of just being a soldier on leave in his dark red fatigues, with a blaster on his belt, like any sensible Coruscanti. Next hour was unplanned, unexpected, but not untrained for. Bai hoped he'd make it through alive. Coruscant, Security Force Staff, and Social Club, 1300 hours. Private booth, Senior Officers Bar. Cal Scarada had his peripheral vision and half an ear trained on the general murmur at the bar. He felt bad about applying caution to these men. They had much the same thankless task as his boys, but there was a possibility that the leak was within their ranks. He couldn't let comradeship cloud his judgment. He hoped O'Brim wasn't offended by the distortion field he set up. The little emitter sat discreetly on the table between the glasses like a rolled-up pellet of flimsy, ready to bounce any bugging signals.
If it's one of mine, I'll personally put a round through him,
O'Brim said. Scarada didn't doubt it.
You could put a fake lure in this system and see who goes for it.
But even if it's one of us, then they'd still need data from the guard to complete the loop. It's one thing to have the holocam images of military targets and movements. It's another knowing where they'll be to start with.
Okay then. I have to put someone inside guard logistics.
There was only one choice, Ordo.
If we find a link to your people though, I have to cut you loose. I'm sorry.
I'm not exactly being kept in the loop on all this anyway, am I?
If I told you where my squads were operating and they happened to get into a bit of trouble that attracted the attention of your people, you might have to call them off. Then everyone would know we had a strike team deployed.
I know. I'm just worried that your personnel will attract attention. The attention of some of my overzealous colleagues. And one of us will be sending wreaths to the next of kin.
My boys don't have next of kin. Only me.
Cal.
I can't. I just can't. This has to be deniable.
He liked O'Brim. He was a kindred spirit, a pragmatic man who didn't trust easily.
But if something looks like it's going to get out of hand, and I can warn you off, I will.
O'Brim swirled the dregs of his L in the glass.
Okay. Sure you don't want one of these?
I only have one at night to help me sleep. Habit from Camino. Sleep got pretty hard to come by.
You'll have to tell me about that one day. I bet they didn't have any crime in Tapoka City.
Oh, there was crime all right.
The worst kind. If he ever met another Caminoan, he knew what he'd do.
Nothing he could have arrested anyone for, though.
When's your boy Fi going to stop by for a drink? We owe him one from the siege, brave kid.
Yeah, he throws himself instinctively on a grenade, and he's a hero. If he fires instinctively and slots a civilian, though, he's a monster.
And don't we know it, pal? Happens to us, too.
Anyway, Fi's on a routine patrol at the moment.
Scarada checked his chrono. Green watch was due to relieve red in 2 hours.
I'll bring him down here. Don't worry. He's probably bored out of his skull at the moment. Anti-terror ops can be tedious.
Sitting around and more sitting around. Even more sitting around than scramble. Sheer panic and bang. Yeah, I think that sums it up.
Scarada drained his glass of juice.
I just hope we get to the bang part in time.
Level 4, Retail Plaza. Quadrant B85, Coruscant. 1310 hours. Red watch observing targets on foot. They should have called it in and let one of the other teams pick it up, but sometimes you had to run with it. Vi was now on autopilot, reacting to training he hadn't realized he'd absorbed so thoroughly, and Sev was matching him pace for pace. The shopping plaza was a mass of color, random people, and even more bewildering smells and sounds. This was life in the field without a helmet, and Vi didn't like it. Just ahead, Ben and Jis wandered casually, moving along one diagonal line, then another, and then pausing to stare into transparent still windows full of things Vi had no idea that people bought or wore. Sev glanced at him. He didn't even have to say it. She looks in an awful lot of shop windows. She doesn't follow a straight path. She thinks she knows how to avoid its hell, but she's learned it from the holovids. Amateur weak link. Barden, Sev said quietly. The Jedi's voice was a whisper in Vi's ear.
I know where you are. Don't worry.
Not worried. Sev glanced away from the target, and Vi turned around casually toward her, looking past her but keeping her in his peripheral vision. Can't see the Faline now. Moving on, Vi said. They let Jis walk on until she was almost lost in the crowd, and then started moving again. A well-planned surveillance operation would have positioned mobile and fixed teams in the area to simply watch and hand off the target to the next team along the route. But they were on their own, and they had never planned to follow a suspect. This is what Cal said we should never do, said Vi. You got a better idea? Reckon she's seen us? If she has, she hasn't reacted. Why would she? If she's what we think she is, then we're just targets to her. The plaza was busy. There was a restaurant on the left-hand side, with tables and chairs in the open air. Just sat down. 7-5 walked on past her, and if Vi looked like an overwhelmed clone, who'd spent his life cloistered in military environments, then he wasn't acting. Even Quibu's hut felt more familiar than this. It wasn't the urban environment, it was the sheer mass of civilians. They had no choice. They walked on farther. Fire effect, Sev said. She'll have double backed or disappear by the time we can turn around safely. Vi was looking straight ahead. He could see splashes of dark red between the multicolored shoulders of the dozens of species strolling around the plaza. Here comes the 41st, he said. You can always rely on the infantry. A dozen or so brothers were ambling along, gazing around them and being gazed at by shoppers who had clearly never seen clones before. No matter how many times Vi saw that reaction, he always found himself wondering what they found so strange about it, and then had to see his own world as the rest of the galaxy saw it. 41st were level with them now. Vi smiled fraternally, and got a bewildered nod or two in return. They don't recognize me. That felt strange. All his commando brothers knew him, and he could tell infantry from ship's crew by the way they walked. He walked between the men of the 41st, with Sev like a marching band merging, and spun around at the back of the group to walk back towards the target. She was still sitting there, but she was looking the other way. She was staring at another group of clone troopers, heading toward her from the other direction. I love being a familiar face, Vi said. His anxiety gave way to a sense of heightened awareness, the thrill of the hunt. The woman's spine straightened, as if she was going to jump up, but she sat tense for a few seconds until the clones drew level with her and met the group coming from the other direction. They stopped to chat. Vi and Sev melted into the group at the rear.
I'm heading around the back of the plaza,
said Jessik's voice in their ears.
Niner's on station now. I'll give you some aerial recon.
Gotcha, Vi said quietly. It's bad, personal security to cluster like this. But that didn't matter right then. The woman dithered, trying not to look at the group and failing miserably. Vi, like any clone, was exceptionally attuned to small gestures. Then she got up to walk briskly into the nearest shop. Maybe she owed Django credits. Vi shrugged and noted with a sinking heart that the shop looked to be exclusively for females. The garments on display were truly bizarre. Oh, we're just not her type. So, Smartmouth, you going to follow her in there? I could. What? Tell them you're looking for a present for your girlfriend? Don't push your luck. Is there a back way out? Sev stepped into a doorway and shielded Vi while he took a quick look at the holo chart and snapped off the image quickly. No, but there's a landing platform for deliveries. Sev dropped to a whisper. Barden, you with us yet? Jessek's voice was almost a chuckle.
Fascinating,
He said.
I'm waiting at the delivery platform. A taxi is just what she needs right now.
Sev and Phi looked at each other. They could hear Jessek, but the taxi was invisible, even when they stood back and glanced up discreetly at the roofline. Then they heard his voice utterly level, utterly calm, utterly worried.
Yeah, I am, lady. Where do you want to go? I've got a booking, but...
Sev, tell me he isn't doing what I think he is. He's doing it. He's nuts. Sev lowered his voice to a whisper into the comlink. Barden, if we lift her now, we'll blow this ops. Don't overplay it.
Okay, lady, but the spaceport isn't my regular run, so that'll be extra.
There was a sound of someone getting into the taxi, and a woman's voice.
Yes. Draw me off of the domestic terminal, please.
Phi wondered for a moment if ordinary people had shared thoughts like the one he knew with Sev was sharing with him. They'd been trained to think the same way, the soldier's way. Where was Jessek going with this? If you dropped her off like a normal taxi, they'd lose her in the terminal anyway. He couldn't follow her in there and check where she went without blowing his cover. And if you didn't drop her off... Sev was staring past Phi. Lizard on your 6, he said quietly. Phi turned very, very slowly and stopped when he caught the Feline male in his peripheral vision at the point where the plaza funneled into a spiral ramp down to another level. He was searching, so the woman hadn't caught up with him when he expected, and he was looking for her, and that meant she had no comlink, or she'd have used it. Now he's going to be bad news. He's carrying some serious cannon. Look at the line of his jacket. Jessek's voice was a quiet descant to Phi's pulse, pounding in his head.
Oh, fire effect? That's great. Being rerouted again? This is going to cost, lady. Another detour?
He's way too smart for his own good. Sev looked exasperated. Barden, are you doing what I think you're doing? Are you heading back our way?
I pay good license money not to have to use automated lanes,
said Jessek's voice in their ears. He really didn't sound at all like the nice Jedi Temple boy now.
And then I still get diverted. What do we pay our taxes for?
I'll take that as a yes. The Feline moved off, pausing occasionally to look around, and ambled slowly down the ramp. Phi and Sev leaned on the edge of the parapet, like any tourist might to take in the view below. Phi dropped his voice. He's calling someone. The Feline had the back of his hand raised to his mouth. Oh, for a helmet comlink. Phi might have been able to pick up the frequency. Is it her or backup? We could call this in and get Niner and Scorch to pick him up. And then we drag another team off station. No, let's see this through. Sev sat down on a bench, looking suitably disoriented. Barden, where are you?
Let me try this shortcut, lady. Hey, who are you calling? You making a complaint about fares already?
I bet she's calling Lounge Lizard. Great. Yeah, and now that our driver's got a very dodgy passenger, has he thought of what we're going to do with her? Same as we did with Orgel and the Nikto, Sev said, getting up to walk across the taxi platform at the end of the plaza. They had to get in fast when Jessek appeared and opened the hatch. Phi had visions of the potential grief that would be unleashed if a passenger was screaming her head off when the taxi hatch opened in a very public place. Land at 90 degrees, Barden. Sev will access via the port hatch and I'll go in the other, and we'll pin her down. Yeah, I think Phi can manage to subdue a civilian, Sev said. Remind me to show you my unfunny side later, Uvad. Skarada's gonna kill us for this. Better get it right then, Phi said. Here he comes. Steady, Barden. Too fast. He's a Jedi. There's no such thing as too fast. The battered taxi, its anti-surveillance gauze, now showing a human driver that wasn't Jessek, dropped onto the platform, scattering dust and grit. The two commandos ran to their respective sides. Jessek's voice filled their heads now.
The hatch is in 3, 2, 1.
They threw themselves in. The hatches snapped shut so fast that Phi felt his pant leg snap in the sill,
but he was flat on top of a squealing, struggling woman. And then she was quiet, because Sev clamped his hand over her mouth.
You waiting for a tip?
Said Phi. The taxi lifted in a straight vertical and nearly shaved the paintwork off another cab, trying to drop off passengers. It was just as well that Inika had done something creative about the identity transponder.
Bye. I don't suppose you brought any restraints. No, but this usually works.
Phi freed his right arm and put his blaster to Jizz's head.
Ma'am, shut up and stop struggling. I have no problem shooting women.
No, he didn't. Enemies were enemies. Females were soldiers too. Jessica took the taxi high into what appeared to be a commuter lane and shot off in a complex loop that first took them away from caboose and relative safety, and then dropped down between lanes where the layers of traffic overhead gave some protection against visual surveillance. We've been tagged, Jessica said. He shut his eyes, far too long for Phi's comfort. It was the first time he'd seen the Jedi fly with his eyes closed, and the fact that the good ones could do that didn't reassure the simple animal part of him that said it shouldn't be possible. Yes, we're being followed. Phi wanted to ask how he knew, but just had no reason to know Jessica was a Jedi, and the less she knew, the easier it would be to process her, as Ascarata put it.
You can evade them, right?
About as well as anyone else can.
Any idea who they are?
None, other than they're very persistent. If it's CSF, it's an unmarked vessel.
You can sense all that information?
He opened his eyes again. Yes, because there are only 2 or 3 speeders behind us, and I could see them in the mirror. Sev looked at Phi with the unspoken count of 1, 2, 3. Sev released his grip on Jizz as Phi clamped his arm tight around her neck. Blaster pressed so hard into her temple that the muzzle was ringed with a little patch of white bloodless skin. He could feel her heart pounding through her back against his chest, even through the thin sheet of body armor under his tunic. He wondered for a moment if it was his own frantic heartbeat. Sev reached under the rear for his DC-17 and took out the grenade attachment.
Okay, it lacks finesse, but we're late for lunch, and if they track us, we're finished.
Here, in daylight and traffic? Jessica said.
Not yet.
Sev tried to aim his Deeks and snapped on the grenade launcher.
Open the rear screen a crack. Can you hold steady?
You wanted me to outrun them.
Can't. We've got to drop them.
Jessica looked in the rear view. In a skylane? You haven't got a clear shot, and the debris will...
Me sniper, you pilot. Understand the difference?
Jessica's grip on the steering vane tightened. Too many vessels and too much debris. Let's head for somewhere less crowded.
Maybe Quilura,
Phi said. Hold on tight. Jessica dropped the taxi like a stone and plummeted 10, then 15, then 20 levels to the lower skylane, slipping in between 2 transports and then jumping between horizontal lanes.
Still there, said Phi. 3 vehicles behind. Have they alerted anyone?
I can't sense anything. Jessica kept shaking his head, as if trying to clear it. They might not want to risk using comlinks.
Who the Firefect are they?
I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. And if you just shut up, because I'm trying to concentrate on flying, and I'm listening, and... His voice trailed off. Just aim. Phi pressed his blaster harder into the woman's head. She flinched and shut her eyes tight. He could feel no emotion whatsoever, just the cold clarity of his life, and his comrades against her existence, and it seemed an easy equation.
Move and you're dead, man, okay?
Move. Even Phi wasn't sure he could make an escape from a speeder moving.
They're not ours,
Sev said.
And they're in pursuit, so they're a target.
Phi dug the blaster into the woman's skin.
Are they your people, ma'am?
I don't know. I don't know.
If they are, it's too bad, Sev said. We can't let them track us back.
Jessica speeded up. Stand by. Phi noticed that he had his eyes shut again.
Firefect.
Fire, Jessica said, and the taxi suddenly flipped up 90 degrees and climbed into an agonizing vertical. Phi braced for impact. They had to be dead. But the taxi was still climbing. They were in a vertical shaft, and a ball of blue-white flame roared beneath them. Phi was thrown against Seth, but he locked his arm tight around the woman's neck, and all 3 of them hit the partly open rear screen as the sound of ricocheting debris faded behind them in the service duct. The light dimmed fast beneath them, and suddenly disappeared as Jessup slammed the taxi into another right angle, and they were flying horizontally along the channel again.
Target down.
Sev shut his eyes.
That better not be CSF,
Vi said.
That's going to be very messy.
Suddenly, they were bathed in hazy sunlight. Jessup brought them out into passenger traffic and slipped into the automated lanes of private speeders again.
What do we look like from the outside now?
Sev said. Jessup wiped his forehead with his palm and looked as breathless and battered as he ever had after performing the Da Wurda. Vi would have sworn he looked just as elated, too.
Family of Garquinian tourists with the Grand Driver,
the Jedi said.
Now let's try to explain this to you-know-who without getting our heads ripped off.
He opened his comlink.
Returning with the prisoner, Cal.
Sev grumbled in his throat.
Never use real names. At least if we're worse now,
Vi said. So Jessup was scared of Scarada, too. It was supposed to be a quiet ops job. As he put it, observation duty had turned into a kidnapping, blowing up unidentified vessels. Scared wasn't the right word, though. He'll be disappointed with us. We let him down. Vi, like anyone who came into Scarada's circle, desperately wanted Cal Burr to be proud of him. It was more effective motivation than fear any day.
Remember, he even shows Wookiees around,
said Vi. He adjusted his grip on the woman's neck to stop the tingling in his fingers.
And they take it.
The taxi was silent, except for the occasional whimpering gulp from Jis and the rumble of the vessel's hard-pressed drive. Eventually, Jessup came to a shuttered halt on the platform at the top level of Quibu's hut. Sev called on his comlink for a hand with a woman, and Aden came running out with Fixer.
What have you been playing at? Scarada's going nuts in there.
Aden slid into the taxi and put cuffs on Jis.
Get out and we'll take her to the safe house. You've got some explaining to do.
Safe house for them, maybe. Safe for her? No. But then she had picked the wrong side. She wasn't a helpless victim. So much for whining that we never get to see the enemy. The taxi lifted off, leaving Vi, Sev, and Jessup standing on the platform, exhausted by adrenaline. Thank you for flying Jedi Air, Jessup grinned and shook their hands. Have a nice afternoon.
You're all insane,
said Sev, and stalked off. Chapter 12.
Definitely not one of our speeders, Cal. Look, I know why you think I don't need to know what your boys are getting up to, but someone's going to notice you blew up their people, and so is CSF. What do you want me to tell them?
Captain Jailer O'Brim to Cal Scarada. Operational house. Quibu's hut, 1600 hours, 380 days after Geonosis.
You're sure nobody followed you?
Scarada said quietly. The strike team, minus Ordo, was assembled in the main room, sitting where they could. For a moment, Scarada was distracted by the way Darman and Attain were positioned. It told him something, but he had more pressing issues right now. He'd calmed down, too. Red Watch was back safely. Jessup, predictably, was taking his roasting like a man.
I'm sure, Cal. I felt it. Don't go mystic on me. Did you go through the procedures? Give me tangibles.
I didn't return via a direct route. I looked back on myself several times. Nothing. There was no point yelling at them. Scarada knew he probably would have done the same. It was all very well to talk about painstaking surveillance and meticulously planning before resolving a threat, but when a truly ripe target walked in front of your scope, no, he would have done the same. And he was simply relieved that they'd made it back in one piece.
Okay, surveillance is off for the day. We change vehicles again, and we'll start defense watches, just in case the force has deceived Bardica. And we got a load of bad guys on our case now. Indica is identifying a second location we can pull back to if this place is compromised. Jessica looked crushed. I'm sorry, Cal. You weren't in command. I should have made sure you were ready for this. Scarada turned to Phi and Sev. Phi looked crestfallen. Sev was complete blank insolence. And what have you two got to say for yourselves? It won't happen again, Cal. Phi looked at Jessic. And it was me and Sev who decided to go for it. If Barton hadn't done some clever flying, we'd all be dead now, and the op would be over. And you, Sev? Sev turned his head with slow deliberation. What he said. Son, I know you think you're a hard case, because you survived Wallen Val, and you probably are, but anti-terrorist ops are more about this. Scarada walked over to him and rapped his head so hard with his knuckles that the thunk of bone was audible. Sev blinked, but didn't move a muscle. If you thought about it for 2 minutes, you could have relayed that identification back here and we could have planned some intelligent surveillance. But now we've got another prisoner, plus a bunch of dead guys. And we have to explain why a GAR employee isn't going back to the office anytime soon. Because if she wasn't working alone, then some Dai-Cut is going to notice she's absent. Have I missed anything? Niner, arms folded, looked up. Yes. Who's helping Val now? He must have his hands full. Inika. Wookiees are good at looking like a crowd. Boss had been remarkably quiet for the last 10 days. He worked his watches without complaint and had shown none of the swaggering confidence that Delta boys were known for. Now he was pacing up and down the length of the window, slow and deliberate, and glancing occasionally at Niner. Scarada wondered if it was the displacement from the sergeant role that was getting to him. Might as well lance the boil. You want to say something, boss? With respect, Cal, we have different approaches, don't we? Spit it out. Delta does rapid neutralization. Omega does more stuff that's considered. Omega does the more considered stuff. Why not split our tasking that way? For once, rock-solid Niner took the bait. Yeah. You blow up everything without checking, and we think first. I certainly agree with your analysis, Nervad. And we have the broken track of successful missions. Like we don't? You said it. Scarada wasn't quite fast enough, crossing the room, and Niner had slammed Boss hard against the wall, without a moment's warning.
If Scarada hadn't yelled,
Check! Niner would have smashed his drawn-back fist into Boss's face. The two men stood almost nose to nose, locked in a frozen standoff. This stops right now, Scarada barked. You hear me? Stand down. You never see Niner react like that. Soldiers got into scraps all the time. It was an inevitable part of being encouraged to fight. Sometimes they took a swing at each other, but it was rarely serious. No more than a bit of bravado, but not his boys, and certainly not Niner. There was a switch in all men, somewhere, no matter how deeply buried that could be thrown. You have never lost brothers. Niner took one grudging step back from Boss. Never. You have no idea. Ever wonder why? Said Boss. Enough. Scarada put an arm between them. Next one to open his mouth gets a thump from me, okay? This was the brief moment where the fight would erupt or vanish, and Scarada was secretly uncertain if he had what it took to separate two bigger, younger, fitter men. But Niner muttered, Yes, Sarge, and sat down in a chair on the far side of the room. Face white with anger, Boss paused, then followed him to hold out a placatory hand. Apologies, Nervad. Niner just looked up at him, unblinking. Then he took Boss's hand and shook it. But his mind was clearly elsewhere, and Scarada knew exactly where. Some things didn't go away with time. Niner had lost another Sev, plus DD, and 04, at Geonosis. And during training he lost 2-8. Republic commandos never forgot the brothers they grew up with. In that tight pot, from time to time, they were decanted. But Delta still had their pot intact. The world was different for them. They thought they were invincible. Death only happened to others. I think we need to take a step back, Scarada said, bleeding for Niner. He thought the squad was as close as a true pod, but they still nursed their losses. Delta, you break off and get a meal downstairs, and report back at 1900. Omega, you break when they get back. Maybe we'll all feel better on a full stomach. There was no point turning this into a contest between the squads, but mixing them hadn't helped that much. Scarada watched Delta troop out toward the turbo lift. It was going to take more than food to distract them, although it usually did the trick.
Are we all okay?
Adam looked up from a databat he was cannibalizing. Dismantling things seemed to keep him happy.
We're okay, Sarge. Sorry. I just don't feel happy calling you Cal, except in public, of course.
That's okay, son. Scarada made a point of sitting down, where he could see Darman, and make a discreet assessment. There was something about the way he was turned slightly toward Etain in his seat, and she made a lot more eye contact with him than she had earlier. Scarada wondered why he hadn't spotted it earlier, and also when it had happened. If he was right, it was bad for discipline to let an officer and an enlisted man have a relationship. But Etain wasn't an officer, and Darman had never chosen to enlist. The risk lay more in how Darman would handle it, and how left behind his brothers might feel now that they were out in a world where everyone who wasn't wearing armor was free to love. Scarada stood up and limped across to Etain.
Come and explain some Jedi stuff to me, he said quietly. I'd ask Bardika, but he's still in disgrace at the moment.
He winked at Jessic to indicate he was joking. The kid took his ribbing far too seriously sometimes.
Outside.
It wasn't subtle, but Darman obviously didn't think anyone else had noticed what was going on between them. He probably thought Scarada wanted to discuss the unsavory side of interrogation with her. Scarada sat down next to Etain on the rickety bench against the landing platform wall. It was late afternoon, and the air smelled of hot speeder drives, and the powdery sweet scent of a solitary mela vine that had taken root in the crack in the permacrete. Etain folded her hands in the lap of her pale blue tunic. Without the dull brown robes, she didn't look like a Jedi at all.
You and Darman,
Scarada said carefully. She closed her eyes for a second.
He told you then? I suppose he tells you everything.
Not a word. But I'm not stupid.
It was amazing how easily people told you things when you didn't even ask a question. Perhaps she actually wanted people to know, but it seemed Darman didn't, and he had a right to keep what little privacy he had.
I heard the squad's comments after Quilura.
Are you telling me to stop?
No, I'm asking where this is heading.
Are you going to tell him to stop?
Not if you make him happy.
Scarada trod carefully. But he knew where he drew the line, and whose interests he would put first, war or not.
See, I know that much about Jedi. You can't love.
We're not supposed to, but we sometimes do. I do.
You're serious about him then?
I never stopped thinking about him after Quilura.
Have you really worked this out?
That I'll outlive him? Women outlive their men all the time. That I might be thrown out of the Jedi Order? As prices go, that's worth paying.
Etain, he's more vulnerable than you think. He's a grown man, and he's a killing machine. But he's a kid too. Crying over girlfriends can be dangerously distracting for him, and the whole squad.
I know that.
I'd hate to see him used. If you're going to carry on with this, you'd better mean it.
He paused to make sure she understood what he was saying.
You know I'll protect him, come what may, don't you?
Etain's lips parted slightly, and her cheeks looked suddenly pink. Her gaze flickered slightly.
I want him to be happy, Cal. I never use him.
I'm glad we agree,
he said. Threatening a Jedi general was probably a court-martial offense. Scarada didn't care. Darman and his last remaining sons came before everything. Before the needs of a likable young Jedi. Before even his own life. And certainly before the interests of the Republic's politics. It was a matter of honor and love. But Etain would give Darman a little comfort and tenderness in his life that would tide him through the dark and inevitable days ahead. Days that for him and his brothers were already destined to be limited. Scarada would just have to keep an eye on the situation.
Make him happy then, Adika,
he said.
Just make him happy.
Weebu's Hut, 2100. The sign above the freshers read, "Patrons please observe the no weapons rule." Written in 5 languages as well as basic, most of the patrons appeared not to understand it. Ordo slipped among the motley assortment of drinkers and gamblers, now diluted considerably by a sea of dark, red-garbed fatigues, and hoped none of the species here were scent followers. That was the trouble with some explosives. They had a distinctive smell. He scrubbed himself as thoroughly as he could, and changed into ubiquitous red fatigues as well. Lasima, the Twilight female, who had fled from the kitchens when he found her cowering behind a table, smiled nervously at him across the bar. By the time he reached it, she had his favorite mucha juice, waiting for him without the prompt of his distinctive armor. "How do you know I'm me?" he said, puzzled. "I could be any clone."
The way you hold yourself.
She had a very soft voice, and he had to strain to hear her in the noisy bar.
You stand as if you're still wearing that skirt.
"Kama," he said patiently. "Belt's bad. It's based on a traditional Mandalorian hunting Kama. It was designed to protect your legs." Yes, the pauldron in Kama did tend to make him stand more upright out of habit, his back a little arched. He'd have to watch that if he wanted to pass for an ordinary clone trooper. "But it's just for show now,"
Ah,
she said.
it's certainly very showy.
Ordo was getting used to the attention of Twilight females, and he rather liked it. "Is Weebu treating you properly?"
Yes, thank you.
Lasima sounded as if she really was grateful. She leaned forward a little. He was still taken aback by the vivid blue of her skin, but he was willing to get used to it. She had a little scar on the point of her chin that was turquoise and more decorative than disfiguring.
Is your friend a captain?
She glanced sideways, and Ordo followed her gaze to Omega Squad and Scarada, who were eating something unidentifiable and occasionally lifting a lump of it on a fork to inspect it, communally, with worried frowns.
The one with the scar. He's nice.
"That's Atten," Ordo said, crushed. "Oh. He's not a captain. He's a private." The vast majority of the army was made up of privates. It wasn't restricted information. Atten glanced up with that unerring soldier's sense of knowing when someone was targeting you. He managed a shy smile. "Yes, he's very reliable."
He's got a lot of scars. Has he been in many battles?
Oh, she really had been studying Atten carefully. Apart from the thin diagonal scar across his face, the rest were harder to spot, just a couple on his hands, and one telltale line that was visible above the neckline of his red tunic. "Yes," Ordo said. "They've all been in quite a few battles."
Poor Atten.
She said, looking smitten.
I'll bring your meal over in a moment.
He forced a smile, as Kelber had taught him, picked up his glass, and went to join Omega's table. "What do you reckon this is, Ordo?" Darman said. He held his fork so that Ordo could inspect the object skewered on it. "A tube of some sort." "That's what we were afraid of." "It's all protein." Ordo stared at Atten. "Lasima has taken a fancy to you, Nerbot." There was no jeering or barracking as Ordo had seen ordinary males do at the mention of females. The squad simply sat in silence for a moment, and then resumed their debate on the anatomical content of Quibu's dish of the day. Scarada got up and moved along the bench to sit next to him. "Successful shopping trip?" "I have everything on the list now. Sorry for the delay. And I have a few extras." "How extra?" "Surprising extras. Very noisy, too." Lasima glided up to the table and placed a dish in front of Ordo. She smiled at Atten before making her way back to the bar. Ordo picked up his fork to eat, and the squad studied his plate intently. "But that's all vegetables," Niner said accusingly. "Of course it is," Ordo said. "My intelligence score is at least 35% higher than yours." It happened to be true. Scarada laughed. Ordo cleared his plate as fast as he could, and then indicated the turbo lift. Scarada followed him up to their rooms, where Delta Squad sat cleaning their DC-17s. "Just dusting," Fixer said, subtle as a bantha. "Dust away," Scarada said. "We'll see action soon enough. So, Ordo, what did you get?" 100 kilos of thermoplastoid plus 5,000 detonators. Even Scorch looked up from his dismantled rifle at the mention of that. "That's a lot of ordnance to make disappear without anyone noticing, let alone store it. I liberated it in stages from different sources. Scarada tapped him on the arm. Now explain the extra surprise. The delay was because I enriched it all, minus the pack or two. How? A little chemical refinement that'll make it unstable if anyone attempts to use it in devices. How unstable exactly? Scarada asked. If they don't work a stabilizer compound into the plastoid, it'll blow the workshop into orbit as soon as they attach a det to it. Scorch sniggered appreciatively. Just a precaution, Ordo said. If we end up using it for a sting operation, and by some chance it goes wrong, then we'll at least remove a few Haroon in the process. And half of Galactic City, Sev grunted to himself and peered through his scope to calibrate it against a view from the window. You spook boys overdo it sometimes. Scarada patted Ordo's arm. Nice job, son. Now, tell me where you've stored it. Half at the safe house, and half under Fixer's bed. Scorch guffawed. Boss smacked his ear, but it didn't stop him from laughing. I'm sharing Fixer's room, tight cut. Well, you won't even wake up if that blows. Ordo accepted it was a risk, but risks were relative, and Scarada hadn't expressed interest at his advanced ordnance skills, so he could still keep Maril's return as a surprise. He was going to be pleased with Maril's news on Kosei too, so all we have to do now is work out how we get them to take the bait, said Scarada. Maybe Val is getting somewhere with our guard colleague. Boss looked up. You're more interested in using the stuff to kill them, track them, or make them think everything's going fine on the terror front. I'll take all three. Does it usually take this long to get anywhere? Scarada laughed. Long? Son, it normally takes years to shut down a network. This is lightning speed. It might still take years, and it's still a fraction of the trouble out there. Makes you wonder why we bother. Because we can't not bother, Scarada said. And because it's for us. He sat back in the chair in the corner and put his boots up on the low table, shutting his eyes and folding his arms on his chest. Val's calling in shortly. If I don't hear the comlink, somebody wake me up. Ordo had rarely known Scarada to sleep before his men did, and he had seldom seen him use a bed. He always slept in a chair if he had the choice, and while it might have been a mercenary's need to be ready to wake up and fight immediately, Ordo suspected it had a lot to do with that first night on Camino. His normal life had ceased until that elusive normality had been achieved for his troops. He always seemed to be waiting for the Caminoans to come through the door. His breathing changed to the shallow, slow rhythm of a man asleep. Scorch started whistling, distracted by his task. Ordo walked up behind him and clamped his hand hard over his mouth. Quiet. Quiet for Calber. Scorch took the hint. Ordo waited, memorizing Maril's download from his datapad with a single glance at each screen. Then Scarada's wrist comlink chirped. He opened his eyes and lifted his hand nearer his mouth. Wallen?
Try jailer,
a weary voice said. Scarada sat bolt upright. Delta Squad froze. Where are you? Said Scarada.
Sweeping up a pile of dead guys with colleagues from the organized crime unit.
Sorry?
I think your boys just kicked off a gang war. Can I borrow a Jedi, please?
Chapter 13. 10 members of a criminal gang have been killed in what's thought to be a gang feud in the lower levels. Sources close to Coruscant security forces suggest the crime lords' battle broke out in a row over gun-running territories.
H&E, late bulletin.
Forensics Unit Morgue, CSF Divisional HQ, Quadrant A89. 23:45 hours. 380 days after Geonosis.
There's your lizard,
Obrim said, pulling back the sheet.
Paxaz Ezek.
Fi and Scarada looked at the elegant green-scaled face, or at least the half that was still intact. Blaster fire was cleaner than ballistic damage, but it still did nothing for your looks.
Not very attractive to the ladies now, is he?
Said Fi. The morgue was cool and quiet. Fi had never seen one before, and he was both fascinated and disturbed, not because it was full of dead things, but because he now wondered what would happen to his own body, left on a battlefield. Does it matter? Mandalorians don't care about remains.
We have our soul. My brothers can retrieve some of my armor, and that'll be enough. The pale green room, with its polished stir-steel doors, also had an antiseptic smell that reminded him of Camino. He wasn't comfortable here.
You okay?
Obrim said.
Just interested.
Fi stared.
Yes, that's him. You can match him with the images Sev grabbed too. Is he important?
Not on our files. That Feline don't visit Coruscant to get a nice jobs in the clerical service. Best guess is Black Sun, or an offshoot.
So, Scarada said, purely hypothetical. If we picked up a woman friend who has had access to Gar weapons shipments.
Purely hypothetical, because you don't exist. Imagine she's diverting a few weapons for his business, but you snatch her, and so he refuses to complete the deal because he thinks you're the customer trying to intimidate him.
Fi listened, riveted. Obrim's mental gymnastics were hard to follow.
But the real customer thinks the Feline just made an excuse to run out on their agreement, so they come after you, thinking you're his foot soldiers, and you waste them. So their buddies come back to settle a few scores with young Scaleface's colleagues.
Obrim took one final look at the Feline's face and covered it up again.
And if they were all waiting on a shipment of explosives anyway, the one you intercepted, then you have a very jumpy assortment of bad guys around town.
You're going to have to spell that out why this is good news,
Scarada said.
Well, we're minus some criminal scum, and we found more we didn't even know about. Plus, we now have some good forensics. The Soko team has been all over his apartment like a rash.
And?
Solid gold for organized crime unit.
Whoopee for them. But was he, or was he not, handling explosives?
Scarada was getting agitated, chewing that Ruick root again.
I'm not interested in gangsters stealing Republic weapons for their own purposes. Is his gang supplying explosives to anyone?
Yes. We found traces everywhere. Your Jedi colleagues seem to be finding the disturbance in the Force useful, whatever that means.
Does this mean that your organized crime unit is going to be getting in our way now?
Share operational details with me, and they won't.
You know the rules of this game.
Cal, your boys are coming awfully close to being targeted by CSF themselves. It could easily have been you, and them in a shooting match. I don't want any friendly fire incidents, if we can avoid them.
Fi watched Cal's jaw muscles, working as he chewed. This wasn't warfare. It had crossed over into armed politics. Scarada and Obrim seemed to be conducting a private war by their own rules, and Fi didn't envy them.
You know that we're not taking prisoners,
Scarada said.
And I can't see your people turning a blind eye to that, once they know what we're up to.
But I've got something you need,
Obrim said. Scarada switched instantly from lovable rogue to a creature of pure ice.
Don't ever try to bargain with me about this.
Are we on the same side or not?
Scarada was ashen.
Well, we'll go it alone then.
Fi had rarely seen him truly angry, but when he had been pushed too far, he went white and quiet and dangerous.
Come on, son. We've got work to do.
He took Fi's elbow and steered him to the back doors. It didn't bode well. Fi looked back over his shoulder at Obrim, a man equally white, equally tense, and the captain shook his head.
Okay, Cal. I'll give it to you anyway. But may the Force save your sorry backside if this goes wrong.
Scarada turned. He seemed genuinely surprised. He hadn't been bluffing. He really had been storming off and cutting Obrim out of the loop.
What happens if it does go wrong, jailer? You get into trouble with your bosses, but my boys die.
Yeah, and so might mine, if they get in the way by accident.
Then don't get in the way.
Okay. What time did your people grab the woman?
Obrim asked.
Mid-afternoon.
Well, there was someone trying to get a hold of our irresistible friend here via a government comlink shortly before CSF went to his home an hour ago.
You mean there's someone else in the GAR working with him?
Yes. And if we could pin down the transmission source, I'd have given it to you.
Scarada's shoulders sagged.
Thank you, my friend.
Don't mention it. Just try to give me a warning before you start another war here, okay?
That was a nice smokescreen line to the media, by the way. Gang war indeed.
It's very nearly true.
But thank your oily friend, Marujian, for that. You'll owe him one, I'm sure.
Scarada rolled his eyes. Fi continued to be surprised by the machinations of political life in Coruscant. He was grateful, and not for the first time, that all he had to do was shoot or be shot. There was no time to worry or plan. Either you did a better, faster job than the enemy at that particular moment, or you died.
Rujian wants good news, Scarada said. Let's see if we can find some for him.
Obrim smiled ruefully at Fi, and made a gesture of tipping back a glass of ale.
Don't you forget that drink, will you?
They left Obrim in the morgue, and took the service turbo lift to disappear into the late-night crowds around the CSF complex, and emerge at a taxi platform to wait for Justic to collect them. Scarada simply glanced at 3 innocent Coruscanti citizens waiting there too, and they decided they had urgent business elsewhere. Calbur could look anything but paternal when he felt like it. Fi pulled his collar up, still feeling horribly exposed, without his armor. Scarada rummaged in his pockets, took out a bar of candied fruit, and broke it in two. He handed Fi the bigger piece.
What now?
Fi said.
It's the only solid lead we've got, Scarada said. And it's a mess, but I'm reluctant to let it go and start over. I bet the Seps are looking for another source of supply for their explosives now. If this were Kalura, or any other mining planet, they could do it easily. On an urban world like this, well, scoring a few blasters is easy. But shopping for explosives is going to attract attention. Maybe this is where we use Ordo's little cache of stuff that goes bang.
Scarada stopped chewing.
I'm never sure if we have the same ideals, because they're common sense, or because I trained you. And now you're as crazy as I am, son. Well, they know their original consignment didn't arrive, so now you might as well use the stuff as a bait. And there's Quibu. Now that's dangerous. No, that's when Hutts come in useful. They're like one big scum, want ad service. Seeing as he thinks we're doing a bit of private business without the guard's consent anyway, why disappoint him? He can put the word out that Cal has something to sell. But then, we've pinpointed our operational base for them. You think Quibu will want to advertise we're in his precious hotel? With the possibility of unpleasantries and lots of damage following him home too? He won't discuss locations. He likes being alive. But you're going to tell Obrim, right? Only the location when we have a delivery set up with our new customers,
Scarada said,
and then only to warn off CSF.
He lapsed into silence. Around them, keeping a sensible distance, because Scarada looked remarkably gangsterish himself right then. Ordinary citizens and tourists from dozens of species were making their way in and out of brightly lit clubs, restaurants, and shops. They were dressed in exotic, colorful clothes, chattering and enjoying themselves. They were arm in arm with friends, or holding hands with lovers, or accompanied by gaping children who had never seen a city planet like this at night. Fi knew how those kids felt. It was still as much a spectacle of miraculous delight to him as it had been when he first saw it from the crew bay of a police cruiser. But it was also now something alien to him, something he had no stake in and could never fully understand. The civilians around him could have no idea of what was happening right in the middle of their safe daily lives. A few meters from them, a mercenary and a soldier who had no official orders were planning to unload enough explosives on the black market to destroy whole quadrants. But it was a fair trade, because Fi had no idea of what their lives were about either. We lived in parallel worlds. We can see each other, but we never meet. At least Darman seemed to have found a bridge to a normal life, if you could call a Jedi normal. Fi wondered if his brother realized that everyone knew what was going on with him, and the General. If he were Darman, he wouldn't care. Operational House, Quibu's hut. 056 hours. 381 days after Geonosis. Ordo placed the tight-wrapped packs of 500-grade thermoplasto explosives on the table and stacked them in piles of 10. Darman picked up one and fondled it with the fascinated expression of a connoisseur of explosives. It was interesting, Attain thought, to note what made Darman feel relaxed and confident, because sitting on 50 kilos of ultra-high explosives didn't reassure her at all.
Dar, cut it out, Niner said. We'd like the hotel to still be here when Val arrives. Reckon you can avoid blowing the place up for the next hour? This stuff is perfectly safe, unless you stick something metallic in it and trigger an electrolytic reaction,
Darman said. He smiled at Etain before lobbing a hand-sized pack at Niner.
Udisi, Nervad.
Niner caught it and swore. Then he threw it back. Etain could hear the shower running in the fresher. She could also see Aden wandering around, eyes fixed and defocused on the grubby carpet as if he was rehearsing a speech in his head. And he was trailing a disturbance in the force that felt like the aftermath of a battle. She'd felt Aten's raw grief on Quilura, the pain at losing his original brothers at Geonosis, and she could taste the dark depths in him all too easily. Phi, even without the ability to use the same force, seemed to be able to do the same. From time to time he got up and gripped his brother by his upper arm, talking very quietly and earnestly to him. Much of the conversation was in Mandalorian, which she didn't understand well enough, but she certainly picked up one word that needed no translation: Val. Boss, Jessic, and Scorch had gone back down to the bar. Seb and Fixer were out on the landing platform now, looking like a normal hotel roof covered with assorted transport from speeder bikes and air speeders to a couple of taxis, providing a discreet perimeter defense in case someone had tracked the strike team back to Quibus. The whole place simmered with tension, and yes, it was there. Very subtly, but it was there. Fear.
If Val's bringing the rest of the thermal, who's minding the prisoners?
Darman asked.
I don't imagine they'll take much minding now, Ordo said, but Enika's around. So who's going to help him haul 50 kilos of dead weight?
Ordo looked faintly irritated. He still felt to Etain like a disjointed turmoil of emotions, held in place by a ferociously intelligent logic. She had classified him as dangerous without really knowing why.
Val, he said carefully, is still a fit man. A soldier since childhood, just like you and like Calbur. He can carry 50 kilos on his own, almost as well as you can.
Ordo adjusted the pile of sealed packs so they lined up perfectly, as if that mattered very much to him.
And if Enika doesn't need to guard prisoners, she'll help him carry the ordnance. Either way, stop worrying. Yeah, that's my job,
Niner said. Etain had a very good idea. What doesn't need to guard prisoners meant, if they had ceased to be useful. Then they were a liability here, just as they were on Quilura, and they would be shot. Darman killed separatists when he couldn't take them prisoner. She'd watched him do it, clean, quick, passionless. And was this the dark side finally pulling her over the edge? Even if she would hesitate to do it herself, she was no longer appalled that he or his comrades did. He looked up from the packets and gave her a broad smile. There was never even a hint of darkness in him.
It's perfectly safe,
he said. She realized she was frowning at him, and that he had taken it to be a comment on the pile of instant destruction on the table.
Don't you trust me?
She smiled back instinctively.
Of course I trust you.
Yes, I do. You're my friend, my lover. Skrada emerged from the fresher, toweling his hair and wearing a change of clothes with his Verpine in his light gray holster. He leaned over Niner to look at the holozine he was reading.
Don't you ever watch the Holo News?
He asked, pointing at the darkened screen on the wall.
Too much to take in.
Niner resumed reading.
Other people's complicated lives.
Aten had settled in the corner with his DC-17 on his lap. They all kept the rifle close to them when they weren't in public. It was too obviously a commando weapon in the street, and had to be replaced by a discreet blaster. But back here, they lavished affection on the Dece again. It was the weapon they had been raised with, and now lived by. Phi had his slung over his shoulder, and he was looking out the window onto the catwalk opposite, the one that linked another level of seedy bars with the concourse below. He was invisible to the Coruscant beyond the transperistyle, but clearly it was painfully visible to him. Etain could feel his longing. Phi had changed since Quilura. Etain had first sensed him in the Force, as good-natured and calm. A year later, his facade was unfailingly cheerful, but the undertow was darker, more desperate. He'd seen too much of the war, and he had glimpsed something even more painful and guaranteed to trouble him. Ordinary people in Coruscant, leading normal lives of the kind he would never have. She didn't need the Force to help her taste that. She could see the constant question on his face when he glanced at couples and families, of all species. Why not me? Why is this life not for me? It was what Darman had asked. Family and clan, family and fatherhood, seemed of overwhelming importance to Mandalorian men. They certainly drove Scarada. Then Attain knew exactly what the Force had in mind for her. It was not the path of a Jedi any longer. It was to ensure that at least one clone man was given back the future that had been taken away from him at birth, or whatever cold-distant process served for birth in those Kaminoan laboratories. Attain would make him a father one day. She would give Darman a son. But neither of them had the luxury of a normal life in this war. Her dream would be a secret, even from him, for the time being. Then Attain put the thought from her mind and closed her eyes to meditate, unself-conscious, because she was among true friends. She drifted in formless calm, hearing only the slowed pace of her own heartbeat, until the door buzzed. She snapped alert again. So did Omega and Scarada. Attain saw the squad individually as clearly as she did any other beings, and not just because the Force tinted them with their unique shades of character. She had ceased to see their identical faces or their armor, and experienced instead only their distinct personalities and habits. And yet when they moved, when they switched to their soldier state of being, they were like a single perfect predator. The buzz made them all look up together, not like ordinary men responding by staggered milliseconds, one after the other, but in one movement, absolutely synchronized, and their expressions and the angle of their heads and their frozen alertness were one. Then, with another perfect single movement, they split like a fist, opening into fingers, and snapped to positions around the room, rifles trained on the door. Not a word, not one hand signal from Niner. They hadn't even had time to put on their helmets and activate the shared comlink. Whatever told them to move there, do this, watch that, was so thoroughly ingrained in them from drilling that they seemed almost to be operating on instinct. Their dark, high cheekbone, exotic faces were expressionless, except for the rapid blinking. They were completely and utterly still. Attain suddenly saw them as that single exquisite predator again, and it scared her. Their DC-17 rifles all blipped once, in unison as each weapon charged up to fire. Val's not due yet, and Delta's on perimeter. Scarada had his Verpine shadowgun trained this time, not his small blaster, an indication of how much higher he felt the stakes were. Attain, you feel anything?
Nothing.
She was certain she would have perceived a threat by now. She was suddenly aware that she had drawn her lightsaber. She hadn't even felt herself move.
Nothing at all.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2... And the door opened. Attain flinched involuntarily, grasping her lightsaber two-handed. A scent hit her, a foul, damp musk. Fire feck, Scarada said. You die cut. We could have blown your head off. Niner, Ordo, Darman, and Phi made annoyed clicks and sighs and lowered their deces. Atten didn't. Val walked in with 2 straining carryalls and a 6-legged, loose-skinned shambles of pale gold short fur ambling behind him. So that was the Strill. In the absence of malice, intention had been ice cold, calm, utterly detached, while in Val. Attica, lower your dece, Scarada said softly. If you say so, Sarge. And although Atten obeyed, his steady stare at Val was an eloquent loaded weapon. Come on in, said Phi. Ain't nobody here but us clones. You could have called ahead, Scarada said. Val lowered the carryalls to the floor, and Ordo pounced on them. Just challenging your security like I ought to. Well, either Delta and Jessic got instantly stupid, or they let someone pass they knew. So don't get too cocky. Anything you want to tell us? I've shut down the safe house, and Inika is cleaned up. Attain listened intently to the language spoken, in the code of euphemism, out of long habit. Cleaning up certainly meant removing bloodstains, because she'd seen them, but she had the feeling it was more than that. No further business with our 2 friends, Scarada said. That's the trouble with Coruscant, Val said. High balconies are a safety risk. At least that confirms our 2 guests weren't Jedi, eh? Val found a seat, and the Strill scrambled onto his lap. It took Attain a moment to work out what he meant, and the realization shocked her.
The other fortunate thing is that I was able to talk to Vinlogis's supervisor at Guard Logistics as her landlord, and complain that she had skipped owing me rent. The supervisor was sympathetic, and said she was an unreliable employee.
So? Scarada said. Omega had disappeared back to the rooms that led off the main one, except Atten. Atten waited, a block of black hatred, and Ordo stacked the explosives.
So, at least we don't have to worry about her being missed too badly.
Val glanced at Atten, almost as if he was seeking a greeting, but got no reaction.
And she confirmed that there was one other person in logistics that she had to leave information for in an agreed place. A dead letter drop inside the guard complex, whenever she could manage it, in a locker in the female freshers.
What?
You're kidding me. I know. We spend millions on the latest ships, but we're stuffed by a simple security leak that wouldn't baffle a Kidonak grocer.
Attain felt Scarada generate a little dark vortex of rage, his face drained of color.
Why are they so shabble clueless? Because they're a bureaucracy, and they're not the ones in the front line. Anyway, none of the traffic information is impossible to dig out by other routes. It's just quick and easy, all wrapped up in one chip. Worth having because it saves them a lot of time, which means they don't have many personnel. Small and opportunistic network, I reckon.
Scarada was rubbing his face slowly, with both hands, exasperated and weary.
So, she didn't know who collected the data. Other than that, they could use the female freshers without attracting attention, or what their schedule was. If she had known, I can guarantee she would have told me. I'll bet. So we need someone in there to flush that person out. That's me,
Ordo said, and went on making the thermoplastoid into neat piles. Attain had counted 200 small rectangular packets so far.
All I have to do is withdraw the trooper who's seconded to the transport division and step in. And what happens to him? Val said. He stays here until I finish, Ordo said. You can make a commando of him in the meantime, Calber. Well, this is going to be very cozy.
Val rubbed the Strill's back, and it shuddered with visible delight.
Because you have to find room for me, too. Then the Strill sleeps on the landing platform,
Scarada said.
Then I do, too,
said Val. Vi emerged from the room he shared with Atten and stared at the animal.
We could always leave it downstairs in the bar, as an air freshener. One day, RC-8015,
Val said, smiling with unusual sincerity.
You might be very glad of Mert's natural talents.
Attain suspected they were not dissimilar to his masters. Quibu's private rooms. Quibu's hut. 1150 hours. 381 days after Geonosis.
Oh, so this is why you write off my debt,
Quibu said. He swallowed a pickled Gorg whole inside.
You use my fine establishment as a base so that trouble does not follow you home.
Too right, Scarada thought.
My little girl needs to start up her own business,
he said, beaming convincingly at Attain,
so she can look after her old dad and his dotage.
Attain looked suitably sullen. She continued to surprise him with her capacity to do whatever was needed. She could act brave, and she could act calm. And now, she could act the wayward and spoiled daughter of an overprotective mercenary.
She is too skinny to make a living as a bounty hunter,
Quibu said, and shook with laughter.
Mando females are supposed to be big and tough. Her mother, the Chakar, was a Corellian, and she left me to bring up the girl, said Scarada. But Attain lacks in muscle. She makes up for it in business acumen. Oh, I thought your fondness for the Republic's army would prove to have a financial motive. You care nothing for your boys.
Cal bit the inside of his cheek.
No. You ever met a Mando ad who cared about the Republic? No. So what is for sale? Something armies have a great deal of. Ah, you follow the news closely.
Scarada made a silent vow to be very, very kind to Mar Rujan in future. That turf war cover story had worked all too well, and the man probably didn't even know it. There does seem to be a sudden gap in the arms market, yes?
You made that gap, yes?
His stomach somersaulted. He managed to grin. I'm not that big a player. Quibu swallowed the hint whole, like a gorge.
So what can you obtain?
Blasters and assault rifles, thermoplastoid, ammunition. Anything larger than that. I'll treat it as special order, and it might take longer. Don't ask for any warships, though. Quibu laughed.
I put out the word and we see if it attracts customers.
I'm sure I can rely on your discretion. You like this place, don't you?
I want no trouble finding its way back here, but I will expect commission. 20%.
That's my dowry.
Attain said sourly.
Papa, are you gonna let this Chakar steal from me?
Fire effect. She was getting good. This kid. Course not, Adika. Sakurada leaned toward Quibu and jangled his length of chain in his pocket as a little reminder. 5%. And I'll see that your lovely establishment here remains in one piece and unvisited by the riffraff of this world. Quibu gurgled.
If this partnership is successful, we renegotiate terms later.
You get the business, and we'll see. Sakurada stood up as calmly as he could and led Attain out onto the walkway to get some fresh air. Still ill, and Strill was getting to him. I thought Chakar was a nice touch, he said.
I pick up the odd word.
You okay?
Actually, that was hard. I envy your nerve.
You reckon? Sakurada held out his hand, fingers spread palm down. It was shaking. She needed to know that, in case she thought he was invincible. And her misplaced faith got her killed. I'm just a soldier. A commando, you'd call it. I'm groping my way through all of this.
But Quibu's scared of you.
I don't have any problems with killing people, that's all. The reality of this situation had become starkly clear now, edging farther and farther out on that limb. Either to safety or to plummet into the torrent rushing beneath, with a breath between one extreme and the other, and no way of stepping back onto the riverbank. If anything happens to me, I need to know someone will look out for my boys.
You're asking me?
There's only you and Bardika to ask.
Nothing is going to happen to you.
The Force is telling you that, is it?
Yes.
What else does the Force tell you?
What I have to do.
If and when we meet these scum face to face, are you up for it? Can't have my voice visible. Too obvious.
Not Barden?
I don't have to ask Bardika. He'll want to be there anyway. I'm asking you.
I'll do whatever you command. You have seniority here.
Sakurada was hoping for an expression of confidence rather than obedience. But it would have to do. Chapter 14.
Word from our undercover team and their informants is that someone is offering explosives and arms on the black market. It's amazing how fast this scum flows, and to fill the gaps. Time for us to move in. And only one warning before you open fire, okay? Let's see how much we can clean up, once and for all.
Organized Crime Unit, Squad Briefing, CSF HQ, 383 days after Geonosis. Logistics Center, Grand Army of the Republic, Coruscant Command HQ, 1000 hours, 383 days after Geonosis.
Ordo walked through the center's doors unchallenged this time.
Good morning, sir,
the sentry droid said. Ordo shoved his stylus probe in the droid's data port again and downloaded its latest recognized personnel file.
Carry on,
he said. Before he reached the operations room of the logistics wing, he stepped into the mail freshers and ran the downloaded images of all the center's organic staff through his helmet's HUD to memorize every face. About 5% had changed since his last visit. Civilian staff moved on. Supervisor Winnan, he noted, was still there. Then he copied all the data stored in his helmet to his datapad and wiped the HUD's memory. His armor was completely clean now, with no trace of who or what he was, other than a classified ARC trooper, Cali ID. His sole connection to the Special Forces world would be the tiny beat comlink in his ear. His final task was to slide a wide-angle strip cam into the ventilation grill that passed between the male freshers and the female ones. Then he replaced his helmet and walked into the operations room. There was no sign of Bethany Winnan. The third shift supervisor, an Imbonal, was on duty.
Morning, sir, Kor said.
Just observing today, Trooper.
Ordo said. He stood back as if watching the array of live traffic holocharts that covered the circular wall of the ops room, making it feel like the inside of an illuminated drum. In fact, his gaze was on Kor as he worked and occasionally moved around the room. Ordo was taking a crash course in how the trooper moved so that he could mimic him. He already had a measure of his voice, with his faint flash-learned accent. And the civilians always seemed to think he was looking in the direction that his helmet was facing. The basic trooper helmet's specification was available to anyone working in logistics, but they seemed to be unaware of his visual range. Who cared what a trooper could and could not see? They ignore so much data, these civilians.
Kor, I need you to show me something.
Ordo said. The civilians also seemed to ignore conversations between clothes.
Come with me.
Kor picked up his helmet, put the security code lock on his workstation with his gauntlet tally. Good man. Follows the regulations, and followed Ordo out of the room. They walked back down the corridor, and Ordo gestured him to the freshers, marching him into the far end where the lockers were.
This is where you have to follow my orders to the letter,
Ordo said. Kor looked suddenly wary. Yes, sir.
Armor off. We're swapping suits.
Sir?
Remove your armor. I need it.
Kor began unfastening the gription panels without argument and stacked the plates on the floor. Ordo did the same. They both stood there in black bodysuits, suddenly without visible rank, and Ordo was reminded of the price Kor had paid. He looked at the trooper's artificial hands. Was that very painful? Asked Ordo, who had never been that badly injured. I don't remember anything, sir, but it hurt when I woke up in the Bacta tank. He pushed back his sleeves. He had lost both arms from just above the elbow. I manage okay. Ordo had no idea what to say. You should be invalidated out. You shouldn't be going back to the front. What about my brothers? What am I without them? He had no answer to that, either. He snapped Kor's place on his own suit. It was a tight fit. He had always known that the experimental genotype that had so disappointed Camino in quality control had made the Gnolls slightly heavier in build than the clone trooper and clone commando batches. His armor would be a little loose on Kor. At least you get to play captain then. Enjoy it. Kor attached the plates and had some trouble snapping the comm into place. Ordo adjusted it and put the pauldron on his shoulders, then handed him the helmet. Wow, this feels different, Kor said, looking down at himself. The ARC trooper armor was built to a higher spec. It's heavier than I thought. Get those shoulders back a bit farther, and let the comm and the holsters hang like that. Ordo placed the helmet on Kor's head, and was suddenly surprised to be staring back at himself. So that was how he looked to the world. Take this datapad, and walk out the front doors. You'll be met by a taxi piloted by a Wookiee. Do not stop, and do not talk to anyone. Just walk out as if you were me, and you'll be taken to a place where you'll be among brothers.
Very good, sir. How long?
Ordo tried on Kor's helmet. It felt foreign. It smelled of a stranger. Different food, different soap.
I don't know. Just savor the break, and I'll see you later. What do you call the civilians? I address them by their last name, except for the supervisors, whom I call ma'am or sir. Even Winnan?
Or pause.
We use first names. We're not in the center itself.
Ordo tucked Kor's helmet under his arm. Good. Off you go. They left the freshers, a few seconds apart, and Ordo watched Kor disappear up the corridor. The weight of the comma and blasters gave him an authentic swagger. Ordo found it quite touching and turned back to the operations room to get used to being a simple meat can. A clone trooper that nobody except the enemy, of course, dreaded or feared, or avoided. He had at least one shift to settle in before the biggest risk to his cover turned up. Bethany Winnan seemed to be the one taking the most interest in Core. He would have to be careful to get past her scrutiny, but he had a few hours to practice. He unlocked the workstation and became compliant, conscientious CT-5108/8843, invisible to the world. The job of checking that supplies had reached the correct battalion in the field, and that contractor schedules hadn't slipped was a simple one, and he occupied himself thinking of ways to make the system more efficient. He resisted the urge to upgrade the system there and then, and he watched those around him.
Sorry I'm late,
said a woman's voice behind him, a level, mellow voice with an undertone of warmth that sounded as if she were permanently smiling, the higher frequencies portraying a short vocal tract.
I'll work an extra hour for you tomorrow. Thanks for holding the fort.
Ordo had no time to perfect his simple trooper act. He glanced over his shoulder as he imagined Core might, and gave Bethany Winnan a slight nod that felt like it came a little too easily to him. She smiled back. Ordo suspected was a consummate actor, but something in him greatly enjoyed that smile. Operational House. Queebo's Hut. 2015 hours. 383 days after Geonosis. Name your time for a discussion about the goods, the stranger's voice said over the comlink, and we'll name the place. Scarada didn't like the sound of that, nor did Val, evidently. He was listening to the comlink too, scanner in one hand, and shaking his head slowly, tapping out a random pattern in the air with the forefinger. Can't trace the transmission point. Multiple relay, just like us. Ordo grabbed his gauntlet from the table and activated a holo chart, holding it where Scarada could see it. The whole strike team was waiting on the conversation, including the clone trooper called Core, whose life had suddenly taken a turn for the bizarre that day. I'm going to need a little more reassurance than that, Scarada said. I'm an intermediary, the voice said, Coruscanti accent, no clue at all. What reassurance would you like? A very public place. If we both like what we see, and we trust each other, we meet somewhere more private to iron things out. And you bring a sample? Assault rifles in public? This was the test question, the one that would sort the gangsters from the separatists. Weapons were instantly useful to criminals. Raw explosives weren't, not unless you wanted to resell them. Don't talk at me, Dick. My father didn't raise a stupid son. My client suggests you could obtain military-grade explosives. I can. So you want a sample of that? Silence. Val listened, head cocked. We do. What are you offering? Top military spec. 500 grade thermal plastoid. Pause. I think that fits the bill. There was a forest of enthusiastically raised thumbs in the hushed room. For some reason, Scarada found himself focused on the anxious face of a clone trooper Core, perched on the edge of a chair with one of Darth's custom desks dismantled in his prosthetic hands. Noon tomorrow, Scarada said. He winked at Jessic. And I'll have my nephew with me, just in case. On the south side of the bank of the Core Plaza. You'll spot me easily enough. I have a strill. Val's face was a study in shock, but like the professional soldier he was, he said nothing. What's a strill? The disembodied voice said. A disgustingly ugly, smelly Mandalorian hunting animal. You can't mistake it for any other species. Not even in this menagerie of a city. Noon then. The link went dead.
Nobody but Seps would want 500 grade thermal,
Val said.
Too exotic for the average criminal. They certainly bit on the bait fast. Should that worry us?
They've lost their usual supplier, and this is far better stuff. Scarada watched Delta descend on the holo chart and began planning sniper positions around the banking plaza. This is purely surveillance, unless they start shooting, okay, lads? Killing them there won't help us trace their nests, least of all in broad daylight.
Understood, Sarge.
Sev managed to smile. As long as we get to use lethal rounds later. We like dead. Dead is very us. I added some dust to the unenriched thermal, Jessic said. You want some made into Verpine projectiles? So you can tag anyone you spot and track them too? Jessic was a ferociously clever lad, and Scarada prized intelligence very much as loyalty and courage. I thought I'd make sure we didn't have to follow a suspect the hard way again. Am I forgiven for my lapse of judgment the other day?
Boudica, if you ever want a father, then you have one in me, Scarada said.
It was the highest compliment he could pay him. He was fit to be his son. Jessic might not have fully understood Mandalorian culture yet, but he certainly grasped the sentiment, if his embarrassed glance down at the floor and the broad grin were any guide. Boss gave Scarada a cautious glance.
Does that mean we get to use your verb rifles?
You're such a pushover for fancy kid, Scarada said.
They're the business, Sarge. Kandosi. But you bend them, and I'll bend you. They cost me a fortune, and they do not bounce. How are you going to get the caliber of those marker pellets right, though, Barton?
Zev said.
Multi-caliber magazine and bore.
Scarada said.
You could load these verbs with stones if you needed to. That's what costs the money. That, and the full spectrum range of filters, variable velocity, and anti-reflective device. Kandosi,
Zev said, almost sighing.
Shame he didn't pay a bit extra to make them more robust. Cheeky die cut. Okay, I reckon you're good enough to use them. Take a look.
Scarada went to the cupboard and slid out one of the precious rifles. Disassembled into 3 discrete parts, 30-centimeter barrels, matte drab green, silent, horribly accurate, and Jang's weapon of choice for going hiking with extreme prejudice, as he described it. Sheer ballistic beauty, an assassin's tool, a craftsman's tool. He hadn't seen Jang in months. He missed him. He missed all the Knolls badly when they were on long, distant missions. Boss and Sev fondled the rifles and beamed. Even Fixer looked happy. The Delta boys didn't respond to food treats and pats on the head then, but they loved new toys and praise. Scarada noted that. I need accurate ranges from your wreck, Jessic said. I've got to pack the dust into a medium that'll stay together until it's right at the target, or the stuff will disappear too soon. This has to splatter them close to the face so they'll inhale it, or it'll just sit on their clothing. If they dump in jackets, we'll lose them.
Fun,
Sev said, and obviously meant it. Val got up and wandered out toward the landing platform, no doubt to fuss over Lord Murderland, before the slobbering thing did a real job for once in his life. When he was out of earshot, Boss turned to Scarada.
Sergeant Val loves that animal. Don't let anything happen to it, please. I won't. It knows I carry a knife.
Kor, who had been the subject of much fussing and attention since Jessic had brought him back to Quibus, watched cautiously. Scarada ruffled his hair. He flinched.
Sorry about all this, son. Learning a lot? Yes, Sergeant. Want to be useful? I mean, even more useful than you are now. Yes, please.
Poor little Daikut. Scarada fought the urge to collect another damaged young boy, another stray in need of belonging, and lost immediately. He had been that orphan, and a soldier had rescued him.
Dar, give him a crash course, and using a DC-17, will you?
Boss and Sev slid the discreet body armor plates under their tunics and checked their hand blasters.
Just offer a rec. Of the location, then, Boss said. Back in 2 hours, and then I suggest we insert as soon as possible, so we're there before the bad guys.
What makes you think they won't be doing the same right now?
Attain said.
Because it looks like a very hard location to lay up in for any length of time. And we're pros, and they're not,
said Boss.
So they'll probably go in closer to the rendezvous time.
Scarada made a point of looking around the group, so that he could see the reaction of the 2 Jedi. Both of them were very capable warriors, but assassination, killing someone who's not about to kill you, was psychologically very different from using a lightsaber or blaster in combat. The silent excitement that had gripped the room was palpable.
Gentlemen, ma'am, this is a shoot-to-kill operation, he said. Not arrest. We want as many Hatun identified, located and dead by enemies possible at the end of this deployment. Nothing else. We're cutting out a big chunk of this network in one slice. Are we all clear? That's what we're doing? Yes, Sarge.
It was one voice, and Jessic and Attain were part of it. That was good. Anyone who hesitated would get the rest of the strike team killed, or worse.
Okay, Rec Team, move out,
Scarada said.
And don't you dare drop my verbs.